Salir y seducir.
Dale chiquitita, dame más. Qué bonita que te quiere controlar. Ella dice que me quiere controlar. Nosotros los vamos a develar más. Dime, ¿cómo tú te quieres a venir más? Dime, ¿cómo nos vamos a conocer más? Dime, no te quiero solo ver, quiero compartirte. Quiero que te vean y te siguen. Soy un bandolero, le gusta o era una coqueta. Dime cómo suena la pobreza. Sé que tú supiste que tú fuiste la coqueta. Tú siempre fuiste la coqueta.
Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Me gusta salir y seducir.
Más dime, más dime, dime, Oye, Manuel, le gusta o era una coqueta. Oye, Manuel, le gusta o era una coqueta. Dime cómo suena la pobreza. Tú siempre fuiste la coqueta.
Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Le gusta salir y seducir. Salir y seducir.
This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. Showed up. Day one before the glow up. Don't need to ask for them to show love. Don't need to ask for them to show love. Show love. Izquierda pa' derecha, dale bien pa' acá. Yo quiero que tú bailes, dale sin parar. Todo mundo hey, quiero vacilar. Shake it, big it, take it, and I'll throw it right back. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell them I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. Showed up. Day one before the glow up. Don't need to ask for them to show love. Don't need to ask for them to show love. Show love. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell them I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell them I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones. Day one. Izquierda pa' derecha, dale bien pa' acá. Yo quiero que tú bailes, dale sin parar. Todo mundo hey, quiero vacilar. Shake it, take it, and I'll throw it right back.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching Blast Rising once again, and this time around, I'm joined by a face that is usually not paired up with me. Ted on the microphone with me, bringing you Blast Rising for the LATAM region, and we're going to be digging straight into Group D once more, where fates are going to be decided. There's the elimination matchup coming right up, and after that, we will be witnessing the decider match. But we do get a chance to look at the brackets really quickly to tell you how this journey has gone on so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday was a bit of a chaotic day, I would say. You got to cover the first two games. Me and Zerfer got the third and final one. And you know, I'm not sure if you're too familiar with how things went in this third game. I'm just gonna tell you that it went for like 4 or 5 hours.
It just never ended.
When it ended, do you know what the time was where I live? It was 7 a.m.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah,
the game started for me when it was like 1 a.m., so you don't get to cry about it.
But yeah, yesterday was a bit of a I'd say that maybe the result was kind of expected. Like you look at Sharks, you're like, yeah, they're gonna be the team to qualify first. Like maybe despite of 9Z, Sharks are the other team in this tournament that you look at and you're like, oh, they're actually getting chances against oppositions from outside the LATAM region, so they should be just a little bit better. What was unexpected though was the way that Sharks got that W, right? Because they struggled big time.
Yeah, when they played against Meta, even when they played against FURIA Academy, it wasn't a particularly convincing victory. And that's why I don't really think the Sharks are in their best form, but we can still sort of use them as a yardstick for how the rest of this bracket is going to play out. So FURIA Academy, I feel like a lot of their mettle was tested when it came to playing up against Sharks. And if you look at their previous scoreline from yesterday, I believe they went 16-11 and 16-12. Yeah. FURIA Academy, of course, they did end up losing out both games, but it was close enough for me where I can say that, okay, if they can put up so many rounds against Sharks, they're definitely going to have a decent performance, at the very least a decent performance when they do play this game out against DETONA. But what's also really worrying me is that DETONA, in their game yesterday against Metagaming, they look super shaky as well. There were so many 50-50 scenarios, so many reads going wrong, so many gamble stacks that they were playing up against, and honestly, they weren't really playing a very tactically deep Counter-Strike. It was just very simple executes, very simple fakes, and more often than not, they were just relying on their read to work out, or it simply wouldn't. So we wouldn't really see too many contingency plans from them. And if you look at FURIA Academy, I really did like the added element of depth to their gameplay, which is why, personally, if I had to say something about this game, I would say that I am slightly leaning towards FURIA Academy. But I do think that you have a different opinion about this, Ted, so why don't you go ahead and tell me?
Well, actually, there is a lot of logic behind what you're saying, right? Because obviously FURIA Academy, being the academy of such a high-tier org with a high-tier team as well, they're going to be getting a lot from the main team. So all of this is a really default thing that pretty much all organizations do with their academies. They're trying to implement the play style of their main team into the academy and try and kind of make sure that, because in the end of the day, the goal is to have replacements for your main team once it gets to it. So you're kind of trying to put your players of the academy team in the same shoes that you have your stars in the main one. So your academy are always going to be one of the more structured teams in terms of, well, the game might not be going in their favor, everything might not be going well, but they will have just a little bit more thought behind their entire plan, right? Whereas teams like DETONA, teams like even Meta Brazil that we watched yesterday, I feel like teams like that, they just rely a lot too much on their individual skill, and this is something that's really typical maybe for this region, because people, yesterday me and Jack spoke about it, people are just crazy. People are just insane in the way that they're seeing and approaching the game. And you know, I feel like maybe this kind of structure in FURIA Academy could potentially give him just a little bit of an edge. But on the other hand, we have an organization that has been one of the really big names in the Brazilian scene for quite a while. And I feel like those players are never going to be able to kind of go to bed after losing to an academy team.
I think so too. Sure, you can chalk them down as an academy team. You can always say something like that. But at the same time, it's not just an academy team, it's also an academy team that really hasn't gotten a chance to practice with the big cats within their own organization. The main FURIA team, they've been out and about, they've been playing in Europe, they've actually had to scrim against a lot of those bigger teams, and I don't actually think they found the time to practice with FURIA Academy. And it makes a lot of sense when you look at teams like MOUZ and XD, because they're close enough in ranking that they can consistently practice against each other, and they can even share a lot of their trade secrets. But FURIA Academy, they're simply not close enough to the main FURIA's level for them to be, I wouldn't say they're not useful practice, because they can still be incredible for just having some scrimmages go on, especially when there aren't bigger teams to fight against. But at the same time, that information, that team building hasn't really trickled down to FURIA Academy as much, simply because they haven't had the opportunity. So when you're going up against FURIA Academy, sure, you're worrying about the brand behind it, you are worried about FURIA in itself, but you know that there hasn't been too much of an impact from the big boy roster. So DETONA, they can recline in their chairs a little bit, knowing that FURIA Academy aren't going to be bolstered by the help from their from the big dogs on their roster.
Yeah, I actually get your idea. You know, there's a little bit of logic in it, and we're seeing that with other academies as well, right? For example, we could say Young Ninjas are a really good example of pretty much the same situation that you spoke about with MOUZ, where just the academy team is really, really close in terms of they were actually the first academy to start picking up players from the academy team and send them to the main roster. They did that with a couple guys. And well, there's other academies on the other hand that don't get so many chances to actually get something from the main team and actually learn a lot. But I'm sure that maybe just the presence of the coach, just the presence of the entire staff is going to be able to kind of tell them, okay, you know what, you might not get to speak directly or play against the team, but we know what they do, so we can pretty much just tell you, okay, they're doing that because of that, they're doing that because of that. So it's kind of that know how to that you get from the coach and the staff that you wouldn't get like if you were just a mix of couple boys that decided to go and create a team. But I feel like this lack of experience might actually be a big problem, because on the other side we have a DETONA team that hasn't been playing that well in recent history. They've lost 4 out of their last 4 best of 3s. That's only the best of 3s, you know. They've lost a couple best of 1s in the mix as well. So a long time since they've gotten a victory. I feel like though just this team overall going into this matchup isn't going to be feeling any pressure at all, because they know they're going as the favorites. Yes, on the back of your heads is always going to be that thought of, okay, if we lose to an academy team, that's not going to be good for our names. We want to be up there with teams like Pain, like Sharks in the region, like 9Z, and pretend that we are and compete for the top spots in the LATAM region. So losing to an academy team of a team that we are actually trying to reach potentially in the future is not going to do any well. So I feel like they should be really, really focused on that. Of course, this is going to put just a little bit of pressure, but I feel like if everything goes right, if these guys show the experience that they have, and if they realize that they're representing a really, really stable org for this region, nothing could go wrong. Of course, we're going to have to take a look at the Vito to see what's going to go on, because, you know, I've been loving the Vito since we started casting this region. I find it really interesting. I want to see if there's going to be a nuke. Yep, there is going to be a nuke, so nothing too surprising. You know, I love the nuke with LATAM teams. I think that Brazilians just love this map genuinely.
Now, one thing that really worries me is whether or not Furia's, the main roster Furia's strategic depth is going to trickle down into FURIA Academy. Of course, you have a lot of the support staff that could potentially be helping them prepare for maps like Nuke. But at the same time, FURIA Academy simply do not have enough officials under their belt for us to really make much of a judgment about how their Nuke is going to play out. But the first thing we have to focus on, of course, is Overpass, because we have to get past that to begin with. And this map pick in particular, this veto, it really does favor DETONA quite a bit, because all 3 of these maps are actually the only 3 maps that DETONA feel very comfortable on. Nuke is something they pick themselves. Yes, there's a comfort there. Overpass is something they've won 60% of the time on. Granted, out of 5 maps, sure, but even if you look at the kind of teams they've even if you look at some of the games they have won, they have been quite convincing. They were able to get a couple of victories in IEM Fall as well for the South American region. And Dust 2, I think, is pretty self-explanatory. It's not something that FURIA Academy really have played too much either. And at the end of the day, it's something that Detona feel, once again, super comfortable with. So the only 3 maps that Detona have actually been registering officials on, those are the ones that are being played out. And FURIA Academy, on the other hand, they're playing all 3 maps that they haven't had any victories on in the past 3 months.
Yeah, you know, the problem with those statistics sometimes when we're looking at teams like that, is that, first of all, a big part of the games that they're playing are on ESCA or qualifiers, so they're not really on HLTV, right? I think we had that yesterday with Metagaming and Ancient, if I'm not mistaken, in our matchup with Jack. We were like, yeah, we're looking at them. They haven't really played Ancient at all on HLTV. They lose their map pick being the first one, and then we move into Ancient, and we're like, yeah, surely this one is going to be over quickly. And then I go like, imagine that actually these guys have played the map on Prax. Imagine that, knowing that they're going into this event, they're going to be like, okay, we need to prepare something. We haven't been playing a lot of officials, so we can't just really rely on going back to HLTV and being able to only show what we did last time, because last time around we didn't find so much success. So I feel like for teams like that don't play a lot of games, it's kind of an advantage for them, because it makes it really tough for your opponent, unless you're screaming against them every single day, because that makes it really easy for them to know what you're playing. But it kind of makes it really tough for your opponent and people just observing and watching the games to understand what map you feel comfortable on, because they don't really know what's the process behind the preparations, right? They don't know how many pracs you're playing, which maps you're pracking. Of course, ESCA, you're playing a lot nowadays, especially like it's been already like for the past six months. I think 3 seasons have ended. You're playing a lot of qualifiers as well. So for these teams, at least, I never look at stats, because I'm like, everything can happen. I just can't trust them.
It totally makes sense, because it's a discussion I was having with Pavlos yesterday when we were casting the Detona and metagame, for example. And it really comes down to how much scrimmage, how many scrims do they have under their belt that haven't registered on HLTV. It's more often than not going to be the case that they have probably hundreds of games within the past 3 months that they've been playing for practice, playing for scrims, they might even be playing officials that aren't on HLTV, as you mentioned, ESCA qualifiers and whatnot. So yes, there is a lot that goes into, especially smaller regions that aren't going to have opportunities to play some of these games that will be registered on HLTV. But we are going to be kicking things off straight with Detona Gaming on the CT side of Overpass, Furia on the T side. 4 sets of Kevlar for Detona. And Bobs will have the responsibility of bearing all that utility as the T's start to make their way towards B.
Oh, this is actually really smart from the CTs. You see the boost, the double push towards short, that's going to give them a lot of information. And now here in the flashes, they're going to realize what kind of a play Furia are going for. And Volterra, he's going to be in a prime position to deny it.
That's already 2 members out of the count. And Perry is trying to add a little bit more to the tally, sweeten the deal. ZMB so low on HP. But now the bomb has already gone down. Furia Academy, they've got a big task ahead of themselves to work this out with little HP. Decent D, peeking out, but not quite connecting. Has to back off to the safety of short. But in the meantime, ZMB's already been taken care of. Volterra gets one more, and there's very little that Furia can do off of that. First round goes the way of Detona.
Yeah, and Volterra going absolutely huge there, right? Getting the 4K on the pistol. Normally, he is not maybe the man that you would expect the most of. Although we spoke about the results, like Detona, they've been losing a lot lately. So when you look at stats, when you look at how player ratings have been going, it's not going to be too good. You would expect Case to be stepping up. It's really nice to see that your B players are starting the game really well. So now, no troubles whatsoever. They made it look pretty stellar. Of course, Furia, nonetheless, they're going to find the bomb plant, which is going to allow them to go for the reinvestment in this one. And this is actually really important. Like, do you see a lot of grenades on the T side? Because I don't. There's only one smoke. They go for the rifles. That's a really ballsy call.
We're going to have to wait and see if this even works out for them. Because Detona, they can be very threatening on a CT side. I think one thing they left to be desired, I guess, is that Detona, their T side was super shaky. But on the CT, when they themselves do not have to make a play, that's where they actually thrive, because the individual skill is there. It's just been very difficult for them to time their executions. But look at where Kaze already is. If Furia Academy don't make a move now, they'll be cornered. They'll be pincered in from every single angle, and they're not even checking the flank.
Oh, that's gonna That's gonna be heartbreaking for them. And take a look at that. Bobs, he can cover the entire A-bomb side all alone. And Volterra, he's gonna pick up a kill. That's gonna make them worry about Short in case he's gonna strike from behind, gets a quick triple, Lux with another. Oh, that one was over quickly.
I gotta say, DETONA are actually making it look pretty convincing to start things off, and
Yeah.
obviously their argument doesn't hold too much water just yet because it is the start of the game.
Oh, yeah. Just the first
But,
play.
yeah. But if anything, it's a good sign for them.
Well, yeah. I'd say maybe when you get such a good start, especially on a game like that, when you know that you're playing against a couple of young players that I feel like FURIA Academy shouldn't have any pressure on them in a matchup like that because they realize that no one expects them to beat teams like that. No one is looking at them and being like, oh yeah, you having FURIA in your name means that you need to be winning the tournament. No one has such high expectations, especially about players with so little experience. But them going into this one, I feel like the toughest part, and something that DETONA realized, even though there's not going to be any pressure, if you get things going really dominantly from the beginning for you on the DETONA side, if you never just allow FURIA to start implementing and executing their game plan on the T side, meaning that they lose pretty much every single round in the start, this is maybe what could settle DETONA for a really, really good first half. Just never allow FURIA to get their first round. Try and get as many possible without even the T's getting on the board.
One thing you do have to consider is that when we're talking about not having too many stats for either of these teams on HLTV and whatnot,
yeah,
we have to look at how the game is being played out within the server. And this is FURIA Academy's map pick, so I'd be really worried if they can't deliver at least 1 or 2 rounds to begin things off. Because DETONA, they are pressuring the hell out of FURIA Academy. That's a double nade that is going to work out beautifully. ZMB is quite low. Decenty has been brought within one-shot territory of these M4A1Ss. And there's already 2 players sprawling across long while PHX watches the fort towards the A site. And there's so much information being relayed here, especially after the Smalley and Flash combo. FURIA Academy, they're going to have to show their hand very quickly. In the meantime, though, DETONA, with the way they're set up, they can very easily overwhelm. But look at where Decenty's quickly repositioning himself. He could find a little bit more action.
Yeah, but they're setting the bait with the jump spot. This is really smart. Now he's gonna spot the player jumping. He's gonna think, okay, he's just spotting. There's the peek. Actually, this is a really good reaction. This is Decenty just getting a kill that he's not supposed to be getting, and now PHX, he's gonna be put under a lot of pressure.
PHX doesn't reveal his hand immediately, but immediately gets taken out by HBS. 2 kills for the man as they walk onto the A site. He's so low, but there's 2 players that are still alive and kicking, but the bomb doesn't even have to go down just yet. Rotating all the way over to B. More avenues to be approached from, but Peria is going to linger for a little bit longer.
That's actually such a smart play. I don't know if you noticed it, Peria, even when the play was still headed towards that A-bomb side, he was already on the flank. He was already thinking about, okay, I will try and cut off the rotations. I will try and go for the backstab. And this play from him, this is just masterpiece. He's won that round with his keyboard.
Absolutely. Just his ability to tuck himself into the back lines of the enemy's defenses while the meat and potatoes of the action is going on towards the A side. That's what ends up winning them out the round. So FURIA, incredible individual brilliance from Peria has been showed on the server. And DETONA, they've got to watch out now. But they are still going to have plenty of guns to play around with because their economy is going to have a buff from those first 3 clean rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. FURIA at least managing to win a round, but still they will have to deal with the AWP of Keys and Volterra. He's found another opener. So far, he's been extremely impactful with these ones, and Bobs, he's gonna double up if that wasn't enough. Now it's 3 versus 5, and you know this is just minute 35 on the time. And FURIA, they're already with 2 men down.
How do they even reroute their efforts? Because there's 1 player in connector, 2. By the time they peek their heads through Monster, it's already going to be Lux in a prime position to take care of them. Volterra has a bit of a crossfire setup going on, although his HP isn't looking too good. Here they go, FURIA Academy walking into the guillotine. But they've got to hit their shots here. A nice shot from ZMB to start things off. There's still 1 more member to be found. Lux is not revealing his position just yet, and the bomb starts to go down. Lots creeping in. There it is. First body collected. Decenty. Lots of pressure on him because he knows he's going to get peeked by several different angles, but he's trying to isolate it into one. He's left his teammate for dead. Decenty eventually gets picked up, but Cal was stuck behind the smoke. He has to wait for something. He's just desperately trying to keep them off the bomb, but now he knows there's nothing he can do about it, and ideally, he just wants to get away with his AK, but that's not a privilege that will be given to him.
Wow, Detona, you make it look so easy, right? It kind of feels like they have it written down. Even in the 5 versus 3 there, normally when you see Volterra playing that deep angle into Graffiti, you're gonna be like, yeah, surely they're playing B on the retake. He's just spotting. Maybe there could be a player towards heaven, and you can see the readjustment. You're thinking, okay, there's gonna be a fast rotate. You're never gonna be ready for the player in water who gets another kill, and from that point on, it's a 4 versus 2. You kind of manage to isolate the fight onto the planter, you get a free kill, and from that point on, you mentioned it, the isolated player on short, he can't really do anything. So Detona, they answer back immediately, which was really important for the CT side. Now they've avoided the reset, but there's another reinvestment right on the back of this one for FURIA Academy.
Kays might have been able to equalize the numbers, but he's got a little bit more to deal with. Okay, information's there. How quickly can he react? He doesn't because Decenty's on the watch. Straight onto the A side they go. PA checks. His shoulders start to crumble because he knows there's so much pressure on him. Has to find the right angle, and they're waiting for him to peek forward. Oh no, his barrel's been spotted. Now Decenty knows exactly where he is. But that could be ideal bait for the player coming in to rotate from truck. Not quite pulling the trigger just yet. FURIA Academy still weighing their options. They don't have to commit because they know the bomb has already made its way all the way to B. Decenty will linger. He eventually gets taken away, but the work's already been done. Dad?
Yeah, sooner or later you're gonna have to start thinking about Pirius flanks, but might not have to do it in this round. PHX, a 1 versus 3, finds the first. Needs 2 more to lock it in with the 1 versus 2 4K, but the positions are really good. Doesn't really have a fuse kit as well.
Timing is also just perfect.
Yeah, timing is really good. But FURIA Academy, so far they've won 2 rounds. Both of them have been thanks to FURIA. This man, even though he's got only 4 kills so far in the game, the space that he does create for his teammates is absolutely insane. And you know, I feel like Detona may be over-rotating just a little bit. Shows that they are actually giving a lot of respect to FURIA Academy. They're like, okay, we're scared. We want to make sure that we have everyone on the bomb side when the hit goes in. And oh, a boost. Do they find a kill? Disappointment.
Yeah, no, not at all, because Detona instead, they want to route all of their efforts to short. Only one player even makes it a monster. Yeah, I mean, obviously this is going to be a bit of a throwaway round. It's just a mixed bag of treats. A Desert Eagle, P50, 5-7 thrown in there as well. So little you can do off of that. So for the most part, FURIA Academy, they're just looking to rip some heads apart. Let's see how many lids they can put on this metaphorical dinner. Parry it. Doesn't get caught out. Ooh, that is... There's got to be at least a migraine if I've ever seen one.
In the end of the day, though, they don't lose anyone. Yet. They haven't lost anyone yet. Keys still potentially could find a kill or 2. Not gonna happen.
Oh, that's so disappointing. It's always so crispy to see that 5-7 connect against something like a sniper.
Are you one of those 5-7 fans?
Are you gonna judge me for it?
No. I don't judge people because of their opinion. Like, unless you tell me something really, really funny as a reason why, I'd say, yeah. I don't really...
I really like the 5-7 because it reminds me of the warm embrace of my ex-girlfriend because she used to use the 5-7. Is that okay? Is that a good enough reason? Oh, never mind. We're on broadcast. All right, so here we go. FURIA Academy moving in. They've got all the weaponry in the world. And Kays, he's back on that AWP, but he's already lost one of his team members.
Oh, actually supposed to player. This is really awkward. ZMB tries to go for another peek, low on HP already though, and PHX, by the looks of it, he thinks about going for this peek, and they need something, Detona. You're in a 4 versus 5 once again, utility's not looking great, you need someone to go for some kind of information, you need at least a kill or a bit of info to work with, and by the looks of it, they're not gonna go for it. You know, you have 2 choices, you go for aggression or you go for a stack. well, they wanted to go for the stack, and this is not going to be the right thing to do.
Yeah, they're already weighing their options. They want to stay out of this mess.
Yeah, just safe at this point.
Yeah, those gunshots are just a signal that they've got to back off now. Very few opportunities. They've got absolutely no wins on this bomb site, so they're going to cut their losses, make sure that at least the weaponry is going to head on over to the next round. Good decision-making from them. But DETONA, they're quickly starting to crumble a little bit. You can see that FURIA Academy, they're starting to weigh down. These big cats might be too heavy for them.
Yeah, it's always going to be devastating when you have to commit to a 4-man save, right? Because you're like, yeah, we didn't really get to participate in the round that much, even though we did have the chance to take down ZMB, but the AWP somehow manages to survive there. I don't really know how, but yeah, at least for DETONA, even though they're going to be just a little bit upset by the way that they lose the round, not necessarily the fact they lost it, at least they managed to keep 4 guns in it. That's going to make it a bit positive. And now you can go for just an eco, just drop a pistol over to Volterra, make sure that he can do some damage. You're not going to be reinvesting into this one, and you're actually going to get a pretty decent bonus. This is going to be kind of an eco half buy. You go for the attack, you want to talk things through, but you don't go for the investment here. You have 3 M4s in an AWP, and you can rebuy in the next.
It was going to get both teams a chance to have a bit of a breather. Are you more of a CZ guy?
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
I did change to Tech 9 on the T side just a couple weeks ago because I saw that everyone's playing the
Wait,
Tech 9.
did you just say you opted for the CZ at some point?
Oh,
on the T side?
Of course.
I was talking about the CT side. Why would you say that? That's...
Bro, what do you mean? Haven't you watched French CSGO like a couple years ago?
Couple years ago is the key word.
Bro, I'm a man of culture. I don't care about the meta. I'm a man of culture, so with Lux, gets the first, deploys a molly. It's gonna be put under a lot of pressure, but look at that from DETONA. How's that for a change?
Yeah, nothing that Decent and ZMB should be allowed to do. By the way, they've got such a nice ring to their names when I say them both together. It's like
Thank
a little
God this
Christmas
round was
jingle.
quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Bob,
because
yeah.
you could forget about the CZ.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, the CT side, actually, so far this game has been pretty balanced, I'd say. We were seeing, on one hand, FURIA Academy, they win around. They don't really allow DETONA to have any impact in it whatsoever. The next time around, DETONA, they win one, only dropping 1 player. And they decided to go for the full investment in this last one as well, which, again, something that we spoke about it. It could have been the other way around, but again, we understand it. You drop a hero rifle or an extra rifle to the 5th player, and you have a pretty decent full buy. Now, FURIA Academy, they're going to be the ones to try and level things up once again. DETONA so far, not going to be too delighted with the amount of rounds on the side. Look, that's a really nice kill, but look at that. What a reaction from FURIA.
Yeah, it's gotten very chaotic all of a sudden, and ZMB will already be on the cusp of death. 15 points of health for the man. But the bomb is in no man's land. They have to contest for it. PHX gets one, but immediately gets traded out. Decenty is looking for more victims. Both sides looking pretty healthy with the exception of FURIA, but his HP shouldn't even matter too much. Volterra peeks out, gets caught by the pre-fire, and his only K's remaining. AWP in hand, he's got to find 2. Want to go for a bit of a double peek, and that flash is all but perfect. Decenty gets the kill and puts FURIA Academy on the equalizer.
Yeah, you know, something I like about FURIA Academy in this scenario, they slow things down just a little bit. You go into this entire chaos towards the B-bomb side, you lose a couple players, you get a couple kills. A lot of teams, once they're with a man down, they would just go ham onto the bomb side. They're going to be like, yeah, full W, we're committing to the idea, we're going to go. No, you slow down for like 5-10 seconds, not too long. You're just waiting to see what the reaction from DETONA is going to be. You find another kill, and then you can group up, play again together with nice spacing. And well, I don't really have time to speak about the previous round because they're going for another B-rush.
A B-rush that won't really be working out too well because they've already lost 2 members and it just continues to get worse. Cowas, though, he's trying to retaliate. A few flashes in the pan will be witnessed right before the T's start to crumble. Nothing, not a peep out of them. Well, that's a bit inaccurate. There were quite a few shouts, but right after that, it's all over. It's just It's just nothing that that FURIA Academy can do about it. A very fast push that results in a very fast defeat.
Yeah, and most of these rounds have been extremely fast for FURIA Academy, right? Like it's been a while now since we've seen them go for some A-side action. The last 3-4 rounds have been every single time connected with fast aggression towards Monster. Now they opt for something different, and I think it was about time. The B rushes, apparently they did win you a couple rounds, but not gonna work out in the long term. So far though, you've won 5 rounds. You get this one, is gonna be good stuff. But now the problem is that FURIA Academy are playing for a potential reset as well. Well, losing this one, especially without a bomb plant, is gonna make them play just on the half-buy.
Bit of a slower pace, but they're still playing it very close to the aggression, to the action rather. Minute and 20, and they've already made it all the way to the A site. Not quite pulling the trigger just yet, though. They're trying to sniff out some of the players from DETONA, who, by the way, have 4 players at the ready to work around any push that might come their way. Few pieces of utility are now being drawn out, but here's where the crux of the action starts to ensue. Pia checks as the position's been given away, but he's good for 1 before he finally falls, and he helps out Kaze in getting a kill as well. But Perry and Decenty, now they're tasked with the responsibility, the duty of getting more done. Decenty finds a bullet in between the eyebrows of Bobs, and he needs to do a bit more. The bomb is yet to be planted because they need to recover it. Good. Lux. Oh my goodness, they're landing headshot after headshot, and Lux will fall victim as well. 6-6, and FURIA, they continue to punch on forward in their T side.
Man, the ability of FURIA to turn around rounds like that. I mean, this is insane. It feels like they're completely out and done for, and then suddenly Decenty goes out, turns around towards long. It felt like he had no idea there was a player there. He just turns around, headshot, turns around back, just like it's nothing. Like there was a bot spawn there, and he just needs to, he's just like, those pre-aim maps, those pre-fire maps, you just forget about the bot being somewhere. You're like, oh yeah, I need to go back there. Boom, one bullet. Okay, I can continue now. Yeah, that was him. That was him. He just continued with the curse straight after. And something I don't like that much, I'm not seeing DETONA use their flashes on the rotation. Even though they got a pretty decent multi-kill there, I feel like one player got a double and the other then added on with 1 more to make it 3. But that wasn't because of a rotation flash. It was just because of them winning their fights. And you can't be relying on that, especially when Decenty is hitting shots like that.
I like how you said shots like that, and then he immediately botches a nade. But yes, K can still be a bit of a menace. 4 points of health, but he does manage to get away with an AK.
Come on.
Yeah. 3K, actually.
Okay, it's a 3K. Yeah, okay. You get
It's okay. If we don't mention it, then the viewers will think it's a 4K, so it's all good.
Absolutely. Now they're judging me because of the CZ. Because of you. It's your fault, by the way.
They're judging you for the CZ, judging you for calling out the wrong number of kills.
Man.
Judging you for the fact that you've got a green screen on and you're not showing us your room.
You want to see my room? Bro, there's
yeah.
nothing to see. There is actually nothing to see. It's just a wardrobe in the house of my cat. That's it.
Yeah, okay. The reason I don't have my green screen on is because I want to make the viewers really feel at home, I've got my bed in the background. I've got it's just a closet, all of that good stuff,
Oh yeah.
Feels nice and warm.
Where the magic happens. Yeah. It makes it really comfy. You know what's not comfy though? Overpass for DETONA. Because right now, we spoke about the game going round for round, and yeah, that's good. DETONA had their rounds, had their moments, but in the end of the day, you're gonna draw the line. You're gonna be like, oh wait, actually, 6 rounds on CT is not enough. FURIA most likely are gonna win their T side on Overpass. Yes, we know that most of these teams are feeling really comfortable on the T side because they can dictate the pace. But you spoke about DETONA actually being a team that once they got on the T side, or once they get on the T side, they feel like they're kind of clueless in some of the rounds. On the CT side, they have no troubles though because of their individual skill, right? Now we're not seeing that. Now we're seeing FURIA Academy actually being able to put on a pretty decent show in the first one. And I feel like you get 8 rounds, even if you lose the last, you're not really going to care. That's 80 rounds Overpass. That's more than lovely.
FURIA Academy once again willing to hit the gas as hard as they'd like to. Nice and standard rush. Case is the only one that has a weapon to even try to stop them. But I think Volterra might have the ladder pulled. Okay, what is that? That's super chaotic. That's
No
three
way.
members being taken away from Furia, and now it's Cowas and ZMB trying to recover. AK out. He needs to find a little
Oh
bit
my
more,
God.
but he simply doesn't. Lux is a
Oh.
madman. 3 kills for him with nothing but a USP.
I jinxed it. I jinxed it, didn't I? I just did. Well,
You did?
these are one of those that we don't speak about. You know, this is just a round that is over. That's it. It's in the history. We don't speak about it. Well, of course, yeah, of course I'm joking, but after yesterday, truth be told, I just don't want to ride off ecos. I did it here, even though there was a hero rifle. I'm like, yeah, there's no way. But in the end of the day, they might not want to lose this first half. Well, now they're gonna get a pretty decent chance. There's going to be a Tech 9, a Mac 10, a couple kills, and just a single AK on the T side. But, whoops, he's actually been caught into a really awkward fight. Needs to take a second, and at least the refrac is going to come through.
Furia Academy have kept it so close, but they don't have the burden of the CT side just yet. Volterra being a menace from the truck. PH checks, he's just too good for them. And Decenty, eventually, he's going to be put in the grave, which means that Detona come out on top.
Well, I feel like in the end of the day, this is going to be a good half for the side of Fury, even though they flopped that round against the Eco with the hero rifle. Yeah, okay, this had to be our half. It had to be, what had to be in contention is whether you're going to win it 9-6 or 8-7. It was never supposed to be a Detona victory in the end of the day, but you know, you're not going to be too sad about it, especially when Decenty is having such a good game, because so far the individuals have been performing, and we know that if the individuals are doing well, when you transfer to the CT side, when you get that AWP, of course, working for you at some point later on in the half, things are going to start looking better and better. Now the question is, can Detona win this pistol round as well, and kick things off in the same way that they did in the first half? And well, Case says yes.
It's just a matter of whether or not Furia look a lot more polished on their CT side versus how much Detona struggle on their own T side. Because, okay, I'm going to have to hold that thought because Decent T wants to do a bit of damage. Talks himself into the safety of Connector, and he's also got a teammate to back him up. Now they want to find him, but they don't know that there's 2 players waiting for them, but the USP won't come to light. It's 2 versus 3. Furia Academy on the brink of collapse, but still not going to be too far out of their reach as the members from Detona start making their way onto the B-bomb site. But Ted, what I was talking about earlier is that Detona, they look so shaky on the T side when they played up against Meta, and I'm just worried that those problems might surface here as well.
Yeah, I guess that momentum is going to be key. Once again, even though now you're on the D side, that's even going to make it easier to toy with the economy of your opponents, but this is actually a really good pick. HPS, he's baited them out, but the smoke, going to dismantle everything that he's tried to go for, everything that he stands for. The boost, though. Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay.
Hello.
There's
a nice
the head.
shot.
Hello, nice and easy. But HBS, he's now left all alone, and this time he's not going to have the luxury of plinking a head away. Knows his position. Well, they know his position, and he also has recognized that K is behind the pillar. But he's got one more player to find, and he's not quite sure where that might be. Okay, now he knows. It's the information being delivered. It's all about hitting the shots now. K's just trying to keep him busy for as long as possible. He's just playing around the monster pillar. He finally manages to get the kill, but he still needs to find Lux. There is a smoke available, though, and HPS also has a kit, and the splash is going to make it so much harder. Flash, it does connect. Okay,
no way.
it's quite
No
close.
way.
The Fury Academy, they'll win it off of him. His knife, Lux's blade was so close, but it failed to draw blood.
What? Did he just get CSGO'd? I want to see a replay of that. I feel like that wasn't him. I feel like that hit, that connected with a knife. 100%. Fury Academy, you're going to be so delighted about winning around like that. Even though you get that kill, there's the refract. That just confirms the whereabouts of the second player. And in the end of the day, you tried your best. You tried your best, Detona. You wasted all the time in the world, but in the end, you just fell short with the knife. That's awful.
It's one bullet away. One bullet has decided the fate of the first 3 rounds on the second half.
Wow. Well, maybe not. Maybe now they just win the conversion and we're going to be like, yeah, karma is good.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Yeah. Well, they have 3 AKs. So truth be told, I don't think they're going to be feeling too bad about it. Yes, one of the AKs doesn't have helmet behind it, but, well, Case has found another opener. He did that as well. And this time, Voltaire is going to double up and double down. That's just a little bit better. They were ready for the FURIA Academy aggression. They managed to punish it. Well, now, are they going to be anticipating this push towards short? Cowis, he's going to open the door. Now they know. Goes for the peek, and Voltaire picks up another. This round is already over.
It's just one peak after the other, which hasn't materialized for FURIA. And in the meantime, DETONA, they're going to feel pretty confident about heading on over to B. Bring out the gaming chairs, bring out the popcorn, soda, whatever you'd like. Because it's going to be super comfortable for them here on the B site. In the meantime, however, FURIA Academy, they want to save. They want to make sure this M4 ends up in the right hands in the next round. They don't want to add to the already troublesome roster of, or the arsenal of weaponry that DETONA's built up. But this was expected, right? In the previous round, they got the bomb down. They had enough damage. They brought it down to the last wire. Only one player on either side, which means that money was always going to be equal. And that's something that's a bit unfortunate for the CT side, honestly, is that even if they win out the round and they can't make it convincing enough, it's still even. It's not like you've won the first 2 rounds. It's just that you've given yourself an even chance at getting the second one.
Yeah, pretty much. And, you know, the worst part is that if you're on the side and you lose round number 1 and you go for a first, you're never going to be close, even close to what the T's have. So it's kind of unbalanced. I could agree. You want to hear a really fun and cool thing about DETONA, actually.
Let's hear it.
They are actually, you know that obviously Ecstatic now, X-Link B Vikings, they're one of the teams that has went for the most changes, like roster changes throughout 2021. They've had 14 players, different players, represent their brand. Well,
that's a football team.
Yeah, it's the same with DETONA. DETONA, through 2021, have had 14 different players play in their shirt. So yeah, this is quite interesting. They've been going through a lot of rebuilds.
It's because you fail to understand their logic. Listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
Players come with a set of batteries, and when they run out, you replace them.
Okay.
That's it. They run out of the fragging juice, and you're like, nah, throw them out. They have a set number of frags within them. Once they've been exhausted, you're like, yep, there's no more kills coming out of this guy.
Stop dodging my question. What about Rain? Face Clan? Tell me something about that, please. I want to hear you out.
He came with a bigger battery.
Okay. Well, obviously he's been going to the gym. He seems massive, so maybe Blameth is the same, you know.
Yeah.
Is that the trick?
he's got a lot more batteries in him.
Okay. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's the trick.
You buy players with more batteries, but gonna have to hold that thought because DETONA are about to make things a bit troublesome. DCT, as his vision starts to clear up, he will put Lux in the graveyard, eventually being able to land the second shot as well, but Cows and Decenty have both fallen. Now there's only one defender for the B site, and they're getting ready for a boost. Can't seem to find anything around the curtains of the smoke. And yet another smoke has been landed to allow them the mobility of getting the bomb down. Even with low HP, Case is always going to be a looming threat. And FURIA, they're doubting themselves. They're not even sure if they want to go for this. Slowly but surely making their way in. One already down into water. HBS joining the fray very soon as well. Flashbang is good, but he cannot land shots off of it. HBS doesn't connect a kill early on, which means that he'll have to pay with his life for it. DETONA, nice and easy double digits.
Yeah, and you know that was a really good setup that DETONA had in this post plant. You have the low HP player going for the headshot angle. He was posted really deep into Monster, so they can only see his head. He's watching right side, left side, of course, from the high HP guy towards Pillar. And, well, it was never going to work out. Especially when the flash comes through, they can just double peek. They're like, yeah, we know what's going on. You isolate 2, not even 1v1s, you isolate 2 2v1s for yourself. And, well, the first buy doesn't work out. Now, FURIA, they're going to be reset. And, you know, I feel like you can call me Stradamus at this point. I told you what was going to happen, and it did.
Fair enough. Fair game.
Oh, he's going down. That's not good.
Okay, yep, that's an AK in the back pocket. I mean, you've got to have very big back pockets for an AK to be tucked into them, but that's why they've got 4 players. Divvied up into little pieces.
Yeah, maybe if you have one of those magical like bags from Harry Potter, you know that you can fit everything in it.
Or you've got a 3D printed gun. I'm trying to be realistic here.
Yeah.
Come on.
You're saying Harry Potter isn't realistic? Don't you believe in magic?
It's way too close to Christmas for me to say things like controversial things like that.
Come on.
It's debatable.
Okay.
We're actually gonna have to.
We'll accept debatable.
Seems like my headphones have shut off for some reason.
Okay. Well, there's a bit of a replay. The CT's still able to do some damage. Still able to find a couple kills. Saving the AK, of course, is always going to be a silver lining. But now you go for another rebuy. You have the AWP in ZMB. And, well, you needed to find the impact. And, you know, truth be told, ZMB, so far, he's not been having the game of his life, right? He's 7-17. It's about time for him to start finding his impact decently. He's been the main man for this CT side, but they will need the entire team to step up if they want to win their first round here on the CT side. And, well, DETONA, they're going to put them under a lot of pressure with those nades.
I think the pressure is going to start further building up, knowing this is Fury Academy's map pick. They were struggling, but now DETONA, they're falling. It's just Gaze with an AWP locked out from the outside looking in. Even the windows are frosted, so he can see nothing.
Wow. You know, this is really impressive by the looks of it, because when the round starts, I see DETONA getting short control. I see all those Molotov. I'm like, yeah, Fury Academy are just gonna be forced to go for fights that they don't want to commit to. In the end of the day, though, their reactions were really good and really well drilled with the grenades. You saw the flashes were absolutely perfect. You saw that players knew how they had to peek and go into certain fights. And in the end of the day, I wouldn't say I'm the biggest fan of DETONA running through that monster smoke. I mean, you're hoping for a bit of a surprise. That just spells confidence. Sometimes, though, it's not gonna work out. And this is one of those cases. Now, Keys, he just needs to hold on to the AWP. I feel like he's understood that already. He's accepted it. He knows what his fate is. His fate is to just think about the KD for once and about the sniper in the next one, because for DETONA, this is not such a big deal. I'd say that for FURIA, this is a really big achievement. Not such a big failure for the T's, though, because they still have enough cash.
Yeah, saving this AWP is actually more economical than going out and dying and waiting for the money.
Oh.
It got a little...
Yeah.
Little spicy there for a second, but shouldn't be impactful at all. We can also see that Furia, they're thanking their lucky stars that things end up working out for them, because so many missed shots turned into a headshot. You saw DETONA being unable to get too much vision around those smokes. The flashbang was pretty good as well.
The spacing was really bad.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, let's see what will happen in this one. Again, AWP for the T's, saved from the previous round. AKs for the rest. That's their second try. Let's see if they're going to be able to, once again, throw a spanner into the works of their Brazilian opponents. Still, though, Furia, after winning such a clean round, the money is going to be looking fantastic. So even if they were to lose a round like that, they would be able to reinvest. And now they have 3 AKs on the CT side. You know, that's phenomenal. They have only 1 player on the CT side rifle.
The problem is that they still have to deal with the deficit that they have in terms of rounds, right? And their money can very easily spiral out of control, even if it looks like all sunshines and roses right now. Just a couple of rounds being lost would almost guarantee that the dogs of DETONA will run past the finish line with the potential victory. But this is a very slow start to the round. It's not something we've grown accustomed to at all. Instead, it's DETONA very slowly taking their time to route themselves through toilet. They're not going to be taking the risk of running into an aggressive Furia. And because Furia have quickly adjusted their playstyle to match passivity, they're not getting caught out anymore. DETONA's default heavy play is no longer stylistically capable of dealing with what Furia is bringing to the table. And with only 25 seconds and no information, they've got to move right in.
Yeah, you have to. In a round like that, you're just hoping to kind of provoke FURIA to get on their nerves and make them feel the pressure and go for a bit of an over-aggressive play, but it doesn't work out. In fact, they just hold on to their positions and they fight all the kills. Cowiz with a double. And well, if that wasn't enough, HBS, he's still there. He's still ready to kick in, and there's not enough time. The AWP needs to save for a second round in a row. A really good defense from the FURIA side.
Oh, okay. At least he gets away with the AWP, but that's about it. That is an heirloom that's being passed round after round. Case continues to carry it. He still hasn't gotten a loss bonus because of it. But
That's actually impressive from FURIA, you know.
Yeah, it really is, because you can see that they made some really good adjustments.
Yeah. You can see that they're not like right now. What's going on? Just to break it through, DETONA, knowing they're playing against really young players that in the first half used to be hyper aggressive in some of those rounds, they're like, yeah, they're probably going to be feeling the pressure. They know how important this round is. So if we slow things down, just enormously slow, just not even move, potentially they're going to be like, oh, what's going on? Why aren't they playing? There's nothing happening there. Maybe we should go and take a sneak peek. So pretty much DETONA, they were waiting for FURIA to outplay themselves in this one. But, you know, for an academy team, you show pretty decent resistance to that. You don't really get baited into that. You're just like, yeah, well, they're not making anything happen, so we can wait. They're the ones that need to get onto a bomb side. We're not too anxious about not having a lot of information. We can just stay back. They're gonna walk into our crosshairs eventually.
And this sudden change of pace is working out really well against the slower default of DETONA. When FURIA Academy, they themselves were on the T side, we would often see them rush up early on, maybe closer to toilets. Maybe you'd see them huddle around Monster and short. Perhaps they'd take early control of long, although that was few and far in between. But for the most part, DETONA loved playing a super slow game, which would allow FURIA to be funneled in. And that's something that, in a snap, FURIA have very quickly recognized. They're not willing to go for this sort of aggression anymore. And it should be working out. In a minute on the clock, Peria should be the first man to be greeted by action. Basically the first responder when it comes to any bouts of aggression coming towards A. And with the utility signaling that there's players coming to the A site, he's quickly called for rotations. You can see that Decenty's also reposturing himself in a way where he can help out. Now it's going to be fully telegraphed.
It is, and he's heard the AWP already. Now he's gonna spot the bomb. That's a really big mistake. The bomb carrier going in first, and Burek, he's gonna find a second, looking for a third. The AWP is gonna miss a second time, and well, this is absolute disaster for the side of DETONA. Look at that for FURIA, just switching to the USB, taking kill after kill. Cowiz gonna shut down Bobs for the final one. FURIA Academy looking like a revitalized defense here on overpass, leveling things up.
Watch this, watch this. He dabs to avoid the AWP shot. Look, he gets those 2 kills and then he dabs. Like, right after it.
That's just...
And then time really slowed down when he went for that one. You could feel the bullets slowing down the air around him.
He's just...
so good.
Yeah, the Matrix. Well, they're gonna need a bit of a Matrix DETONA. You know, they've started to struggle. This slow-paced style from FURIA, it has been a really, really big problem to deal with. And now we're seeing DETONA, they're trying to counter that. They're gonna be like, yep, you know what? You're gonna wait. Well, we're gonna take all the map information that you're letting us have pretty much for free, but we're not gonna wait that much. I say that, though, they continue being really passive.
I'm not even sure why DETONA's going for this. It's going to make them struggle quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, FURIA might be playing on the blue side, but they've definitely taken the red pill. They now know what to do. They've come to terms with reality, and FURIA Academy are making them sweat a little bit more. But at least DETONA want to get early information this time, not letting it go down to the last few seconds, already making their way up Monster and perhaps even short.
Yeah, and this time around, there's only 2 players towards that B-bomb side, and FURIA being so defensive towards A, it kind of denies them from getting that extra info that they're going to go for now, but the rotations, they're going to be really late.
Flash is good. Volterra is able to get HBS as well. FURIA Academy, the big cats are trembling because they know they've given up this entire jungle. It's already them backing off, retracting onto the A site. Want to make sure those guns make it to the next round because the threat of their economy falling was always looming around the corner. It was hanging over their heads, and unfortunately, it's not a mistletoe, it's a guillotine.
Yeah. And this is the counter of this playstyle from FURIA, right? You realize that they're going to be extremely defensive, extremely passive towards the bomb sites. You're going to be like, yeah, okay, we're just going to group up all 5 players towards one of the bomb sites. We're going to execute in. We know that the big minus of this entire setup is that your rotations are going to be extremely slow, especially if you don't go for any aggression. That's the reason that they kind of go out long early round. They show some presence towards middle. They want to push FURIA back towards the bomb side and deny any kind of information that they can get, and then they fall back, they group up towards B, they explode out of monster. Unless Cows and HPS go absolutely huge here and they get like, I don't know, a triple kill, that's never around that you're gonna even attempt to go for. And well, now DETONA, they found what's working, but let's see what FURIA's reaction would be, because so far they've been really good at readjusting.
The problem with that approach or that style of thinking is that we've only really seen FURIA Academy adjust once, and it's worked out for quite a while for them. How long does... Ooh, hairline shot, okay. I think ZMB is a bit worried about where that came from. Has no clue. Backs off. And DETONA, now they're in a prime position to capitalize off of the slightly lower HPs on ZMB and HBS. Slowly making their way up playground.
You can see the CT reaction. Now they've been punished. Now they're being just a little bit more aggressive. Now they're going for some map control. They have 2 players in connector. They have 1 lurking around upper toilets. They're getting just a little bit curious towards B short. So this is FURIA once again understanding that they need the map control just to make sure that they don't get caught off guard once again by the same play. But this time around, DETONA, they look happy about it.
HBS. Big task ahead of himself when they eventually go down Monster, but at least he's got reinforcements in the form of Cows. Flashbangs out. Short control seems to be the name of the game, and a flash will impede their progress, and Decenty is also watching the cross. This door is going to be so troublesome to get past because not only do they have to deal with Decenty, they have to deal with 2 players waiting for them on the mouth of Banana. Decenty takes 1 down, and Cows will make it way more expensive. FURIA just mow them down like they're nothing.
Wow, and this is the big difference, right? This presence towards connector, the double kill that they get there, it denies so much for DETONA. You know, for a second there, I was thinking surely they don't send it out monster with 4 players and just leave Lux towards short to try and cut off the rotations from connector. That would have been genius from the side of DETONA. In the end of the day, though, as you mentioned, they were opting for the split, and it doesn't work out. FURIA, they have a really good reaction to this one, and once again, they managed to adjust. Let's see now what the answer from the T's is gonna be, because still they have the money. These 2 teams haven't been reset for quite a while, and that just makes it really interesting, because we're just seeing a tactical battle right now. Money isn't playing a role, or at least it hasn't been. It could, if now DETONA lose this one.
Well, Terra, opening kill for the man, and Decenty wants to recover. That's the headshot, and he continues to spray it down to line up yet another skull. PHX wanting to aggress into toilets, and Peria will be the one to receive. He's got his catching mitts out, but they're not aggressing further. They know they've created quite a bit of space, and rerouting their efforts will throw FURIA Academy for a loop.
Now, they found out short is absolutely clear. They're going to throw a lot of grenades now, and they're actually going to commit to that B-bomb side. This is not a fake. 45 seconds. They want to commit here, but there's 2 players already waiting for them. HPS is going to get spotted. Cows finds 1, but PHX finds the refrag. That's really important. And now Peria in the 1 versus 2 and taking a look at the money. He needs to go for this. He wants to go for this. Goes for the flash. He doesn't even want to allow them to go for a bomb plant, but they're going to stick it, nevertheless.
He knows exactly where both of these players are because one's behind the pillar and one was busy with the plant. Wants to reroute his efforts, go all the way around. Nice little surf as well. Peria moving in from Monster. Has saved a few seconds, almost catches 1 in the back, but PHX now knows, so that's just wasted time. He needs to isolate both of these tools, and he's done just that, but Lux will come out on top, and DETONA, once again, they tug at the leash that FURIA Academy are struggling to hold on to.
Wow, and that was such a smart play actually in the after. I love that 1 versus 2 approach there from FURIA because he throws that smoke and he goes for that rotation just for the sake of being able to do what you said. Isolate the 1 versus 1. So you throw the smoke. That means that when you go out of monster, the other player, in order to see you, will have to go on top of the side. So you're getting a free 1 versus 1, at least for the first, but then he gets caught off guard by the really nice move there from Lux. And well, DETONA, they're in the lead once again. 13-12 by the looks of it. We are in a bit of a pause. I wonder if that's a tactical or a technical one, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's just attack for FURIA, because now they're going to use everything that they have. And when you look at people like FURIA and HPS, they don't have a lot of cash in the bank, do they? Okay, it's attack. Never mind. You reckon someone kicked their PC?
Maybe. Man, I was actually, like, you mentioned PC, and I immediately start thinking about some of, like, the production setups.
Yeah.
And I was having a conversation with Big Vu about it, and I saw how massive their setups are.
Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness. I hope we can get to catch a glimpse of what they look like, but, like, basically it's this massive table that, like, unfolds into, like, 5 monitors and, like, a couple PCs or whatever.
Yeah, with 5 keyboards.
Yeah, I can't imagine, like, carrying around that transformer. I think it's like well over a couple 100 kilos as well.
You think so? That much?
Yeah, because like it requires several members of the production team to move them around.
Yeah. No, it's insane.
ZMB,
Pretty much
though.
just the AWP.
Mm-hmm. Already ZMB getting a kill. Now wants to look at another avenue to approach.
Ooh.
Nope, you're not going to get past the curtains. Not at all, Bobs. And Lux will be taking a fair bit of damage as well. Never mind, he's just been taken away from the server. Whoa. It's player after player from DETONA being put to sleep.
Okay.
That was, I caught barely any of that because FURIA Academy, they were hunting the dogs on all avenues on the server. Just very different areas that they're getting aggressed on. But ZMB, I think he was the main catalyst of that defense.
Oh, yeah. You know, you love to see AWP players being so mobile and not being too shy to go into fights, especially when they realize how much of an important round that is. Because look at the state of the economy of DETONA. It's just gone. And that's all on the back of just ZMB creating, because with those kills, he doesn't only get the kills, he doesn't only get the damage, he creates a lot of space for FURIA to work with as well. Because he kind of plays it in a way like he would play it if he was alone. So that opens up the space, makes it possible, and now take a look at that. They're just gonna run through the smoke. That's never gonna work out.
It's super chaotic here at Calvis and ZMB, though. They're just gonna make quick work of the DETONA squad. And suddenly, FURIA CT side is looking so damn good. DETONA, they wanted to snatch away their opponent's map pick, but it's not the case anymore. FURIA Academy, with all the money they've got under their belt, with the disadvantages being bestowed upon DETONA, I'd be really hard-pressed to think DETONA would get away with a victory here. And unfortunately, man, with the track record of DETONA losing game after game, I'm genuinely worried for them.
Yeah, right. Because, you know, for just a little bit, we were thinking, okay, this is going to be actually a good D-side from them. They can actually upset. But right now, FURIA, they're looking like a really stellar team. Their ability to adjust to the playstyle of DETONA has been really good. Oh, that's a little bit chaotic there. Actually, the Glocks do manage to create a little bit of chaos and get themselves an AK to work with, but that one is gonna get dispatched easily enough. An AWP going down as well. That's actually some really good damage for DETONA, but in the grand scheme of things, I would say that right now FURIA are feeling really well. I think that the momentum is already on their side. They're like, yeah, we're in their heads. We know exactly what's going on. Even if they manage to catch us off guard with something, it's usually just going to be an individual play, like someone landing a shot that they shouldn't be, which always, you couldn't predict that. You know, you can't really predict when someone is just going to Ferrari peek you or get a kill that he's not supposed to. So in the grand scheme of things, I would say that FURIA feel like they're really well prepared to what DETONA are trying to do. And, well, right now, the name of the game is damage, but you need to be thinking about this next round, because I doubt that we're going to see a round victory here for Bobs unless he wants to pull out the play of his career.
Okay, I'm still going to hold a candle out for him.
No.
That candle has very quickly been blown out.
Yeah.
It is nobody's birthday, and yet that candle will fall.
Actually, you want to hear a fun fact? Do you know whose
Let's
birthday is today? It's a
Whose
CS
birthday?
player. It's Surik's birthday.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to the man.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Surik.
It was actually my best friend's birthday today as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Are we
Yeah.
speaking about Bob?
No, not Bob.
Okay.
Like,
Okay. Or his
Because
brother.
Bob-
He's family.
yeah, you would say brother, but it's actually a sister. I know it's a male name, but we're
Bob's a-
progressive like that.
what?
Yes, it's a female duck. Get with the times, man. We're progressive like that.
Yeah. Okay.
ZMB, look at that. He's already found himself in the back line of the enemy offenses. Decent. He continues to deliver. He's just making. Oh, that's nice goal!
No.
What? Oh, that was crispy.
Oh my god. They talk about my one taps.
Yeah, we're talking about his one taps, and just like that, Detona in 2 swift clicks of the mouse. They've been obliterated. Nothing that Lux can do.
No. You didn't. You just didn't.
Absolutely
You know that's
not.
heartbreaking.
How does he stay so cold when he does that?
I'm still trying to process it. You know, this is a man that shouldn't be able to do stuff like that. Decent D, okay. We spoke about him in the beginning. We were like, yeah, this is maybe the heaviest hitter on the side of Furia. We would anticipate him to be doing good. Yeah, this man is 17 years old. He played that as if me and you were on the other side in the server. Do you realize that? He played out with 0 respect. He's just staying there. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna shoot 1 bullet
Easy
for you,
peasy.
1 bullet for you.
And it's not even
GG.
it's not even like this is a super one-sided game where he gets to flex on them like that.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
He's going 28 and 13 in a game that is 15-13 right now.
Yeah.
And Lux, yeah, what are you even gonna do? You've got 14 seconds and okay, it's just all over.
Ooh.
HBS now peeking around in time. That's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. FURIA Academy coming out with the first victory in a very dominant fashion. That was a super impressive play. And now we get a chance to see Decent T once more. Yep, there it is. Just,
Yep.
oh my
Oop,
goodness, that's dirty.
You know, I'm feeling so good about myself when I managed to do that in a DM server, and then you see this guy doing it on a blast tournament. But in the end of the day, I'm actually really happy with what I saw from Furia Academy. You know, I feel like they played a really good game. Even though the result wasn't that one-sided, and we spoke about it, this was not a one-sided game whatsoever. I feel like for the big part of it, it felt like Furia had everything under control, especially after the switch. First of all, you get a really good T side. You get 7 rounds on your T side on overpass, which is always going to be really good. Then on the CT side, we praised them for their really good adjustments to the playstyle of Detona. They most of the time had the idea. And well, in the end of the day, you need just a little bit of individual brilliance to close it out. But when you look at the mix, it's actually really good. You know, it's actually looking really solid. I wonder if they're going to be able to do the same on Nuke. But in the end of the day, I think they're going to be happy.
The problem with this whole idea, though, is that Detona, now it's their chance to play their own map pick, right? Furia, they had a pretty close game on their own map pick, and they relied heavily on one player to have those lights out plays like that. I mean, we just saw it in the replay. I don't even need to summarize it anymore. He was going 28 and 13 there at the end, and we're relying on individual brilliance so much, and yet only getting away with a 3-round lead. I'm a bit worried. I'm not going to say it's going to be a super one-sided game in the next round, in the next map either, and I'm actually leaning towards Detona potentially winning it out. But to cast those results, you are going to have to keep that tab open. Stay tuned because we're going to be right back for map number 2 after a short break.
show love. Ooh, taking it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell you I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day one. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell you I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day one. Izquierda pa' derecha, dale bien pa' acá. Yo quiero que tú bailes, dale sin parar. Todo mundo, hey, quiero vacilar. Shake it, and I'll throw it right back.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching Blast Rising once again. You're watching FURIA Academy versus DETONA, and you're watching me flex because Ted asked me to do just that. Well, I've shut my mic around now. But regardless, Ted, how are we feeling about Nuke heading into it? Because we know that the first map was actually quite close.
Well, I'm not feeling great because I have a hoodie on, so I can't really flex. Like, you wouldn't be able to see it, so it's absolutely pointless. But
you gotta hide your power level, huh?
I gotta hide it. I gotta hide it just because we're gonna get into the. When we get into the boxing ring, I will show you. Tomorrow I show you. You know how it is. We Bulgarians love our boxing, but yeah, back to CS. Back to CS. You know, map 1. We spoke about it. FURIA, pretty impressive stuff. I'm actually quite happy with what we saw. I feel like DETONA could be just a little bit sorry because of how things went, because I feel like they did have a chance to win it for just a split second there, but in the end of the day, I think that FURIA were the better team on it. And I'm actually looking at Nuke. I'm like, you know what? I think there is some kind of potential. I actually think that if things go in the right direction from the beginning on the CT side, this could be interesting.
Yeah, one thing that DETONA are really going to have to watch out for is knowing that FURIA have that early CT side buff. Piss around, going to be very pivotal to the outcome of this game. Volterra straight out the flames, doesn't even care. DETONA losing quite a bit of HP in the process, but now they're heading down the ramp. FURIA will be the first point of contact. 2 kills being collected by the CT side, and the T's get very desperate to head on over to the B bomb site. K's already down observation. Decent and HBS, they're tag teaming up. It's already another kill being collected by HBS. It's only K's remaining in a 1 versus 2. Needs to thread 2 different needles. And he needs more information now because he doesn't know where the second player is. HBS exposed himself early on, but with the bomb, Kays does not care about this. He wants to make his way all the way over to the A site. There it goes. They're not going to be able to rotate over in time, and that means, Ted, that the bomb starts to go down.
They're actually really smart. You know, I don't think he's going to be ready for them to be that close that early. Right now, he's going to make his way into Hut. And, you know, this is the only place where he could be, but, oh, he's going for the wrap. Oh, this is so intelligent. Do they have a kid? No, they don't. They don't have a kid. Even if they stick it here, they're going to tap it. Now he will have to go for the run because he's heard it, and they're going to hear the steps. Now they know where he's coming from. Case actually plays on the first. So the second goes for the kill, but Cowis is going to win it. What a round for FURIA Academy. What a nice try as well, but the tap, it was pivotal for the success.
Actually, not even too far away from the bomb timer. Had K's been able to delay for a little bit longer, I think he had a very decent opportunity at turning things around. But still, valiant effort by K's, but he is eventually taken out by his name counterpart, Cowas. I'm just such a tongue twister to say. Sometimes words in my head, they appear.
By the way.
Yeah, words appear in my head, but they just don't come out right.
Yeah. You know, we're not native as well. I guess that helps a little bit. You know what's the problem? People just go, yeah, you're not native. This is normal. It happens to me in Bulgarian as well. It's not.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's not the English language. It's my head.
Yeah, it's not me speaking a different language. It's just me being incompetent.
Yeah.
Speaking of competence, though, Bobs has looked very confident getting this early frag. Onto A they go, but the M4 is keeping them at bay. Cow is tucked inside the vent. And FURIA makes things a bit heated for DETONA.
Does, but how do you slow things down? FURIA actually are posted quite well, and taking a look at that aggression towards our side, that's going to give them a lot of information. FURIA, he just needs the 1 kill, fall down, make sure you don't go down after the first peak. Make sure you deny that refrag possibility, but DETONA, they will have to make up their mind, and by the looks of it, ramp is going to be the desired destination. Oh, they spotted him. He's going to fall back.
Bit of a slower round now from them. 50 seconds, so they need a little bit more information to work off of. HBS starting to doubt himself. Maybe he wants to go out and help the squad. But for the most part, it's DETONA trying to find something around ramp. Now, they realize that there's nobody in hell, which means that now they have to greet FURIA as they start to move in. Observation smoked out, so they don't have to worry about that immediate crossfire, but it's such a difficult angle to hit. Down close to the orange box in the cubby. And as they move in, Volterra has punished Cowas. How quickly does Perrier emerge, though? It's an angle they haven't checked. The trigger discipline play doesn't actually occur. And Perrier, he's pulled the trigger a bit too early, which means that now Fury Academy, they're in a 1 versus 2. They've gotten a player off, but Volterra, very little HP. Oh, that got too close there, Ted.
Whoa, it did right. And you know, Fury Academy going for that crazy play, the swing out of the smoke. I was almost thinking, okay, surely after they see the swing, and it being such a wrong play to go for, they're gonna be like, yeah, he's not gonna be doing that unless there's a player he's trying to bait for, right? So for a second there, I was kind of worried. I feel like this bait maybe doesn't work out if they just think too much about it. But in the end of the day, Furia, they managed to pick up another really close round. The problem is gonna be that Detona, they get another bomb plant, and once again, they do so much damage, and we're probably gonna see another reinvestment. Whoa. That was close.
Fury Academy, once again, leading the charge, and they're not allowing Detona to get any space. Just whittled down. Detona, the Hounds, they're wishing they were on a leash right now. They're wishing they were stuck in T-spawn, because as soon as the Hounds have been let out of their cages, they're being mowed down by bullets. Peria,
okay,
sweetens the deal a bit more for Furia, as now Detona have started to make their way onto the B site. Bomb should be going down very soon. Numbers start to be punched in, and it's on to Furia to go for a retake.
Yeah, it is another 2 versus 2 play. This time around, I don't spot the kit. Maybe there is one dropped somewhere to be recovered, so they should have enough time. But taking a look at this setup, this is actually really good. If they manage to get the timing right, but they missed them on the cross, now they're gonna hear the steps. But Furia, do they realize where the Detona are? And well, they don't. HPS goes down, and now Decent-D, he's gonna soon enough discover that he's not winning this round. He's playing maximum damage at this point, just hoping to stay alive maybe. And Detona, they finally found success. And once again, this one didn't look that great for them in the start, right?
Yeah, Detona actually looked like they were going to get completely whittled down, and they did, but at least they get the bomb off.
Okay.
Because when they were making their way outside, they had taken so much damage that I was willing to count them out entirely.
Yeah, right.
I thought that Furia had 3 rounds in the bag. All right, let's go. You can see that ZMB just made it look so easy, and just the fact that Kaze doesn't get picked up as he's moving over to Secret means that he can eventually convert it into a round.
Yeah, you know, you see those counter Molotovs being thrown away from the CT side. You see all the damage, even though they get a 1 for 2. There was extra damage on a 3rd player even, so you're kind of like, as you mentioned, you're writing them off, but they managed to recover. And now it's Fury Academy that need to go for a bit of a force buy. Of course, doing all the damage is going to make it a little bit easier, because there's going to be a lot of Galils. Furia, you need to get out of there, my friend.
Oh, that's just such a terrible Molotov. Disgusting.
Just
And
go.
it doesn't help with anything. Down to ramp they go. It's Fury Academy waiting on the other end. M4's in hand. They've also got a Deagle on Peria. Right now, Detona, they find themselves being stuck. Not really knowing where to go. If they head down ramp, there could be players waiting for them. Little information.
Yeah, right now, this is the risk for Detona, right? Because you're being really passive, but you don't really have any serious presence around the map. So your information is really limited. You don't really know what you're walking into. No, in this scenario, Furia, they don't have so many players by the looks of it on this B-bomb side. They're thinking that this is going to be an A-Rab, but Detona slowing things down so much, it's made Furia think about it, and well, they've guessed wrong.
Onto the B side they go. Locking every member of the CT side out. A foot spotted. And I think Furia already know that there's very little they can do about this debacle.
Yeah, that's a save, for sure.
Yeah, 2 M4s in the back pocket, a few 5.7s, a CZ75 as well. I mean, there's no reason you want to throw away that potential advantage in the next one. And it also means that in the next round, their loss bonus allows them to have a bit more utility as well. So if I'm in their shoes, definitely want to be tucking your tails and running away.
You think they're going to go for the reinvestment?
At the very least, we've got to see.
Surely not.
I don't think they're going to go for a full reinvestment with regards to HBS Barrier or Cowas buying weaponry, but I do expect them to buy up just enough utility to make those M4s work, and at the very least, we've got to see 3 or 4 smokes out.
Oh, let's see what happens. Well, the good news about them, or the good news for them rather, about a round like that, yeah, about a round like that is that you actually eco in this one. There's number 3 as well. You actually eco in this one, so you don't invest pretty much anything despite of the smokes that you spoke about, and you need those, especially on a map like Nuke, you kind of need to try and set up the M4s and even the pistols for some kind of potential damage, and you're going to be able to reinvest in the next, which is pretty much what you're looking at. Now, the problem is that you don't have a lot of utility to deny that A-pop from the side of DETONA.
Okay, Volterra starting things off nicely with a double. A decent T. Finds himself locked out once more. So those M4s they wanted to previously enable, they've not really gotten too much of a chance to do just that. And DETONA, I feel like they're pretty happy about this outcome.
Oh yeah.
They didn't think that they have this much of an advantage early on in Nuke, especially with how nicely FURIA were playing that 3rd round. But it's still very well within reach. DETONA have so little HP among 2 of these players that if PHX is taken out especially, it's gonna be too hard. But no, the one pipe dream they had, it fades. They've woken up.
And well, they've woken up, and FURIA, that's the alarm for them. Just save the M4 in the hands of Decent. And FURIA, he's going to be looking to maybe save another gun, which this scenario, he's going to get the chances to do, but PHX is going to take him down. 3 rounds for DETONA. You mentioned it. It started pretty optimistically for the side of FURIA, but now DETONA, they've recovered. They've won a couple rounds. The money on the side of FURIA is well under control. With every single round that you win on the T side, you're going to be resetting that CT side cash, and that's going to just make it easier for them to commit to decisions like saves at this point, because they're going to be thinking about establishing that economy. Well, DETONA, 3 rounds so far. That's really good. That's a really good start. This is your map pick, and you want it to be starting like that.
Especially because we're still unsure about how... Okay, I'm going to have to hold that thought. Bobs, I think he has an idea that there might be somebody on top of the garage. DETONA is sprawling all around outside. They know exactly how they want to approach this in decency. Oh, I thought he had given up his position and he would eventually be capitalized on by Bobs, but no, that's not the case. Instead, FURIA Academy, they've quickly equalized the numbers, but where do DETONA go from here?
Well, by the looks of it, they go back to the basics. They're going to slow down. And once again, the problem is that you have no information and no map control whatsoever. You have only lobby. You have no idea what's going on towards outside. You have no clue what's going on towards ramp. You need to commit to what you have. And what you have is some presence towards hut and single door. And by the looks of it, we're going to see another execution, or just send someone in the lurk smoke and hope that they find some success. You have a Molotov aligned for the top of hut. Let's see what they go for. Maybe just a little bit of a vent drop. But look at FURIA. He's already there.
35 seconds. Information is lacking, and Kawas has to receive. His crosshairs lined up for Lux, and he quickly obliterates the competition. That is 3 down, 1 to go, and Volterra, there is not a peep coming out of him. Any concerns to be voiced will have to be had at a later date.
Okay, at this point, 15 seconds, you're just hoping to get a kill. Maybe at this point, even thinking about going for the safe. You know what's the problem with this one? The problem is, okay, you get the idea from DETONA, right? They throw all the grenades, and then they go for a really late contact play after the Molotovs, after the smokes, after the flashes, maybe trying to kind of get into the heads of FURIA and be like, yeah, we're setting up a fake. We're going to be playing elsewhere. The problem is that when you don't have any other map control and map presence, and FURIA know that, like they know what you have. They're like, okay, they're going to pick where are they going to go? They're going to go back ramp. Let's double check with the round player. What's going on? Nothing, chief. Nothing happening towards ramp. Okay, then no reason to move. So it doesn't really matter if you're going to throw these fake smokes, these Molotov, these flashes. When nothing else is happening around the map, FURIA are never going to move. And well, in this scenario, they don't, and they win a round.
Decent T. And HBS apparently. Yeah, we're only catching kill feed right now because it's happening all across the map. PHX tried to quickly retaliate, but I mean, what are you even going to do? It's there's still a minute and 10 seconds on the clock, and you've not even made a scratch in the defenses. The one thing I do want to point out, though, Ted, is that I think Detona's CT side is still very commendable as opposed to their T side.
Yeah.
And as long as they can get enough work done on the T, I'm not too worried about their CT side longevity. So even keeping the leash close, 3 rounds up against the 4 rounds of Furia, I'm pretty happy with their performance, and I feel like we're really going to get into the meat and potatoes of this game when we see the side switch, when we see Furia battling it out on the T side.
Yeah, you know, Detona, they're a team that we spoke about it. They've been struggling in recent history. In fact, by the way, they've lost 5 out of their last 6 nuke encounters, but in most of them, they were pretty close games, and their CT side was where they showed that what you're speaking about, that potential. You know, the T side was where they were struggling. And 3 rounds so far, that's not going to be too bad. I feel like a good maybe 5-6 rounds on the T side. If it's 7, that's absolutely bloody perfect, but a good 5-6 rounds, I think they're gonna be happy with. Nah, he's not gonna go down to that. Come on, FURIA,
Yeah,
he's
he had his
prepared.
pants around his ankles for a second, though. I
Yeah.
thought he would trip and fall and break his nose.
His pants around his ankles.
Yeah, you know when
Man.
you're trying to get your pants on and your phone rings and you just kind of penguin waddle over to your notification.
Oh yeah. You know, that's actually a really good way to explain it. That's really creative. Bonus points for this one. I liked it.
Thank you.
Like that one as well. You know, in the end of the day, if you're detonating around like that, you're just looking to find a couple kills, just do the damage. Doesn't work out that well, still you find the pick. And well, now we're back to the AKs. What is FURIA doing, and why is he playing with that gun? And why hasn't he signed my profile just yet? 3 really good
Lots of questions.
Yeah.
Only one of them being valid.
Where's the sign?
Yes. I'll give you that much, and Decent D is going to give them a tough time around middle. DMB, good flashbang, but it's only good for 1 kill, and in fact, Furia Academy don't even come out on top in that, but Cow is
What?
okay.
Where?
I'm not sure even where he got those 2 kills.
Outside. Oh, and that's the
Yeah,
point as well.
sure, but how did Cowas put himself in that spot? But we're gonna have to hold that thought because Cowas still needs to do a little bit more for his squad. He's tucked himself behind the safety of the smoke and wants to reroute his efforts all the way around, going for the wraparound. He catches PH in the back. Okay. Ooh. Had my heart rate up for a second, but now FURIA knows. And Bob's quickly stapled with a few more auto sniper bullets.
I would love to actually see what happened right there. I feel like Cowas just caught them on their way crossing. Like, Decent, he gets the kill here. Okay, they refrag him. Cowas just goes out of the smoke and catches them on timing. There's one, oh, look at that. And instantly, he denies the chance of a refrag. He just goes back, repositions himself so well. And they're never going to be ready for you. You've just gotten the double kill towards Garage. There's another one of your teammates in there, and you're already into lobby. This is some really nice movement from him. Saves the round. Well, Detona, back to the pistols, back to the basics, back to the vent drop, as you've already sent 1 player down. That's going to be Bobs.
It always catches me off guard when
They're
I
going to
say,
feed
oh.
him. They're going to feed him.
Yeah, it's a hungry hippo, and he's waiting for them to walk in.
Oh,
Gonna be a bit of time, though, before they actually get a chance. The auto sniper
Look at
starts
him.
kicking off. The stapler's not really stapling anything just yet.
Oh.
Although a few very important staples have been brought to this documentation. But now, an auto sniper being picked up, it's gotta make things a bit more difficult, but it's BHXK's. Bob's all very low on HP. Can they thread the needle with so little to work with?
3 versus 4 retake, though, is still 3 versus 4 retake, especially with the auto sniper in the hands of the T's. Decent T now on the backstab, trying to find something. HPS leading the charge. There's no one towards single door. Actually, the problem here is just to find the positions. Just realize where they're playing. Once you know that, it's going to be easy for you to find the kills. But look at that backstab, Bobs. Oh, my friend, you've won the round. There's one looking for a second. The AWP is going to start panicking. Decent, he actually finds a double. I don't know what's going on. It's such a panic round. It's so much chaos. They need to stick it. They don't have enough time. And Bob, he's trying to go for the spray, but doesn't get it. Surely.
Oh, what? Okay.
Oh my.
Oof. I thought for a second it was gone, but no. Even FURIA doubted it for a second because the other members started running away from the bomb.
Yeah, Decent he was already out. He was like, yeah,
Yeah, he was like,
I
yeah,
want
I'm
to
out.
stay.
No,
I want to stay
nothing.
alive.
Meep meep.
Wow.
That was too close of a round for just pistols being brought out, man. That is a whole dinner being served.
Okay.
Once again, FURIA, they power on through, but now they're up against better weaponry. K's on that AWP once more.
Yeah, and Decenty though, aggressive towards outside once again. FURIA showing that they don't want to allow DETONA to get that cross towards Secret for free. And this angle might catch them a little bit off guard. Indeed, it's gonna catch Decenty off guard. Bobs to take his head clean off the shoulders, and that's gonna open up a lot of space for the T's to work with.
I think this is one of the very few instances where DETONA have gotten an early advantage that is actually quite decisive. Not immediately traded out, not peek forward. Oh, ZMB. I said that, but I immediately jinxed it.
Oh, and look at who's arrived. The Hippo.
A hungry one of that. And the auto sniper wants to move right in. Observation is not his best friend because he's been struck by quite a few bullets in the process of making his way through. ZMP, AWP doesn't work, but Perius is being so nasty. A no-scope with a stapler will mean that one of the lives of the opposition has been ended. HBS not connecting his shot, and DETONA get away with a very scrappy round.
Man, finally. You know, finally they find an opener and they manage to convert. This AWP, the hero plays for FURIA overall, like in general, they've been winning so many rounds for the CT side. This time around, though, this little bit of a crazy play, just going out of double door, deciding, you know what, I will go for the swing. You're gonna jump out of smoke towards window room. They're never gonna be ready for it. And you know, the problem here for FURIA was that the AWP was in kind of a one-and-done position, right? It gets one at best and then gets refragged. If it misses the shot, which it did in this scenario, it's just gonna go down. And well, that doesn't work out that well. And because of the damage that DETONA managed to do in the previous rounds, now FURIA, their buy's not going to be looking ideal, right?
Yeah, a bit tossed together, if I'll be very honest. And now that auto sniper purchase twice is probably going to come back and bite them. Flash to commit. DETONA want to commence. They're dedicating their resources to this bomb site. Bobs has already gotten the initial kill. ZMB and Perry and they're tag teaming up. It's a massacre. It's just Lux remaining in a 1 versus 3. And I'm very interested in seeing if he can still convert it because there's a minute on the clock. It's not exactly out of the ball game just yet, but it's very close to being that. He's going to have to work against 2 different angles if he wants to progress. Up. Okay, ZMB's just not missing. It's just not missing.
Yeah, 3 on the AWP, 2 as well for FURIA there. And, you know, FURIA, that felt like it was over, especially after DETONA go out, they find the opener, they get all the information, but look at that play from FURIA. Gets the double kill on the deco and the 3K from ZMB. That was absolutely insane from him. And well, FURIA, somehow, they managed to find themselves into positions where they just don't get refragged fast enough, you know? They get all these multi-kills, 8 rounds already on the CT side. They've secured the first half victory, and DETONA, they go for another buy. And once again, they're going to be looking for success towards outside because the inner bomb side, it hasn't been working out.
Last couple of chances for DETONA to make it a more palatable scoreline because FURIA already on the crux of getting double digits. Only a couple rounds more required, and there's not even much money for DETONA in the next round. And ZMB once more getting his magic stick ready. You talked about whether or not I believe in Harry Potter, but I might just because that AWP is kicking butts right now. 2 kills for the CT side, and the boys in blue continue to devour the T's.
Wow. Man, Cowis is 16-6 so far. And you know, FURIA, 12-9. These guys have been absolutely insane on the multi-kills. And you know, the most impressive part of all of this is how mobile the enemy is around the map. Every single time, ZMB is in the right position to try and deny the play from DETONA. And that just shows that the communication on the side of FURIA is on a really high level. And this is, I would say that this is just seeing some flashbacks from, or not even flashbacks, but some similarities with the main team's play style sometimes. Because the communication allows you to go for these aggressive plays. You know, this is maybe the most important stuff. Everyone loves crazy. Everyone loves that. Everyone loves mobile. But they don't understand that communication is what allows you to go for all these math plays. And when your communication is on point, when you know exactly what the reads are, when you're in the heads of DETONA, this is what's going to be happening. No matter where the T's go, the AWP is there and waiting for them. And it's not even alone.
It's just a massacre after the other. A flash is going to be allowing HBS to rip heads left and right. What is Case even going to do? Okay, nice way to start things off, but now he knows the information of two players. He wants to kick things off with a Desert Eagle, but chances are few and far in between, and as I say, that ZMB will get the second last round of the first half.
Wow. Okay, apparently the multi-kill potential is there for pretty much everyone on the side of Furia. You know, we praised Decenty for his really good game on Overpass. Right now, everyone is delivering. Individually, everyone can step up on the side of Furia. And this is what you need when you're playing on the map pick of your opponents, right? This is what you need. Like, obviously you need a little bit of a team play. You need 1 or 2 scars in the mix. Thank you, Furia. And you need your individuals to be performing. When tactically you're not on the level potentially on your opponents, you need your individuals. If they're going to be stepping up, yes, that's not going to win you a series, but it can surely win you a map.
A much slower style of play from DETONA this time around. Ramp is their go-to. Not like they found too much success on it, but that's also the case on the other side of the bomb sites. Into ramp they go, but Furia have not exposed themselves. Previously, they would contest it early on, but now they're not doing it, so this sudden change in passivity from Furia is surprising the side of DETONA. Look at Furia, though. He's got such a big task ahead of himself.
Oh my
the auto
goodness.
sniper's kicking things off, and it devours 2 before it falls. Furia, those 2 kills are going to be very essential to allowing this defense from Furia to come through. And before they even have to go for a retake, the bomb has not even gone down there, Ted. It means that they've got such a difficult endeavor they're looking down the barrel of. Bomb needs to be collected. The bomb needs to be planted up against HBS, who can very readily run out of decon. PHX needs to secure the angle from observation as well. And Decenty is getting very close. Okay, PHX moving right in with a flashbang, and it's not going to work out. Furia up ahead with 11 rounds, and now we get to say their T-side.
Yeah, you know, this is maybe when reality kicks in for the side of DETONA, and you're like, okay, yesterday we had a bit of a stinker against Meta. We might have gotten upset. We had to get the W. In the end of the day, we lost it though. But now you lose that one, you're out of the tournament, and it doesn't feel too optimistic. We spoke about them picking up 3 out of the first 5 rounds in the first half, and we were like, yeah, that's 3 out of 5 on the T side of Nuke. That's lovely. If they manage to get themselves 5, 6, 7 rounds, that's gonna be insane. Now though, it's 11-4. We know what the law is, like the law of fallen. It's even a Brazilian that's made it. 11-4 is the most dangerous lead in CSGO. Still though, you lose the pistol, you lose the conversions potentially, and I would say you're down 14-4, and from that point on, I'm not sure how dangerous that is.
And look at Furia, they've made it to the bomb site in one piece. DETONA already gearing up for a retake, but actually, it seems like Furia don't want to commit to the A side because they realize that DETONA have gone for the wraparound entirely, not going to fall for the pincer setup. Furia instead want to get the bomb down on B.
Yeah, now the after plant positions, they're really important. And taking a look at Furia, he's on the other side of the map, still looking towards that ramp area, but all 5 players from DETONA, they're going to be coming in from the same direction.
Their positions are slowly being given up, but I love how Furia Academy are playing these close angles. ZMB, he's done quite a bit of damage, and so does Cowas. HBS coming in from the backlines. They're trying to avoid him, but Cowas will keep them busy. It's 4 kills for the man, and from the backlines, you talked about how far away he was, but he will be the one to chime in.
Wow, and this is the problem, right? Because you saw it wasn't 5 players from the same direction for DETONA. It was actually 4. It was actually 4, and PHX, if I'm not mistaken, he was the one to go for the late wrap towards ramp. But then you get Kawis, who's on an even longer wrap through lobby, gets him from behind, gets 3 more. I have no idea how, but the multi-kill potential on this man is absolutely insane. Furia, now it's happened. What we spoke about, they've gotten the pistol. Now they get the conversion. This game, it's almost in the bag, but they will have to deal with the pistols, the MP9, and the Scout first.
23-7 right now on Cowas. But I'm going to immediately jinx it. The Fury Academy there. Okay, that's not actually too much of a dent. And I was going to say that any potential of a comeback needs to come immediately. And it does. DETONA. They've suddenly brought things back in their favor. And Fury Academy, they're going to be worse. Okay. Not out.
Decent
out of the
2-1 versus 3. Decent 2-1 versus 3.
Shot.
Okay.
Oh, Lux. Just too good of a position. And Lux actually survives that with only 19 points of health.
Yeah, it was just fortune there for a second. Decent, if he was looking in the right place, in the right time, he might have gotten that kill. In the end of the day, though, DETONA, they're going to stay alive. You know, we spoke about it. You said it. If there was a time for a clutch to happen, it had to be that round, and it was that round. They managed to win it against all odds. They even save up an AK. Of course, the money is not going to be feeling great after this because you lose 4 players. Still going to be a lot better compared to the T's, though. And Furia, they go for another investment, just a couple of graded pistols, trying to return the favor and potentially, once again, put DETONA on the back foot.
Volterra playing it super aggressively. There's so little that DETONA I mean, Furia can do, and that was for good reason. I said it correctly, because, well, they just got mowed down. I thought for a second the player could slip through the smoke, but no, to no avail. DETONA. Now we get to see their hounding CT side. And it's scary, because Furia were supposed to get that 14-4 lead. You painted this narrative of how second-round conversions can immediately make you stare down the barrel of a 14-4, but before they even have to go for such a dastardly comeback, DETONA are already given an in.
Yeah, right? You know, this is maybe the moment when we're gonna start realizing from that point on, it's not gonna be Furia just trying to close it out 16-5, 16-6, 16-7. No, it's gonna be DETONA winning the majority of these rounds if things continue like that. Of course, we haven't seen the first buy round for Furia like a proper buy round yet. But I feel like what we could expect from the second half, DETONA, really stellar stuff on the CT side, and potentially just Furia trying to steal away a round or two with their gimmick plays, which, considering that they're already up on 12, that's going to be enough. I feel like you just need 1 or 2 really unorthodox calls to work out, and then you're going to put DETONA in a really weird spot. So things are not looking too bad for the D's yet. Not looking too bad for DETONA either, though.
How quickly do DETONA build up their momentum, though, right? That's going to be the big question. There's 6 rounds in between the equalizer, 4 rounds for Furia away from the finish line.
I think they've already did that, or at least after this round. You know, this is one of those rounds I love calling these the confidence builders. You just get a couple clean ones. Even the last one, when it was a forced buy from Furia, was quite clean. You managed to get every single one, and you lost only 1 player in the end, and it was an exit kill. If you win this one fairly convincingly, I feel like at this point the momentum is going your way, and well, they have. So right now, DETONA, they've lost a total of 1 player in the past 2 rounds, and I feel like when they look at the money, when they realize that they have a bit of a bonus, they can be aggressive in this one, and they can easily rebuy even after potentially losing 1 round. And when they press tap and see that actually the difference is only 5 rounds, the momentum is already on their side. Now, it is going to be really dominant, like momentum, proper momentum, if they win this round as well, because they're gonna be like, yeah, okay, we can win again. We can win when we're forced. We can win against their forced buy. We can win against their eco, and we can win against them fully buying. And this is what matters in the end of the day.
How quickly do Furia convert?
Oh.
Apparently not very quickly, because Bob is going to have the trigger discipline to allow the bomb carrier to move forward, but HBS quickly capitalizes. He doesn't wait for long enough for him to make something more of it. Lux stuck in between the vents. He needs to deal with 2 players, but he eventually gets caught in the back, which means that Furia Academy have very quickly created a lot of space for themselves around observation and on the B bomb site.
Oh,
Terra,
take a look at that.
he's anticipating FURIA. And with the AK spotted, he can preemptively fire off a couple shots. Now, you can see that Cowiz is trying to wait for somebody to walk into his crosshairs and vents. Decenty, on the other hand, is tasked with the responsibility of getting something done on B. So very far apart from each other. Now, this is where Cowiz tries to get some attention away. PHX. Decent spray with the FAMAS. And he can also turn around with a 90-degree. Nice.
Yeah, that was some fresh moves. A really nice shot. We're going to see the reaction from DETONA. They're going to be feeling happier and happier with this one. We're seeing a bit of a relief. We're seeing a bit of some smiles on their faces. Maybe they realized that they were in a really tough spot, especially after this play going down here. I feel like Bobs maybe was hoping for a lot more, at least in that scenario. You played it really well, but he was really scared about losing track of the bomb carrier. So he's like, yeah, I will get the kill. It doesn't really matter if I go down. And in the end of the day, they managed to convert. PHX, of course, stepping up with the 2K in the end. The CT side, looking good. Now you've converted against the full buy as well. So from that point on, DETONA, they know it's possible. They know they can win those rounds. Now the question is, can they continue not making some severe mistakes?
Yeah, it's not really going to be any mistakes here. Desert Eagle brought out, but Volterra cannot add one more to the tally. And full recovered, but not for long. They turn out now quite close to FURIA, actually.
Yeah.
The Cats, they could be potentially threatened, in danger because of the dogs right after them. Makes sense from an Animal Kingdom sort of perspective, but not in terms of CS, because FURIA Academy were so far apart.
But they're not cats, right?
Close enough.
Isn't that like a panther?
Close enough. Big cat.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a big cat. Could be told. Well, look. He's looking to be a big hungry dog in this one, and he's found himself to, well, HPS trying to fight back, but look at that aggression. DETONA, they're not letting FURIA catch a breather here.
Where is all of this confidence even coming from? DETONA, how do you have the Nads to suddenly now push into sites, push into areas? And well, if they're hitting shots like that, I'm not surprised at all. They might have just built up a lot of confidence for themselves with that push. They know that FURIA are actually very easy to suffocate once they start getting the hang of it. But with the bomb collected, down the vents he goes. Cowiz needs to get the bomb down and set himself up for a nice 1 versus 2. Doesn't even immediately go for the plant. Takes a little while longer, but into decon he goes. Taps the door a couple times so he can convince them that that's the play he's going for. PHX, does he emerge from the smoke? How quickly does he? That's the first skill, and now Cowiz needs to avoid this AWP. Does make Kaze down for a little bit, but as the shoulder peak starts to come in, Kaze needs to find a different avenue of approach. Drops down. Cowiz still doesn't know that there's been the drop, and he's not willing to take any risks, not going for a wide peak. But he should be able to know now when Kaze hits a very nasty shot, and with the defuse kit, it shouldn't be hard at all.
For a second there, it felt like there was no chance whatsoever for Kaze to get the round, you know? He was doing so well to win time there on the bomb side. For a second, I was thinking, okay, maybe the dances around the pillar are gonna be enough because he was jiggling so well, you know? His movement was on point. It's really hard for an opener to hit a shot like that unless you go for the swing. But in this scenario, the nerves maybe not managing to stay with him. And well, he missed it. He goes out numb. Goes for the wide swing, gives the chance to the Joper. Well, by the looks of it, they're not going to be ready to miss a lot of these chances. DETONA, they realize that a mistake was going to be unacceptable in this round. And well, they win their 10th round. Now the difference is only 2. Do you believe?
I think that they've built just enough confidence after that push. The FURIA are feeling super threatened.
Yeah.
And after the piss round being won by FURIA, we've seen nothing come back from them.
Oh, look at the replay.
Yeah, DETONA super focused even now. FURIA Academy, same scenario.
Yeah,
There's
FURIA.
a good reason.
They're not showing any emotions, right? And this is a really positive thing for a young team. I feel like you being able to be composed in moments like that shows that you've been putting on the mental work. And it's not only about putting on the work in the server, just putting on the work when you're watching demos, playing DM, practicing your individual skill, screaming and so on. Mentality is really important nowadays in CS. Nowadays, competition is so big that you need every single little advantage that you can get, and mentality is a really, really big thing that if you have on your side, you're gonna have a way easier time in the server.
Completely changes how you focus in between the game and how your comms is going to play out. Fury Academy. Oh, that could have been a freebie at the start, but no. Instead, he gets away with only a little bit of damage on either side of the spectrum. But in they go, Furia. This was their opportunity to get an opener. At least Voltaire and Lux are quite low in terms of HP. Those are something still can be said about it. Down to Secret. And Furia, look at how slowly they're playing it because they realize that DETONA can at any time commence a push, and that's exactly what happens. The gift box, the care package has been handed over to the CT side, which means that now they can very conveniently recline in their gaming chairs because they've got all the comfort in the world.
They have, and we can't say the same about Piri and Kawis. Their teammates have been just picked apart from every single position on the map. Furia, you've been left down vents. You're looking for a rotation that's never gonna come, and well, they've even let you get the bomb. You know, this is how confident DETONA are right now. They're like, we don't want to be fighting for this. You can have the bomb. There's nowhere that you can go right now. For Furia, the name of the game is just damage. You get that bomb down, you're going to be happy. I feel like we might even be seeing the save here. With only 30 seconds, you don't have a lot of options. I think you just hold on. You just hold to the positions you have. If a DETONA player just walks into you, you're going to get the kill. But in the end of the day, just looking to hold on to those AKs. And this is DETONA being not back. I wouldn't say back is an understatement right now. They're not back. They are in the driver's seat on Nuke.
Yeah, with money threatened, with their mentality threatened. DETONA once looked like they weren't even in the car. You talk about the driver's seat, they've been kicked out. No. Get away, get your own car, get a driver's license first.
They're running after it.
Absolutely.
Do you have a driver's license?
Huh?
Do you have a driver's license?
Yes, I do. Of course I do. What are you talking about?
Nice.
But now DETONA, they themselves have proven that they can pass any driving course and take the steering wheel away from the big cats. A one-round differential, which is actually much in the favor of DETONA right now.
Yeah.
And honestly, Ted, we might just as well be seeing a map number 3. It's something Furia staring down the barrel of, and into ramp they go. A very juicy nade. That means that 3 members are threatened. What? Okay, you can't do me dirty like that. That's a nasty opener, and that's going to severely threaten Furia as they move. It is just way too easy. PHX and Bobs, they have tag teamed up, passing around Furia like batons.
Welcome to the meat grinder, and well, today we're going to be feasting on some Furia players. Look at that. Look at that shot from the Oper. And even the smokes, even the one-way PHX gets the triple. Bobs with 1. This is such a stellar defense. Such a good reaction from DETONA. We praised Furia's reactions on the CT side of Overpass. Well, what about that? That's even better.
And that's what I was talking about earlier in the game, Ted. It's that DETONA, they would show us their actual gameplay on Nuke when they start to play on their comfort zone.
Yeah. And well, this is just Furia not knowing how to get them out of this comfort zone, right? They're trying to switch up the pace. They're trying to go a bit slower. They're trying to go for the drop-in vents, hoping for outside to work. It doesn't. You switch up the pace completely. You go for ramp rush. Doesn't work out as well. It kind of feels like everything is in the comfort zone of DETONA. And well, they're not feeling too pressured.
And for good reason. None of these one-off Deagle plays are going to be working out for Furia. They continue to try to pressure, but it's just BHX and Lux looking like they're smurfing. And even if you look at the economy of DETONA, the only potential point on which Furia could have negotiated, they've got 16k.
Yeah.
Cows must be frustrated at the moment. He's sitting on 25 kills, and that has not led FURIA to much of a score.
No.
I mean, it has, but
well, that
what's
was
going on now?
That was a 12-4. That was a 12-4
Yeah.
just like 10 minutes ago. Not even 10, maybe 7, 8 minutes ago. That was a 12-4. Now it's 12-13. And you know, this
Why
is
are
what
we
I
seeing
don't
a
like.
tactical timeout now?
Yes, this is what I was about to say. I don't like that. This is a bit too late. You need to go for the tactical timeout, and I think this is all on the coach because the players know, like, they are not as experienced to know that. Maybe, I don't know, but the coach should be just saying, okay, guys, it's time for a pause. I feel like after buy round number 2 goes wrong, like you lose 2 buy rounds, you should be going for attack. Even some teams would go after the first. I feel like this might be just you giving a bit too much respect to your opponent, just maybe showing a bit of desperation. But 2 buy rounds, you need to go for the attack because there is a problem. The problem it hasn't just been spawned from nothing in the moment that you're already behind. Like, there has been a problem for the past couple rounds, and I feel like you're really late for this one.
You say late, I don't think they've even been invited to the party, but HBS is trying to struggle, trying to claw his way out of this terrible scenario. But this might just be one of the very few times that DETONA has felt threatened on the CT side, but Kaze, he is no stranger to clutches, no stranger to nasty shots, and he may want to replicate that, but no, Decenty denies it. In the nick of time, FURIA, after a little tactical timeout, a tactical breather, they've got a shot at pulling the strings once again.
Okay, and maybe that was the call. The call was just wait for them to go for the initial play, and then you can force the issue. And this time around, actually, DETONA, once again, they had a really good read. But FURIA, for a change, they managed to find all the refrags when they needed them, and in the end of the day, they get number 13. Now the question is, have they found a reliable source of round income? Have they found something that's gonna help them out long term? Ooh. Well, a bit of a slower one. Yes. For FURIA, testing the waters, trying to see what the reaction from DETONA is going to be. But we can see that the CTs, maybe after the last round, they decided, you know what, we're going to go back to what worked. We're going to go back to the basics. Just make sure that no one goes down without finding anything beforehand. And well, PHX, by the looks of it, he's going to get tested once again. Tries to play the timing, falls back, decides that he doesn't want to take the fight. And FURIA Academy, they're going to be hot on their heels to chase him, but that's not the entire team.
Oh, now they know exactly where PHX is, but they don't time the peaks correctly. They're playing it very sloppily, allowing each individual member to take his own duels, but does the AWP catch them? Observation, a bullet will land right through it. Kaze, he's got to hit the shots now through the beam. He doesn't quite connect. Tagged up significantly, he plays it very close, and he's hitting a lot of good punches. Continues to deliver, and Kaze once again with a 3-piece. He's been the saving grace.
Wow, this triple K from the AWP there. Even though he gets quite unfortunate with the first shot and it's only the tag, he gets the quick scope, which is, or rather the flick, which is the most important shot of the round here. Getting that flick, it allows him to go for another one on a player that's not even looking at him. You know, it's really tough to deal with an Oper playing towards this window position. Oh, that was even a quick scope?
Yeah, we didn't even get to catch that in the initial, but now DETONA. I know that Kaze doesn't really have too many kills. I don't think his stats are amazing as an AWP at the moment.
Yeah.
But
that's high impact.
Yeah, that is insane CT side gameplay, but FURIA, okay. Now you've got the conversation started. At least they can get the ball rolling, but look at how closely Bob is playing it right behind the smoke, and they're stuck in between two of these staplers. How quickly can they react? Lux is taking a bit of damage as well, and through the smoke, ZMB will deliver. DETONA, they've got a player at the ready, though. PHX from outside. He's making their lives miserable, and FURIA, the man that started it all with an entry, has to do it once more.
And DETONA, they're just not letting FURIA play their own game. They're not letting them settle. They're not letting them catch a breather. In the moment that FURIA get in a position where they have the man advantage, there's an immediate reaction from DETONA. But now, FURIA, he's actually gotten himself into a really good spot. He might be able to catch PHX off guard, and if he does, there is a chance. 50 seconds. He's just waiting at this point. He's hoping that they do make a move. They do make a sound.
A bit more patience would have gone a long way. But he's collected the bomb. PHX not having peeked out. And FURIA, he's got full info. Okay, he's in there just in time. That's exactly why PHX wasn't peeking out. But now DETONA. How the mighty have fallen. FURIA Academy, they were on 12-4 or something along those lines. And DETONA now arching over the side of FURIA Academy. Their shadow is just enveloping FURIA.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just DETONA showing what you spoke about, right? Their CT side being so dynamic. And once things just start going their way, even though there was this round in the middle of it for FURIA Academy after this tactical timeout that kind of threw a spanner into the works, they managed to answer back immediately. And most of the time, DETONA have been really good at knowing what they need to do before even FURIA realizing that they have the advantage. You know, FURIA, they get themselves in a 3 versus 2. DETONA, they just go for a quick double. And there is always someone to go for another fight. You know, it's kind of like they're like flies. They're really annoying on the side of DETONA. You deal with one, there's another one swinging from another part of the map. You deal with him, there's another one. There's a fourth, there's a fifth. And you know, all this time, DETONA is so quick and so aggressive on those peaks and reactions. They're kind of making it impossible for their opponents to react properly and realize what's hit them. And well, now, FURIA, they will have to realize it, and they will have to hit him back twice if they want to force OT.
With K's hitting shots like that, forcing OT might just be out of the question. The game's gotten very close, but DETONA now, they're just delivering a bit too much HP. Yes, he does not stay true to his name. He does not have multiple points of HP remaining to his name if he takes a little bit more damage. Okay, decent heat, trying to recover. That's a 2-piece, and honestly, I thought it would be a bit more anticlimactic. I expected DETONA to just mow down FURIA. But once again, there's a resurgence. Decent T might have just given them an in. And it's up to PHX to stop it. The onslaught, the massacre is coming his way. As long as he can deliver, they don't react to the A1S in time. But Cowas once again pulls the leash back in their favor. K's and Bobs now tasked with the duty of getting this retake going. A flashbang to allow Bobs to peek forward. But he takes away Decent T, which means that Cowas is left alone, playing close to the box. And Bobs does not check that position. K's once again, he's got to go for a clutch, but Cowas is playing it right under heaven, which makes it an incredibly difficult shot. How would K's even do this? Because his barrel would be spotted. Lands on top of Cowas, but no. Too close, but not quite there.
Whoa, that was the definition of close but no cigar. I was thinking for a second there. I was thinking he lands on his head and lands on no scope.
Yeah,
surely.
for sure.
Yeah, but in the end of the day, FURIA, actually, they showed us that they can go down to hell and actually revive themselves in just a matter of seconds. You know, this double kill from Decent there, the 1-for-1 on the bomb side, every single kill, and in the end, the clutch from the man himself. Well, FURIA just want to force ulti, which by the looks of how things have been going throughout this entire second half, I feel like this is going to be a massive achievement for them, but this round starts with a quick 1-for-1. FURIA and Bob's the ones to fall. Well, now, FURIA, they've gotten themselves a lot of map control towards outside.
Into garage they go. Lux wants to go down vents to allow him help out a teammate. Volterra, he's just starting to mow them down, and it's only Decent T remaining. He knows that he has K's in a corner. But not quite finding the headshot in time. All right, there it is. Takes a bit longer. Now he knows. Does he expect PHX? No, he doesn't, and it really comes down to the last wire. A 1-for-1, a 1 versus 1 there at the end leads to DETONA Gaming coming out on top, and man, what a game that was. So close throughout, even there in the last vestiges of the second half. It comes down to a 16-14. How about it? What a masterful comeback from DETONA.
Yeah, absolutely. Full 30 rounds, being down 4-12 at one point there, to going for that insane streak on the CT side. And even though FURIA managed to fight back in the end of it, even though we were thinking about potentially it going to OT, I feel like they were just a little bit too late with that tactical timeout. And in the end of the day, DETONA, their reactions on the CT side were really cool. You know, individually, they were hitting the shots. And as a team, it felt like the communication flow was really well. It felt like every single time they had a pretty decent idea on what FURIA are trying to do on their T side. And they were never getting caught off guard, which in the end of the day makes us believe that they deserve to play a decider, and I actually can't wait for it, because I feel like this one could go either way.
It almost seemed like not having any pressure because the game is too far gone is what allowed DETONA to come back. Because you've already lost a map, you're down 12-4, and you've kind of taken your hands off the steering wheel, right? You're like, okay, whatever, I'm just going to let this crash. But
yeah,
no, instead they go for these massive pushes, these little individual plays, these signs of brilliance that end up working out in their favor. And you've got to give massive props to Kaze. I mean, at the end of the day, I know that everybody contributed to the duels, but there were so many little clutches, so many instances where even though he didn't have too many kills, it was super high impact. But it's not at the end of the road just yet, because FURIA Academy, they won the first map very closely. DETONA Gaming, nice comeback on the second one, which means that we will head on over to map number 3. But before that, Ted and I are going to have to take a breather, so we'll be right back. Keep a tab open. We will be right back after the break.
Dale chiquitita, dame más. Qué bonita que te quiere controlar. Ella dice que me quiere controlar. Nosotros los vamos a develar más. Dime cómo tú te quieres venir más. Dime cómo los vamos a conocer más. Dime, no te quiero solo ver, quiero compartirte. Quiero que te vean y te sigan. Soy un mando, le gusta o era una coqueta. Dime cómo suena la pobreza. Sé que tú supiste que tú fuiste la coqueta. Tú siempre fuiste la coqueta. Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta y salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí, que muñeca. Me gusta salir y seducir. Siempre fuiste la coqueta. Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta y salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí, que muñeca. Le gusta salir y seducir. Salir y seducir.
sin parar. Todo mundo hey, quiero vacilar. Shake it, bake it, take it, and I'll throw it right back. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell them I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day one. Showed up, day one before the glow up. Don't need to ask for them to show love. Don't need to ask for them to show love, show love. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell them I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day one. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell them I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones that made ya. Deep south sweating out flavor. This is for my day ones, day one. Izquierda pa' derecha, dale bien pa' acá. Yo quiero que tú bailes, dale sin parar. Todo mundo hey, quiero vacilar. Shake it, take it, and I'll throw it right back.
Welcome back, everybody. You're once again watching Blast Rising. You're watching the elimination matchup, and you're watching map number 3. And also, I don't know what's going on with my hair. Why do I suddenly have these weird bangs? But yes,
I don't know. My hairline has been receding for the past couple months, so I'm not speaking about this.
Okay, it's all right.
Both kids on the way. A couple years.
It's all good. Then you can really rock that Vin Diesel style aesthetic. You just need to gain like 70 kilos. But now, we're going to be watching Detona Gaming. Does their comeback materialize into an actual series win? Do FURIA start taking themselves for it? All of those questions and more as Volterra starts to mow them down. Detona, Volterra might have just salvaged. Volterra might have just salvaged Detona off of that. 3 kills for the man doesn't allow them to walk onto the B bomb site.
That was clean. That was actually really clean. I'm still wondering how people that are using the P2K can pull out plays like that. I think that this pistol is an absolute mistake, but apparently it's not for Volterra. And you know, going into this map, we spoke about it. Nuke, it was anything but a one-sided affair. Same as Overpass, 2 really close maps, but Nuke was a lot closer. It felt a lot closer. It felt like there was a chance for Detona to let that one slip. But once again, we are on a map that usually is good for them. You know, unlike Nuke, they've won 3 out of their last 5 this series. Yes, they haven't been playing against really good teams. You actually had the chance to watch them play yesterday against Meta Brazil, so I'm kind of relying on you to kind of direct us to what we should be expecting. Despite Volterra being the best player in the world.
It's just that Detona have had such an inconsistent performance where I have no opinion about them. When they played against Meta, they looked super shaky. When they played against FURIA Academy, they dropped the ball in the first map, and then they somehow had a resurgence of the second one where it really should have been a swift 2-0. Yeah. So now I've got nothing to say.
Okay.
I'm about as lost as everybody else here, and we get a chance to see whether or not they continue to convert rounds off of this initial 2-round lead. Some damage being put on to Decent.
Well, at this point, I feel like if you're FURIA Academy, you're just, we want to forget about this last map. We want to forget about how much of a devastating loss it was in a 1v1 in the last round as well. So this is an entirely new one. We're playing a best of 1. We win here. We get to play another game straight after. We lose here. We get eliminated. So we need to be fully focused. And now, we're going to be trying to catch them off guard. FURIA actually finds a quick kill, but Case is there with a double refract, and Decent, he finally going to shut him down for the 2-for-2.
Bomb starts to go down, and I'm really interested in seeing how Detona set up this retake. 3 players coming in, all from the same angle. Okay, this could actually be a bit of a surprise, but it's a double-edged sword. Getting the utility ready, nice and lined up, but the bomb is ticking down fast. But they've got kits to work with, so that's not something they have to worry about too much. Do Detona expect, or do FURIA expect a save? No, HBS has to be the first one to receive, and this is where they start to get mowed down. The smoke is making visibility difficult, but it's working just as well for the Detona roster, and they win out on all fronts. FURIA, right back of the game.
Yeah, the avant-garde smoke is kind of, you mentioned it, is kind of a two-bladed sword right there, because you get yourself into a really good position where you can take the fight and you're not going to be fully exposed. But for the CTs, it's really easy because they're just playing the headshot angle, they're just spamming the smokes, and it's going to be always really hard. And you can see that from Decent E's perspective, there's not a lot of places where you can be because there's no one out of the smoke. They just spam it, they get all the kills.
The problem is that you mentioned that it's a caveat of the avant-garde smokes, but it's not even the avant-garde smokes, it's just one of those smokes. Which means it really becomes a bit botched.
You can just be behind one of the smokes, that's it. You can be just behind it, there's no one else. So yeah, really devastating for them. And FURIA Academy, they're gonna capitalize on the next one as well.
5-7. Okay, Volterra, question mark? You're not supposed to go away with that. What's wrong with my brain? I just thought of like the
nice
Rock meme, you know, where he like looks at the camera.
Oh yeah.
When he got the first 2 kills. What's wrong with my brain?
You know, that sums up Volterra question mark as good as it could. Like, it doesn't get better than that. And you just, what can I say except you're welcome. This is what you hear. This is his theme song right now.
All right, just a bloodbath. Nothing that FURIA Academy are going to allow Detona to do off of that.
Do you know where that song is from? You know which movie it is from?
Okay, so this is probably This is probably my biggest knowledge gap. I suck so much at movies, okay? Like,
Okay. It's an animation movie. Like,
which one?
Kids. Moana. You know the one
Oh,
with the...
oh man, I've actually...
Yeah, with Maui.
Yeah, I've watched the whole thing, okay?
Yeah.
I've watched the whole thing, and then I forget, like, what's wrong with me?
Yeah, that's the song that he sings when he introduces himself to the main character, like to Moana. Maui. It's like, what can I say except you're welcome for the open, the flick, and the kills. That's keys in this round. Volterra with another, and well, FURIA and DETONA, you're gonna be quite unnerved by this one because you're not even gonna get a chance. Look at that DETONA. He's fallen down, and FURIA, I think he didn't really spot a player throughout this entire round, and it's already done, and that was a buy round for FURIA.
That's too easy for DETONA. But as I mentioned before, Ted, it really comes down to DETONA's CT side being their forte. Fortunately for them, it worked out on Nuke, but the pressure is on them to perform early in this game now.
Yeah. Well, at this point,
out.
so far, it has been going round for round, and FURIA, once again, they're going to contest a long early round, but look at that reaction from DETONA. This is actually really good. I like that.
Okay, FURIA doesn't actually know that Lux is creep past, and Lux gets a nice and easy freebie. In the meantime, though, FURIA making their way onto the A site. PHX caught behind the smokes. Now they're suddenly in a spot where they have to go for a very advantageous retake because DETONA is quite low. They've got a couple of Molotovs, they've got a nade, they've got smokes and flashes. They can really have a whole execute on this retake. And the bomb hasn't even ticked down far enough just yet. Once again, Vanguard smokes are being lined up, but it's not the full set, just the one to allow them headshot visibility. The HX starts to chime in, and trades start going the side of the T side, but it's mostly even. It's only DETONA remaining. 1-on-2, gets one up against the AWP, switching over to the AK-47. K's, he's up against the DETONA that has no HP, and he comes out on top. DETONA with 4.
Wow. What a chaotic retake. You know, DETONA, I feel like they just have one default on this short retakes, and they're like, yeah, every single time we're going to be throwing this smoke and nothing more, nothing less, only with this one. But overall, I love that round. You know, I love the fact that you let them have long, but you realize what you're giving them, and you realize what you need to take on your side, right? Like, you push into lower. Now with the update on Dust 2 for some time, you've had chance to kind of get used to you actually getting the chances to go aggressive towards middle more easily, and well, they utilized that quite well. And now FURIA, thankfully, they got a bomb plant, so now they can go for another reinvestment, but they will have to deal with a far better vibe from the Okay, apparently it's just a problem, no problems whatsoever, easy stuff. Or
You say that, but K's is still in the mix, playing the AWP from short. The smokes will deny a lot of information and visibility, but he's now in a position where he might be able to get a shot off on them. No, instead, prospect of backing off, and with how DETONA are postured right now with AWPs in their pockets, it's very likely that they don't even go for this if they don't get the initial kill. FURIA on the other side. Flashbang to give them mobility through the door. FURIA's showing his card. He's flashed out of his mind, and that isn't in. He doesn't exactly know that there's more players coming their way. And there's not even an AWP for the FURIA Academy roster to take long-range duels. It's all going to be advantageous for the side of the CTs. But the double AWP might actually come back to bite them. DETONA winning out in a crucial duel. He's staying close enough to be able to fight them back, but Lux and Keys very quickly try to get away with this AWP. Keys is the only one that actually comes out of it alive, but it is a round for FURIA regardless of how bloody it gets.
yeah, but look at the money. You know, so far, I feel like this game has been looking a lot like maybe the first half on Overpass, if you remember, if I remember correctly, and if you remember how things were going there. It was just teams going for the two teams just going round for round, and that would never make it easy for either one of them to have a good economy and a really good buy round, because they just continue forcing. You know, DETONA, they're gonna go for another reinvestment. Take a look at that. 2 pistols, a FAMAS, an M4, and an AWP, which has found a kill already, but this has been an extremely chaotic game so far.
It's really been a back and forth, and there's no telling who's going to win out, and that's sort of been the narrative around this entire group. We've never had a very good idea of who's going to come out on top, and well, it continues to be that even in between rounds. Kay's losing his life to a nasty spray from FURIA. Volterra chimes in. Alright, yeah, that got messy. You could see him struggling to keep the cutlery on his plate as he slips on a banana peel. But Volterra now on the 1 versus 2, coming in through short. HBS and Decently on the defense. HBS playing the headshot angle. Doesn't connect initially. In he goes. Volterra looking for heads, but there's a lot of time being wasted. Smoke to give him cover. He doesn't know where that second player is, and that is going to be his downfall. Decently just in the nick of time. Continues to spray him down. His corpse riddled with bullets, and FURIA now riddled with a round advantage.
You know, I love the BM. I love the just a little bit of BM. It shows that they understand that this is pretty much the map for the series. They understand that the loser of this one goes home. And we're seeing that right now. They're getting just a little bit emotional, which we would expect from Brazilian CS players, truth be told. Like, you know, actually, this is a fun fact. Brazilians and Bulgarians have a lot in common. Even though we're on two opposite parts of the globe, we do have a lot in common. We're both really passionate. You know, that's the reason I love my Brazilian brothers. Oh, the God of Thunder.
Yeah,
He's
except the God of Thunder is just looking in the opposite direction. He's not even gonna be in.
Oh,
okay,
the God
never
of
mind.
Thunder. I told you.
How does he even come out on top of that?
What?
Wasn't it luck before as well when he?
What?
Oh my! I'm sorry, I've got no train of thought here. He did it in overpass as well. He got 3 kills with a USB. He's done it before off of a boost. How is he so good with that?
No
Special Agent 007 Lux.
No way.
It would be funny if it wasn't tragic.
Wow. Wow. Okay. That's just the USB picking up a triple. You know, this is one of those rounds that we don't really like. If you wonder, we haven't spoken about this one because this is a round that should be just done and over with before it has even started, right? This should be a protocol round. Somehow, DETONA managed to pick it up. And this is the problem. Like, so far, FURIA actually have been looking not too bad on the T side. It's T side dust, which nowadays is just a little bit harder because of all the updates and everything. But now they're failing smokes. They're losing rounds like that. You have to start questioning their mentality at one point, right?
Absolutely, and right now, DETONA are just mowing them down one by one. Bit of a Deagle and AK combo coming out. Okay, he's unable to trace the opposition. It shouldn't be too long before FURIA lose their lives here.
Well, 2 versus 4, they're completely stuck towards Donkin. The AWP, oh, they're actually going to be able to bait out the shot, but in the moment that they go for the fight, there should be a swing from CT and Case. He's not even going to need that. Gets 1, and Lux is there to back him up. 6 rounds on the board for DETONA. Back to winning ways on the back of winning the eco. And now FURIA, ironically enough, they're going to be the ones on the eco. Ooh, this one hasn't been easy. You know, this one hasn't been different compared to the first and the second map. Maybe we were thinking on this one, not a lot of mistakes. People will be taking it seriously. People will be thinking about everything 2 or 3 times before committing to it. Well, so far it has been pretty much the same. It has been just everything going left, right, and center. Everyone having their good moments as well as their bad ones. Well, Lux, he's gonna get another switches to the ESP. He's just having some fun right now. DETONA finally gonna open up a 2-round distance, which felt like it was going to be something really impossible throughout this entire first half. But finally, the CTs might actually catch a breather.
In a similar narrative as the one I presented on Nuke,
Okay.
most of the action of this game is going to unfold when that side switch happens. Because if the game is very close when DETONA is on a side, they're super happy to play when they're on the CT side, which is also, by the way, naturally the one that Dustu is quite favored on after the after the middle door changes.
Yeah.
We're going to see a completely different Furia. It was also the case on Nuke, where Furia outperformed the hell out of Detona on the CT side, but fall flat on their faces when it came to the when it came to the other one.
You think we're gonna see the same?
Yeah, I think so. I would be very surprised if we did.
Similar.
Because if you look at some of the history behind Detona, even when they played against Meta yesterday, their T side left much to be desired. Time and time again, we would see them go for sloppy, one-dimensional fakes on Inferno. And I'm just worried that they might fall victim to that once more. But right now, we've got a CT side Detona on our hands, which we need to dissect.
Yeah, you know why I'm just a little bit worried. Actually, yesterday Furia did play Dust 2 against Sharks, right? Their CT side was a bit problematic. Like they got 7 rounds on their T side yesterday, and only 4 on the CT, and that was the main reason they came to lose it in the end. So I feel like for Furia, yeah, the CT side might actually unveil their true potential, and they can show us their true colors, but on the other hand, if Detona pick up the pace and they manage to get themselves into a position where they can actually open up a big difference on the back of maybe those conversions, the pistol in the beginning, and then getting the second and the third, I feel like they might get into a position where it's just a little bit too much for Furia to try and compensate. But right now, they feel they're looking home to their heels. Unless...
Yeah, Bobs is just in too good of a position.
No.
He is obliterated every single one of them.
I'll delete it. Just Control-Alt-Delete. Bye-bye. See you in the next one.
Right-click on the opposition. Click End Task. Do it 4 times over.
Wow.
Furia were in such a good position. We get a chance to look at it in the replay as well. How do they not respond to it? They ended up blocking themselves. I'm not even sure why ZMB climbed up on there, but he had a threat to worry about early on.
I think he was just like, yeah, surely he's dead. I think right there he just has faith in his teammates that the logical thing is going to happen. He's like, yeah, surely he's going to go down. He's not even thinking about him potentially getting the kill.
Volterra and Bobs just once again joining forces to shut down Furia Academy. Only on 5 rounds, and where things were hotly contested before, that rope was being tugged from either side. It's only tightening around the neck of Furia right now. Detona.
Oh!
Yeah, very uncomfortable duel, but okay. Now Decent D has a reasonable opportunity at bringing it together. AK's recovered as well. A chance to go for a bit of a fake plant. Out the window he goes, but he gets capitalized on. Lux gets the deagle shot. And now Detona are on the cusp of double digits.
Yeah, and you know, getting double digits on the CT side, I feel like that could be really good. Of course, it will leave the possibility, the potential of it, of this map just going in the same way that Nuke did, as you mentioned. Just Detona feeling a lot more comfortable here on the CT side, and once they go for the switch, things will start to go out of hand. But still, even if that happens, or like when that happens potentially, they're gonna be hoping that they have already won enough rounds to make sure that they have some room for mistakes, right? They will need to be able to kind of get and deserve their time for reaction and adjustments in the second half, in the first, with the rounds that they win in the first. So 10 rounds here, I feel like it's going to be enough for them to kind of have the chance to test the waters in the second one and find what's working for them. But of course, Furia Academy, they've been extremely dangerous. They're going to be looking forward to deny that, especially when ZMB is hitting shots like that.
Oh. But Lux quickly reaggresses. He knows that an equalizer is right around the corner, which he will be able to collect. But with the flashes, Furia, oh, never mind. Instead, let it take a little bit longer. And now PHX's life will be threatened right behind the box. He has to keep going for pot shots, play that headshot angle, and allow his team some mobility. Lux will be the one guarding him on the cross. And Furia managed to land a really nice nade, but that doesn't mean that he gets to live for any longer because he's being bombarded. He has lost all of his HP. And the only thing in between him and the Grim Reaper's sharp scythe is a player waiting for him. Never mind, switch through, scythe missed, but Kaze eventually connects it. Double digits for Detona.
Yeah, and Lux with a really good round there with the AWP. Finishing off the half on a strong notice, 18 and 9. Well, that triple kill with the ult was absolutely detrimental for the success in the end of the round. We can see how mobile he is there. Gets aggressive when you mentioned it. He realizes that they need some kind of kills. They need some kind of intel to work with, especially when they're with a man down. Goes for the peak, then repositions, allows the AK to go and take those fights on the headshot angle, then protects him for long enough to enable the rotations to come in time. So FURIA Academy, they didn't really have a lot of chances in this one, but now DETONA 10-5 up. They're going to be looking forward to picking up the pistol and potentially kicking things off in the second half. But take a look at that crazy round from FURIA.
Okay, FURIA want to kick things off in a very aggressive fashion. And they've already put one in the grave. How quickly do they recover on their own CT side? I talked about how the entire narrative would change when they step into the CT side uniform. And DETONA, they might have gotten control of the A side, but there's so much pressure. P2K connects, and the USB range advantage is starting to materialize. It's only Bob's remaining in a 1 versus 3, Glock in hand. 3 heads defined. There's the first one. Into CT he goes. Falls very quickly. It's HBS and Cows now. They know where Bob is. They can easily zone in on this position, but he's also got a minute to work with. Yet to collect the bomb. But that's not on the forefront of his attention right now, because instead he has to focus on the bullets coming his way, which are coming through from HBS's barrel.
Yeah, even though he realizes where both players are, FURIA, they're just playing the patience game. They need to get the timing right. They get the kill, and it's absolutely perfect. And you know, you spoke about maybe FURIA coming back into this one in the second half. They're onto a lovely start. They get the pistol. Of course, the absence of a bomb plant is going to mean that DETONA are just going to go for a couple pistols, and FURIA will have the chance to stabilize their economy just a little bit, establish the numbers. And well, going for the 3 M4s, that's really ballsy, and the FAMAS as well. You're going to be relying a lot on that MP9 to farm the cash here. But of course, this is not a round that should be causing you any trouble. Right? Right?
Unless...
No. Not anymore. Not anymore, man. You know, Jack loves doing that to me. Zerfer, he loves doing that to me every single time. I don't want to be hearing no unless, ifs, buts, and maybes. I want to be seeing those protocol rounds go in the way that they're supposed to, you know? My heart is not ready for that.
But that's really not been the case throughout this tournament.
No.
Or at least in this group, I've been holding out several candles for either of these teams because I've never seen a cut and dry narrative ever. It's always a back and forth game. It's really... Sure, this round is obviously going to be for Cowas to farm some stats, but other than that, I think back and forth is probably the name of this game, right? Happening since yesterday. Every game that DETONA has been a part of, it's been the case.
You know, so far, there has been only one best of 3 to end in 2 maps in this group, and it was Sharks taking on FURIA Academy in the 2-0 fashion. That was it. And these two were 16-11 and 16-12, so they're not such one-sided affairs as well. Like, it's close map, relatively close maps. So, yeah, one best of 3. That just gives you a pretty clear idea on how close the level is, and that most teams are pretty much at the same spot right now. But, well, let's see where DETONA find themselves once they have the AKs now. First buy round in the second half for them. FURIA going for a little bit of sneaky, cheeky, lower aggression, but DETONA, they're not interested in lower whatsoever. They're interested in short, though. Oh!
ZMB, quick double kill, and yeah, that's the bomb. At least the Flames are going to keep them at bay for a little longer, but here it comes. DETONA playing off the deficit. Decent T in a prime position to rip apart the head of PHX. And Bobs and K's will now left all alone at the mercy of ZMB, running around looking like he's smurfing, but not for long. As Kaze looks to set himself up for a clutch. There are just too many members on right now. 8-10. FURIA Academy slowly crawling back into the jungle that is destined to be their own.
There are, but that was such a crazy idea. You know, I'm loving that. The triple peek towards short, the re-aggression, this is really smart. Especially when you see the smoke landing there. You're like, yeah, we haven't heard a lot happening for as long. Probably they're going to be focusing on middle because they had that player to clear out tunnels as well. So they have all the information. They know where the T's are, but they're like, yeah, we don't want to be giving them the chance to go for the play that they want. We're actually going to peek into them. We're going to go there, make sure we clear them out, wipe them off the map. And well, you're never going to be ready for a triple peek like that towards short if you are the T in this situation. Well, now, they go for another half bite. Not going to work out that well, though. Until that point.
Smoke to allow them some mobility, but no, Decent T should be able to take care of it very soon. Okay, scratch that because Lux is still alive and kicking. And maybe he's got a chance at getting something done, but no, I just gave him too much hope. 9 and 10, Furia, they're looking very similar to how DETONA started to crawl back into the game, but there's not even enough of a deficit. And now the whole story about how Furia will look like a completely different animal on the opposing side, it's starting to materialize, right, Ted?
You're proud of yourself right now. Yeah.
I mean, more than pride.
Do you want the I told you pass? I'm giving you the pass. You can say it.
I mean, I'm not gonna say it. Of course I wouldn't.
Oh, let's see. ZMB.
But I told you so.
He's gonna say it. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. AWP picks up the opener, and DETONA, they're going to be looking for success towards B, but judging by the grenades on the CT side, and if they go for the spam here, DETONA, they realize that this is not the right call, this is not the right idea, you need to fall back, but the problem is that you don't have any other map control, you don't have any information. If you now start rotating towards a different part of the map, you have to be clearing out everything. You need to commit to this B-bomb side play, or just send one player scouting, and ZMB, what a turnaround, gets the kill. And now that's the information. You know, that's just confirming if they're looking towards top middle, potentially, there's no one there. There's no one there from the T side. I feel like now FURIA have gotten themselves a pretty decent idea of what's going on. And take a look at that. There's 3 players. If this play towards B happens, which they're going to delay even more, surprise, surprise, more grenades raining towards you, there's going to be 3 members ready and just more than happy to welcome them.
FURIA reveals his hand early, which means they've now got an avenue of approaching. But it's still a bit too much.
Okay.
He checks. Alright, I still don't really see it turning into much of a shooting gallery, to be honest, because ZMB, he's got an AWP at the ready, and Cowas is waiting right around the cars. But okay, I'm going to have to eat my words because Decent D still has a shot in it. Collects the bomb, but he's very quickly stopped by the AWP.
It's actually a miracle that they managed to go out with doing so much damage in a round like that when it felt for the most part of it felt like they were just gonna get erased, especially after this kill from CMB here. They just need to commit to a bomb site that's full of CTs, and they managed to isolate 1v1s. They managed to get the refrags, PHX finding a couple of lovely kills on the AKKs as well with the refrags on the O, but in the end of the day they lose the round, and this is what matters for FURIA Academy. And you know, man, what's up with those players and those teams and late tactical timeouts? Why do you go for attack once the score has been leveled up? Why don't you go for it after you lose, I don't know, 1-2 buy rounds, and you're like, whoa, actually, there might be a problem. We might be experiencing some issues. We haven't won the round in the second half. You need to go for the attack once it's already too late.
I'm going to give DETONA specifically the benefit of the doubt because you also have to consider that they were up 10 and 5 and they've only lost a conversion and a gun round, right?
They've lost 2 gun rounds now.
Okay, 2 gun rounds, but one of them had to be shaky because of just how the economy works. So at that point, this is where they can certainly say things are going wrong. But before that, you could obviously chalk it down to just having lost conversions and a gun round or 2, you know?
Okay, it's not as late
I think it was way more definitive when it came to FURIA. Yeah. Allowing it to materialize from a 12-4 into a tie-up.
Yeah.
But still, I think an argument can definitely be made for calling a timeout as soon as you can. Knowing you've got 4 of them to burn.
Well, let's see who's going to burn in this one. DETONA, judging by the buy, we should be expecting just a little bit of a fast-paced play. Now they're waiting out. There's the Xbox smoke. Maybe just a quick run-up towards short or a B-split. Judging by the position of Lux, there's actually a lot of things that they can opt for, and there's still 1 minute on the clock, so they can reconsider their options. And I'm loving the fact that FURIA are actually really defensive in this one. They're just playing the long range. They know that the guns on the T side are not going to be perfect. Well, the M4s, they're going to be in a really big advantage in those fights.
Pretty one-dimensional end to that bout of aggression on long. It's all FURIA. But they've left the B site somewhat barren, so that allows an opportunity to move right in, but FURIA immediately gets away with a kill. It's once again looking quite one-sided. FURIA are a different beast when it comes to the Dust, to the Dust 2 CT side.
Yeah, they are, right? And, you know, even though you let them get onto the bomb side, it's not such a problem. You haven't lost a single player. There's the ability is going to do a lot of damage. And you're not going to even let them find nor a bomb plant, nor a kill. And this is a lovely round. FURIA Academy, look at the money now. It's absolutely blooming. This city side economy is so good. And it's nice to see that they found a way to deal with those rounds without them being so chaotic. Me and you spoke about them. Teams have been struggling, especially in these group. They've been struggling to deal with anti-ecos, anti-half-buys, and so on and so on. This is actually the first time we're seeing a team make it look how it's supposed to.
I'm just waiting for a resurgence from DETONA, man.
Okay.
We saw that FURIA had they had a resurgence when they were on Nuke. Definitely possible, definitely within the realms of reach. But so far, it's just been too one-sided, and with an additional AWP being added to the roster of FURIA, it just makes things harder and harder. You can see that ZMB can have long and short down under lock and key. In the meantime, Decenty can play that mid-angle, but no, Kaze knows how he wants to aggress this. It's got to be a full lockdown on the B site, because there's only one member remaining. FURIA has to do it all by himself. How quickly can FURIA Academy send reinforcements over, and do they actually bite this bait? Because DETONA Gaming, they're actually heading over to short, and it seems like FURIA have a good idea of it. They still have their AWP position in a way to take care of this madness. ZMB nearly loses his life there, but he tags one, gets another, stops them. He keeps legging these players. Why is he not connecting the kills? But PA checks, avoids the no-scope, but there's already too much damage, and the M4 will be what closes it out. HBS with the final nail in the coffin.
How is there has so much impact towards CT because he's the boosted player. He confirms that there's nothing happening towards that middle area. So FURIA can actually fall back. Of course, that was just a little bit risky there for the Oper. ZMB, for a second there, he might have gotten caught off guard, but at the end of the day, it recovers pretty well with a kill and the 2 tags. And you know, these tags, yes, they're not kills, but they softened them up big time for the Enforce and the Oaks. And take a look at the firepower. Once again, no bomb plant. It doesn't really matter that you have the maximum loss bonus, right? If without the bomb plant, you need to go for another half-buy. Okay, Volterra can go for a hero AK. You can have a pretty dangerous one, but you need something. Right now, you just need to throw a spanner into the works of FURIA. You need some kind of shenanigans on your side. You need a crazy play, something really unorthodox on the side of DETONA, just to break the streak, because right now, FURIA, they have the momentum in their favor heavily. They've won 7 in a row.
Nothing from DETONA, and I would hold a candle for them if they had shown at least close rounds, but even those are something that have been few and far in between. And yes, they get a couple of kills here and there, which have really kept FURIA's economy under check, which allows them to have a ramp into, or at least a segue into a potential comeback. But most of the time, FURIA still come out on top with at least 2 or 3 players. Part of the reason why FURIA's economy is still threatened is because they're having such heavy investments. They're going for that double op setup. They've been continually maxing out on utility and whatnot. But I'm not even sure what I would like to see from DETONA right now. Probably something more aggressive, but even when they showcase that over towards long, they've been punished for it. I think there is definitely one weakness in the defense of FURIA, and instead of capitalizing on some kind of fake after aggressing on mid, I think actually doubling down on mid aggression or going for a B split would actually allow them to get a round off, because FURIA's setup, it's generally that 3-1-1 style of play. You have a player on mid. If you get information, you can quickly send rotations over. And even in the previous round, had DETONA actually just headed up straight to the B site instead of allowing themselves to be mowed down by the player waiting for them with an AWP on ramp on A site, it would have been a round for them. But no. Instead, they choose to pick the harder battle.
Yeah, so far they've been just struggling into isolating those AWPs, and when you have two on the other side, it's never going to be an easy task. And well, in this round, you're going to be thinking about how you can isolate Kawis, and unfortunately, you're not going to be able to do so. He finds a quick double, FURIA with another, and this is it. Like, this just spells how dominant this second half is right now for FURIA. These rounds, both these teams used to struggle so much in them, right? Like, on the first two maps, we would rarely see a team win these ones in such a convincing fashion. Really often they would even lose some of them, and even if they were to win them, they would lose 3 players, 2 players, 4 players in some scenarios. Right now, this has been just pure domination. And one kill isn't gonna change it.
Yeah. I think even the viewers can see that we've quieted down a little bit, and the reason for that is simply that Detona aren't showing too many signs of promise. When it's looking this one-dimensional, it's really hard to be excited about something that looks almost inevitable.
Yeah, right. And if we had to judge on what's happening right now, I would say that there is no way back. Like, I'm not sure if there is a way back mentally for Detona into this game. I still get the feeling that these players are ones that can find just a little bit of a backdoor, find just a little bit of a way to sneak in back into the game. But at this point, it's just a matter of, are FURIA gonna commit to a mistake? Are they gonna make a mistake that's gonna let you? Because you're not in a position when you can yourself force your way back into the game. You need FURIA to give you something to work with. And this is because of all the dominance. This is because of all the rounds in a row you've been losing. They haven't even been close. And take a look at that. You've already lost keys. It's just 15 seconds into the round.
So many opening kills, time after time again. It's delivery one after the other. A slower pace from Detona. Although, no, not again. ZMB, how are you even allowed to get away with that? It's a second kill being secured by them. FURIA Academy, this is about as smooth sailing as it gets. No chances of resurgence seem to be on the horizon for Detona.
Yeah, right. It kind of feels like the AWPs are getting all the freedom in the world, rather. It kind of feels like they're just not getting punished whatsoever. Yeah, look at that. Even if they get the first, are they going to be ready for it? No. And that's enough information. It's still a 4 versus 2, right? And Decent, he's got this one locked in. Now they need to go middle, but Kawis, he's walked through the smoke. He doesn't realize that Voltaire is on the other side, but it doesn't really matter. There's too many CT side players.
It seems like FURIA have brought out their keyboards and added 2 more letters to Detona's name. They have now detonated the side of Detona.
Oh, I like that one.
Because everything is blowing up in their faces right now. Would be much more fitting to call them
detonate. You know
detonate.
what that is?
Yep.
That's Detona getting clapped right now.
It would be more fitting as applause for the fantastic wordplay I put forward, but okay.
Yeah. But you know, if we say that their opponents are getting clapped, that means that they're doing really well. And they haven't. Look at that. Yeah, I know this is a half-fight, this is a pistol, but this has been like the 3rd or 4th consecutive round against those upgraded pistols where they either don't lose a player or they lose only one. This is impressive. These are the rounds that actually build up the economy. These are the rounds that build up the confidence. These are the rounds that open up such a massive difference. 15-10. Do you think that it's possible for Detona to play perfect CS for 5 consecutive rounds now? Because if they don't, they're going to be out of the tournament. In FURIA, they're going to be the second team to fight for that last playoff spot.
With how good FURIA have looked on the CT side, there's good reason.
FURIA went for this car. Oh no.
Short aggression coming their way. ZMB, though, he's missed a very crucial shot, and this could be an opening. So close, yet so far. They still need to get more done. It's 2 kills from HBS, and Decent T's chimed in time. It's a 2 versus 2 where the T's still have to do a lot more work. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock as now they head on over to the A bomb site. PHX, first man to move in, and he's waiting for Kaze to come around the corner. An AWP waiting for him in the form of Decent T peeks south. Kaze is the one to connect the shot, though. And FURIA, now he's got the director's chair out. How does he direct this? The auto sniper starts kicking, but no. They don't want the script to be played out. Instead, Detona will delay the inevitable.
Well, finally, after 10 in a row for FURIA, finally this aggression works out. Finally, they manage to get the better of them in a 2 versus 2 in the end, the individual fights. Well, I think that was just FURIA getting a bit overzealous there. Maybe them just wanting to finish it off. They're like, yeah, just bring it on. We know we can take the fights. But DETONA, finally, they break the curse. 11 rounds on the board now. AWP for Ks, AKs for the rest. My round is going to be feeling good. But, you know, the problem is, this is another really close one. FURIA, they've been so dominant. I'm not sure if DETONA have what it takes, but they will at least try and prove us wrong.
Yeah. Oh no, they've missed 2 very important shots, and Volterra getting the second one. Suddenly everything's flipped around. It seems like the script that was written before has been thrown out of the window.
Or,
oh no, he was given an opportunity that he failed to capitalize on. HBS gets a drop on one. No damage being delivered either, but now they know they've got the opportunity to head straight onto the A site. How quickly can the AK come to light? Apparently not at all. HBS will fall with no damage, but Cowas is there just in time. Still looking to aggress, but Lux quickly takes care of that problem. And Peria is the last man standing.
I think he's safe, to be fair. Although he wants to go for it, but when you look at the money, this is actually really risky from him, and now he's been spotted. He's actually going for it. Yeah, he's really committed. Throws the flashes. PA checks, not gonna give him a chance. DETONA with number 12 on the board. 3 away from forcing OT. And as we spoke about it, the money department now not looking that well for the FURIA Academy side. They can go for another reinvestment, but shall they lose this one, they're actually gonna get reset, which didn't seem like a pretty big prospect just a couple minutes ago. Oh, okay.
Hey, DETONA. They've really switched up their pace now, haven't they?
That's 3rd round in a row where DCT falls in the first 15 seconds. And he's been one of the big problems for the
And that's... Yeah, and that's all that thought. Thinks ZMB's about to... Yep, he's in for a world of trouble. Once again, a free round. And I know that they didn't really take my advice there. It's not like they started splitting on B. But the general idea is there. They're capitalizing on the one weak link that FURIA Academy have, and that is the player around middle. Not particularly pointing out that DCT's not doing a good job. It's more about the fact that he doesn't have the support network there around mid to be able to immediately capitalize on some kind of recovery. No, you just don't have a refrag available. You don't have a player in window. You don't have a player in CT to allow your flash in. Simply because that 3-1-1 setup allows for a solid setup around A. It allows for rotations for B. But it also leaves mid in itself very exposed.
Yeah. I feel like at this point, if you were to blame someone, that would be ZMB and DCT. They've been caught off guard for what, 3 rounds in a row now with the AWPs. Last time around, again, they were the 2 to fall like 15 seconds into the round. Diob's just being a little bit disrespectful, in my opinion. I feel like right now they're just not that cautious in the way that they're going into these fights. They're kind of overlooking it. They're like, yeah, it's pretty much what you said. They're just delaying the inevitable. There's no way they force into OT. We're getting caught with grenades in our hands. We're going for fights that are really unfavorable for us only because we feel confident. But I feel like this is the point when you start feeling that actually this is losable. Actually, this could go out of hand. And you need to stop with all that crazy confidence.
A recovery suddenly looking reasonable for DETONA at the very least. Only a couple rounds in between them, not a great differential to go past.
And they've left middle, the CTs. You know, what you spoke about, FURIA having troubles towards that middle area, they've realized that they've stopped trying to fight for middle. This is what I wanted to see. Just let them have middle. Play with 2 towards the A-bomb side, 3 towards B, or rather, the opposite way around, 3A to B. Make sure that you focus on the bomb sides. Let them have mid if they want it. But in the end of the day, make sure you're not losing those early players towards the mid part of the map. And make sure that you have the AWP in the later stages of it. Because in the previous couple rounds, the Opers, they haven't had a lot of chances for the CTs.
This is cutting it a bit too close, Ted. They've got 3 players they have to worry about. There's no information present at all, and there's only 25 seconds to do just that. ZMB, once again, the first man that'll have to deal with the brunt of the force. But no, it's actually HBS that's the first one to go down. ZMB had to hit those shots, and because he doesn't, it's going to allow free reign onto the A bomb site. How quickly can they stop the bomb from crossing over? The smoke is deployed, and now the number should be punched in. Bob's right about on time, because he's only got 5 seconds to spare. Decenty brought the numbers to an equal standing, and FURIA will be joining him for the retake.
Oh, the Molly though gonna catch Bobs just slightly. The AWP though is gonna be the big problem. Here he needs to find his kill. He needs to fade out the op shot, and K's and Bobs, they're not gonna miss. 14 on the board. DETONA 1 away from overtime. If you're Academy, you remember all that money that you've had, lads. It's already gone. All of it. Nothing left. You can go for a couple M4s, but that one, I think it's safe to say, this one has gone out of hand.
It was such a resurgence from FURIA Academy. From 5 rounds to 15 with not a single round being recovered by DETONA. But now, it's not the case anymore. It's only 1 round in between DETONA and the potential overtime. And money's looking a bit lacking on FURIA, which is why they're relying on this op to work. But where are the shots from ZMB going? They're not hitting anymore. Okay, one of them does. But is that enough redemption? The op from the CT side also comes to light. But ZMB, now he's mad. He's heard me. And the AWP flicks are starting to deliver. Eventually put in the grave, but he's done quite a bit of damage. Allows for FURIA to quickly capitalize. And that's 2 kills off the scout. So close, yet so far. DETONA, they're at the mercy of Bob's clutch, which is looking very unlikely, especially with the bomb all the way over on short. And honestly, he's just delaying the inevitable. There's a minute on the clock. FURIA have all the resources they could possibly need to put it down. There it is, 16-14, and as long as a game it was very, very exciting. FURIA Academy, they knock DETONA out, and they move on.
Wow, what a moment for ZMB to step up as well with that double kill, even though he misses once again. This time around, he misses the first, but he doesn't get punished for it. And with the support of the scout, with the support of the M4s, you can see how invested FURIA were to go for that middle fight. They were like, all or nothing. We're gonna send it all towards mid. And in the end of the day, they get the victory. But as you mentioned, there were so many moments of just things going pretty much in the opposite way of what we anticipated, right? Like, you spoke about it, DETONA getting a really good first half. Then we were kind of expecting FURIA to go for that resurgence play. They get up to 15-10, and we were like, yeah, it's done. It's over. Absolutely. They're just delaying the inevitable. But then DETONA, they just find some, I don't know, some extraordinary power from out of this world. They managed to win 4 in a row, and for a second there, it felt like FURIA had this one slipping away. It felt like they couldn't hit a shot. Even in this last round, we could see that the AWPs were struggling just a little bit, but that was the first round where actually DETONA just didn't manage to capitalize and punish them for the first missed shot. And well, in the end of the day, it came back to haunt them.
Absolutely, but now the DETONA dogs have been detonated, they've been put in the grave, and they've been blown up. So now it's time to look at the bracket very quickly to see how the rest of the day is going to progress, because that was the elimination matchup, and now it is the decider. It's between Meta Gaming versus FURIA Academy. And how Meta played yesterday against DETONA, honestly, is going to be once again a super close matchup. When DETONA went up against Meta, it actually came down to 3-16-14 endeavors. And if we use that as a yardstick for how FURIA is going to play, or how Meta is going to play, I think we've got another 3-mapper on our hands, and I'm super excited to see how that action is going to unfold. But we are, of course, running a little short on time, because that was as long as some games could possibly be. So we are going to be taking a bit of a breather before we head into the next game, where Ted will be signing off, and I will be joined by Zerfer very soon.
lado, al falso contaminado, encaminado a los campos minados. Seres que gobiernan y controlan nuestra tierra hipnotizado con su juego mental y limitando nuestro potencial como ser humano, no dejando que lleguemos, no quieren que seamos, quieren mantenernos controlados. Babilón, ¿qué pasó? Los que tienen el poder, tienen el futuro en su mano, el mundo que está cambiando. ¿Acaso el humano será capaz de cambiar el microchip que le han implantado? Baila muchachita, baila muchachito, baila abuelo, baila abuelita, cambia tu ritmo, maravilla. Con Malavi tropical, como le gusta. Ahí va. Argentina, boliviana, colombiana, peruana, Argentina, boliviana, puertorriqueña, Costa Rica y israelita.
mic, yo, rip up the bass. My DJ is live in the place. I'm on the mic with my lyrical flow. I like it when the bass line's low. When I'm on the mic, yo, rip up the bass. My DJ is live in the place. I'm on the mic with my lyrical flow. I like it when the bass line's low.
Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Le gusta salir y seducir. Le gusta seducir. Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Le gusta salir y seducir.
Dale chiquitita, dame más. Qué bonita que te quiere controlar. Ella dice que me quiere controlar. Nosotros los vamos a develar más. Dime cómo tú te quieres a venir más. Dime cómo los vamos a conocer más. Dime, no te quiero solo ver, quiero compartirte. Quiero que te vean y te sigan. Soy un Manuel, le gusta o era una coqueta. Dime cómo suena la pobreza. Sé que tú supiste que tú fuiste la coqueta. Tú siempre fuiste la coqueta.
Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Le gusta salir y seducir.
Más dime, Mamet, más dime, Oye, Manuel, le gusta o era una coqueta. Oye, Manuel, le gusta o era una coqueta. Dime cómo suena la pobreza. Tú siempre fuiste la coqueta.
Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Le gusta salir y seducir. Salir y seducir.
This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones I made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day one. Day one. Showed up. Day one before the glow up. Don't need ask for them show love. Don't need ask for them show love. Show love. Izquierda pa' derecha, dale bien fast. Yo quiero que tú bailes, dale sin parar. Todo mundo, hey, quiero vacilar. Shake it, and I'll throw it right back. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell them I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones I made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day one, day one. This is for my day one. Don't forget the ones I made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day one, day one. Showed up, day one before the glow up. Don't need ask for them show love. Don't need ask for them show love, show love. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell them I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones I made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day one, day one. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones I made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day one, day one. Ooh, take it back to when nobody used to know me. Let's tell them I was just chilling with my homies. Now that we're popping, everybody is talking. This is for my day ones. Don't forget the ones I made ya. Deep side sweating out flavor. This is for my day one, day one. This is for my day
Welcome back, everybody. You are watching Blast Rising once again, and we just saw a very hotly contested first game between DETONA and FURIA Academy. But that comes to a closer, and so does Ted's journey with me. Now, I've got his normal co-caster, Zerfer, with me on the mic.
I don't know about normal now. Normal's maybe
Regular.
just a little bit of a stretch. Yeah, regular is a little bit better.
I meant to say regular. Okay, so the thing I was going for was like regular co-caster, the one he normally works with, but also normal makes a lot of sense because I just casted with the guy, and I think something's a bit off there. But yes.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna agree with you on that one. Yeah, he's definitely something a bit loose up there, but you know, he's a few sandwiches short of a picnic, if you know what I mean. But yeah, no, Ted's great, but I can't get. Excuse me, I can't even speak, never mind. Can't even wait to get into the game, man. Metagame and FURIA Academy. This is going to be an interesting one. Playoff spot up for grabs. It's all really to play for, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you know what? Metagaming, I think, or DETONA rather, I think they were sort of the yardstick that were comparing both Meta and FURIA Academy because in these two squads. So I honestly can't wait to see how this game is going to turn out because so far, up against DETONA, it looks so even. When FURIA Academy went up against the squad, even down to that last map, it came down to a 16-13 endeavor, which I think it was even 16-14. So where you play 30 rounds in regulation on a game, I think we ended up seeing like 88, 89 rounds across 3 maps. So I'm super impressed by how close these teams have gotten. But now we get a chance to see how Meta and FURIA are going to compare. The two teams that have both gone up against DETONA and beaten them out. I think this is going to be, once again, a very, very close game. But we should be heading straight into the veto.
I mean, it should be a close game, but then again, you know, it kind of comes into, you know, the question of FURIA. They've already played a best of 3. They've already played a long best of 3, as you said. You know, kind of, are they going to be a little bit tired going into this game? You know, because metagaming, they haven't played anything. They're going to be fresh. They've warmed up. Of course, they're probably going to be watching that FURIA Academy game, and we'll see if, you know, if there is going to be that little bit of a tiredness in that FURIA Academy squad. The veto is going ahead. Ancient and Overpass ban. Not really too many surprises there. Vertigo being picked by FURIA Academy, I'm a little bit kind of surprised by that, to be honest. The nuke as well is pretty straightforward. So I think we've got 2 interesting maps to start us off, and it's just really about the decider, man. I'm not really too sure what we are going to be seeing, but it's actually going to be a mirage. So yeah, I'm looking at this. I don't know if this is very straightforward. I think we could even see an exchange of picks here.
Yeah, for sure. But what I'm really worried about here, Zerfer, is that FURIA just struggled heavily on nuke. Vertigo's a change of pace. Yes, Mirage is a change of pace. So I don't know too much about how this game is going to play out. But as far as nuke goes, just FURIA's reliance on the CT side is what really scares me. Even when they went up against DETONA, they showed us nothing on that terrorist side. They continually found themselves looking around, looking for answers, but they never really found many of them. They would seem pretty desperate to get onto a bomb site, and most of the time they just felt like they were locked out. So I'm really hoping we get to see a different FURIA now, but unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case. Their entire game plan around nuke, it looked pretty one-dimensional, and I think metagaming is willing to fully take advantage of it. But I think Vertigo in particular is going to be a very fresh change of pace. I don't believe, as long as memory serves me correctly, I don't think Vertigo was played out when DETONA went up against metagaming, so that's not a chance. That's not something I've got a chance to see either Vertigo either FURIA or metagaming go up against. So I'm not sure just yet. It could be a very interesting endeavor.
Yeah, I got the chance to watch the Vertigo game between Metagaming and Sharks. That was the decider. It was very, very early in the morning yesterday. But the first 10 rounds of Counter-Strike were probably one of the most interesting rounds I've ever seen. You know, this was a ridiculous pace being set from both teams. It was literally just both teams holding down W at each other, fighting on the A ramp. It was really, really interesting, not only from just the T side, but the CT side as well. It was multi-kills galore, and it was just chaotic would be the only way I'd describe it. So if Metagaming can maybe bring that in, they might be able to catch Furia off guard. But I'd say Furia Academy, they've been watching that. They've been maybe looking at that a little bit and just saying, well, you know, we know that they kind of throw caution into the wind a little bit here, so we kind of need to be ready for maybe the risky plays that Metagaming might be able to bring on their pick. Yeah, that nuke one, as you said, Furia, they did struggle. They relied on their CT side. So I think Vertigo maybe just be it might be a must, if you know what I mean. They need to kind of pick it up if they want to stay alive in this series. I do think we'll probably see a Mirage. If I'm being totally honest, I think 3 maps is definitely on the cards. I know your feelings of it. You were saying during the break this one is going to be a very, very long one, and to be honest, I'd be inclined to agree with you very much.
Yeah, the only thing that might be worrying me for Furia is that so many of the holes in their gameplay have been exposed now, and I think Metagaming get a chance to exploit those. And for the most part, I think even when DETONA went up against Metagaming, there were a lot of it was mostly a case of DETONA, or rather Meta, making a lot of mistakes rather than DETONA showing a lot of signs of individual brilliance, which is why I'm inclined to think that maybe if Meta can polish them a little bit, we are going to see a different outcome. But at the same time, Furia, with the exception of a lot of the individual prowess that has turned up, I think they still lack quite a bit of strategic depth, and it's something that could be sure to benefit Metagaming. So I'm honestly very unsure about that. This could still end up in a very quick fashion, and if it does, I would be inclined to think that it's going to be Metagaming that takes it, because I still feel like Metagaming's performance against DETONA showed me a bit more. But also there is something to be said about DETONA actually having a much better performance today as opposed to yesterday. So when you're looking at lower level teams like this one, they can have a pretty big difference.
Yeah, well, I think this one is going to be just a little bit interesting, you know, if it kind of goes down to the wire a little bit. Metagame, and yeah, if they start strong, they might be able to catch Furia Academy off guard. A few people that I want to, you know, highlight as well is just that Desh, really. Desh on the op, he could be a real difficult customer to deal with. ZMB, the way that he kind of lines up his team as well. They're pretty strong. I mean, Furia Academy, they've kind of gone through a little bit of a you know, picking up a few new players, trying to get everybody clicking, but it kind of really hasn't gone their way, especially on HLTV. I mean, they're yet to get a win on any of these maps that we're going to see today, so that's going to make it a little bit interesting. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see. I don't want to write anybody off, but going into this one anyway, I believe that Meta are going to be the favourites so far. Well, we'll get underway with the pistol. As Furia, they're going to start out on this T side. Quez going to walk out in towards mid. Dash is just going to be holding and waiting. It's ZMB to open up his account straight away. Nice shots onto Clutchmar. Dash is hoping that they're going to be baiting right into him. He only gets one. Bernini will take him down. Cowards will find a nice little double as Allison tries to pick up the pieces that his teammates have left behind. He's dropped the bomb and he's got himself into a 2 versus 2 ZMB. And PR they're going to be making their way forward, and Demonus will mow them both with a metagame, and they're going to take the pistol. Back into second round. Not really too much of an investment, of course, from Furia, as that big nade goes in from Allison. He's going to find a double dash with the next, and this should be pretty straightforward here for Metagaming as they just try and pick apart these pistols, and they do so with relative ease. They start strong, And now we're going to see, of course, that reinvestment, or rather the first buy round coming in from FURIA Academy. And we'll see what they can actually do and bring to the table on the rifle rounds. They haven't invested so much. They have a little bit of utility as well. It's going to be interesting how this fight for a ramp is going to go on, especially as you see, you know, there's 3 SMGs there on the side of metagaming. So I'm expecting a little bit of an aggressive play from the CTs in this round. And, well, it would seem very likely as they are just going to run straight down. Demonos getting very up close and personal. He's going to smoke deep as they try and take control. And as ZMB has a decision, stay and fight or fall away through the smoke. He takes a little bit of damage, but falling out of there was definitely the right play. Really aggressive start from metagaming, really proactive, and is going to be a very, very strong bit of map control taken. FURIA Academy, they had a plan intact, but now the plan seems to have gone out the window just a little bit, as they're going to have to expend some of that limited utility that they have just to try and retake below that A ramp. Demonos has been boosted up here as well, and he's going to be put under pressure. Only manages to find one. HPS will take him down. Metagaming, they'd rotated players over as Demonos was in that boosted up position in a really good spot. But now, the rotates have to come in as FURIA Academy. They're going to commit up. Going to make their way up to the site. Pernino, he's going to be smoked out. He's actually just crouching right behind default here. And oh, Allison needed to find that kill and does. And now the advantage is with metagaming. They're all around this site. They have util to try and keep FURIA Academy at bay, and there's not a lot of time for the T side really to work with either. So they really need something to work. Cuts Moretz with one ZMB, and these are going to fight back just a little bit, but running out of time, running down the clock metagame, and they're doing so well. They swing up onto the side. Bernino thinking about peeking out. He won't do it just yet. He's going to be alone, takes the fight, and now he has to stay alive, but he finds the double. Metagame, and they are going to win their third round. And FURIA Academy, oh, it just all went out the window there. Metagame not allowing them to play their own game whatsoever, getting in their face. And it just looked like FURIA Academy were never really comfortable there whatsoever. Out this little bit of a investment once again. ZMB going to go for a bit of a hero AK. Rest are just going to put together a few deagles, little pieces of armor, but it's been a good start so far from metagaming. As now Goez goes looking for something, but actually ZMB is just going to walk right in with the bomb and the AK. That's the hero rifle down, and that's it. Little bit of a disaster. Bernino is going to be spotted, tagged down very low, lucky to be alive. Allison will find another, and he's going to just continue, or he's just continuing to push really. He's going to fall. HPS battling back just a little bit. Here we are. He's going to recover now a rifle. And, well, they're metagaming. They're just a little bit of bother here, just trying to stabilize the round completely. FURIA Academy, they won't be able to get much more done in metagame, and they're going to take a fort.
Okay. Quick test. Are you
Quick
able to
test.
hear me, Jack?
Yeah, we're back. We're back.
Okay,
Yeah.
there we go. Hell yeah. All right.
Oh, the solo adventure, but no, I can hear you now. We're good. We're good.
Yes, finally. And it doesn't seem like FURIA Academy are doing too good because they've... Okay, as soon as I say that, it seems like my words have poison in them. Because they've already now gotten an opportunity to head on over to the B-bomb site. Cuts will be the only man standing on the other side wielding an M4, waiting for them to transgress.
Well, FURIA, he's going to find that nice kill there, giving FURIA Academy a chance. And could this be them actually finding their first round? Desh is just going to be watching the cross here. He's scoped in. His vision not going to be obscured just yet. He's going to miss the jump across here. That molly could just force the planter out of position, but he's going to miss him. So he will cross. Allison now coming up the flank. He needs to find his kill onto HPS, which could be difficult considering the position that he is in. Oh, Desh, he spots FURIA. He's going to find that kill. 2 more left now to find. And here comes Allison. He'll take down HPS. Decently mollies off the plant. There is a smoke to get onto the bomb. Desh finds the kill. They'll smoke the defuse. They will get the defuse off. And it is going to be another round from Meta Game. And they are looking very strong so far on Vertigo.
Honestly, Zerfer, I'm a bit surprised that FURIA dropped the ball there. They got a very decent opening off of the... I'm so sad that I would use the word decent for the word opening because it was actually Decent T that got the 2 opening kills, so I just couldn't continue my sentence without sounding corny. But yes, they got 2 opening frags. FURIA Academy, they had full control of the B bomb site. They even managed to tuck Cuts into the grave. But Metagaming so far, they've looked stellar on the CT side. Vertigo is something that FURIA are feeling super threatened on, and this is their own map pick. Meta have actually picked out Nuke, which is such a counter to what FURIA had to deal with when they were up against DETONA. And right now, I am so worried for the longevity of the big cats. FURIA already with a opening frag, so that could be a sign of things looking up. Metagaming looking to adjust, potentially trying to find an avenue to approach from, and I'm really interested in whether or not Allison's going to reposition. But so far, the responsibility of making this big gun work is on Desh's shoulders. Okay, I thought that was supposed to hit. There's Zerfer, sorry, Ted, Zerfer. Just mixed up in my head. Said it's close enough.
That is close enough, yeah. That's actually a great name that we're going to call the 2 of us from now on. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's perfect. 55 seconds, and yeah, I mean, I thought that one was on him. Desh maybe getting a little bit unlucky, maybe not getting CSGO'd. Cutsmaretz is going to be able to find his ZMB, and I'm a big fan of the little bit of the spray on the ground afterwards. You know, it's no chance in the round. Yeah, it is going to be FURIA Academies, but he's won that fight, and he's going to let ZMB know it just a little bit, as they're going to be trying to hang on now to these M4s, and, well, Cutsmaretz, after finding that 1 kill, he's going to be taken down, so it's going to be a little bit more expensive now here for Metagaming, but we can see now we're looking at their economy for the next round. It should be in an okay position. I mean, they might be able to get Dash out on and up if they maybe drop over the rifles, but because Cutsmaretz lost his there, it would have been a lot better if they had 3 M4s saved, or rather 2 M4s and an AK, then definitely, but there might be still a decision to make, and never mind, no hesitation, Desh just going to pick it out straight away.
I'm really glad to see that FURIA get around early on, because otherwise they would just get continued to be dominated by that CT side. And I'm also a bit surprised that ZMB, Desh didn't hit that shot, because it almost looked like a very clean one. I thought that ZMB would be very quickly tucked into bed, but no. Metagaming have to spend a lot of their money. And Bruninho's in a really good position to potentially capitalize on 2 kills, but before that, it's going to be Cuts getting 1. Bruninho immediately gets traded out. Desh, desperate to keep his head on his shoulders as he backs off with his AWP. Decent in hot pursuit, looking to find the AWP that transgressed before. But no, nothing's been found. FURIA with the disadvantage. 2 members from Metagaming are on the A site, 2 on B, but as I say that, 1's been taken away. ZMB has opened things up on A. and FURIA continues to devour players as well.
Yeah, a minute left on the clock as well. FURIA Academy, they're just going to walk up, and it's FURIA again. Demonus is going to fall. Kutzmaretz is alone in a 1 versus 3. And there is a good bit of time left on the clock as well. So, I mean, he can get into a nice position if he wants. You know, the AK, it can be picked up, but I don't think there's going to be any chance he's going for anything whatsoever. FURIA Academy, they have done enough, but Metagaming, I thought they got themselves into a decent enough position in that round. You know, it just looked like it was kind of going their way, and all of a sudden, FURIA Academy, they just stepped it up. ZMB and FURIA just kind of took matters into their own hands and just said, all right, yeah, it's time that we started playing.
That was still a pretty shaky opener, though. I know that you can obviously paint it as FURIA suddenly turning up or whatever, but at the end of the day, that was still Meta coming out on top initially. They got the first 2 frags, and they had the numbers advantage for a little bit longer, but now seems like they're contesting for the driver's seat once more. Metagaming, they've got the responsibility of getting as many rounds on the CT side as possible, but they've already lost control of their money initially. 5-2 FURIA. There's a small resurgence, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be super one-sided.
Yeah, now where did they put this AK is the big question. Where does Kutzmaretz go? He's took the flash towards mid, and he's going to make his way over towards FURIA Academy. A little bit more of a quicker round from them. Oh, the aggression from Benigno is not going to work out. Towards middle, he is going to be caught off, and that's a nice little one-way actually from Kutzmaretz if he can get anything to work off it. But ZMB, he's already pre-fired it, so he knows that that's what it's being used for. Kutzmaretz, he needs to be careful, needs to get out of there, but HPS, he'll take him down before he'll even get the chance.
Kawa's good flashbang from Desh, but he still manages to get Allison in the process. And Desh, knowing, can do nothing about it. Just sticks to his USB, hoping to get a consolation prize as he waits for victims to walk into his crosshairs. No, nothing. It's just Kawa's up with a kill. Now there's a 2-round difference in between the squads. I think it is getting pretty tiring for FURIA Academy. You can even see that their faces are looking very exhausted, and I don't blame them. I get that a lot of these players are super used to playing a lot of scrimmages throughout the day and being used to playing more matches. But if you look at this region in particular, the opportunity to play multiple officials a day isn't really one that presents itself often. And playing 2 best-of-3s, especially when you've already played a very lengthy series, that's got to have a toll on the players that really haven't gotten as much practice on it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're so used to, we're so used to seeing, you know, the team that probably pops into my mind is Ecstatic or Lingby Vikings. They play like 3 or 4 officials nearly on HLTV every day. Oh, pressure out towards mid as Kutzmaretz, he's going to find a double. FURIA Academy, they're going to react as well, and ZMB is just going to go straight over towards Heaven, spots out that player on the B site. Demonus is under a lot of pressure, using the smoke fantastically. He's going to lurk his way around and still stays alive here. FURIA are still just trying to look and level the playing field a little bit. A minute on the clock as well, so there's a lot of time waiting for the smoke to clear. Who sees who first? Demonus will strike, needs to win that fight. Coez can only get 1, and Desh will get that refrag. FURIA Academy, they lose that round. Metagame and now get back to winning ways. But yeah, coming back to that point that I was making, you know, we're so used to teams in the EU, you know, there's so many opportunities for you to play like a lot of scrimmages throughout the day. It's not even uncommon for you to play, you know, three best of threes in one day on HLTV across like a load of different events. So yeah, I wonder, is fatigue gonna come into it? Because FURIA Academy, they're looking a little bit sleepy, but they still have a lot of opportunities to wake up.
Tactical timeout from Meta, giving themselves some headroom to breathe. There's still been enough of an effort, enough damage being dished out by FURIA where their money isn't immediately going to be in shambles. Instead, not only do they have a very reasonable buy, they've got 4 AKs along with a bunch of utility in the back, they also have the potential of continuing to buy up. Okay, very nice shot from ZMB to open things up. Start from scratch, here we go. Mid is one where CT-sided players cannot transgress anymore because Cuts has already been taken out of the equation. And ZMB, he is so far into it. Allison, he's got to watch out for both this and still have to worry about the actual entrance for B bomb site, the staircase.
Yeah, and I mean, Allison is just behind that molly now, knows that there's a lot of presence out here towards mid, but it's just about when the FURIA Academy decide to push, and here it comes. Allison, he's not going to be checked. Renino gets one. Allison looking for a little bit more. He's still alive, needs to find that kill, and does. FURIA is just going to be making his way back with the bomb towards A, so maybe just selling this fake a little bit nicely. You know, Desh is the closest player. He's going to be razor focused in on mid, and I believe Demonus is down just underneath the B steps as well. So FURIA, he could get into a nice position where he could walk on the opera, but oh, Desh is just going to rush the planter, and that's a perfect kill. That is beautiful. Decently now left alone, and all that info now for metagaming. Demonus can make his way on a flank. 30 seconds. Decently actually picks up the bomb here and runs to B. He would get a plant, but that is not on the cards, it would seem.
Oh, I love how he's going for the full wraparound, knows exactly where the AWP player is, and he's also anticipating Demonus to be there, but cannot line up the shot in time because he's mid-air. Meta continue with their winning ways, and now it's going to be a technical timeout that allows FURIA to breathe for a second. Maybe not, because one of their players has been suffocated off of the server.
Unfortunate. Rolling from the 52nd floor. Just, yeah, get him out of here. That's a little bit unfortunate. Hopefully, whatever technical issue, it's going to be resolved quickly. I mean, tech issues, they are the bane of my existence. I'd actually love to get like a timer or, you know, like some kind of total of minutes that I've spent in a tech pause, because I would say it is absolutely ridiculous. It's definitely over, you know, maybe 4 or 5 best of 3s, I'd say.
I've heard that in Hell, instead of just being Hellfire, instead of just having this traditional view of what would be torture, like, you know, just fire and stuff like that, it's actually just a replay of the most mundane experiences a human being can experience. Like sitting in a tech pause, waiting outside a bathroom at a mall, waiting outside a trial room when you're trying to try on some clothes, waiting in a freeze time, waiting for the elevator.
Oh man.
It's
making
that.
my skin crawl. It's making my skin crawl even
Because
thinking about all those.
Because you see, like, even torture is the presence of an experience, right? It's the presence of some emotion. It's the presence of a feeling, which is pain, and pain can probably pain would be somewhat more fulfilling than not having anything at all if you look at it in some convoluted way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like pain is one thing, but you know, that's just, you're playing a mental game there. Like it's like mental warfare. No thanks. No thanks. Remind me never to get on your bad side, because that is some you'd have me doing some sick stuff like that. Oh, even just the thoughts.
Honestly, if I had to torture someone, I'd just have like half-empty tubes of toothpaste in front of them and make them almost force out the toothpaste, but then give them another tube.
Oh,
just gruesome stuff like that.
That is actually evil.
Just make them fill up a glass of water, but not actually let them pour any water in the glass. Have them pour water right next to it. No, I'm gonna stop.
Man, it's the one. What is it? Just when you're about to sneeze, do you know when you have that build up of a sneeze, but you never get to actually have the relief of sneezing.
Yeah, every time you actually sneeze, I shoot you in the leg. But we're gonna have to stop with that torture, because there's gonna be some actual torture coming the way of FURIA Academy with how metagaming are lined up. Into A site they go. There's a bit of a one-way around scaffolding, which allows Allison an avenue. But there's not been too many shots connected. There's 3 players waiting on the other end, 1 on the boost box, 2 huddled up around the site itself. And FURIA Academy, they're finding themselves pretty lost. They're not sure of how they want to address here. And Allison, he's making their lives harder. Demonos comes around the corner. That's the kill onto the player transgressing an alleyway. ZMB, there's a kill for him. Bomb should go down very soon. And actually, he's going to be decent to protect a teammate. And Breninho, last man standing, picks up both.
That was just utter chaos from really start to finish, trying to get up onto that A site and metagame and somehow come out on top. I thought Kutzmaretz was going to drop the bomb carrier there, but he goes down. Luckily, Breninho was positioned nicely there towards CT, just peering over, finds the first. And I mean, there was enough damage done there from Kutzmaretz onto that bomb planted that when he swung, it was pretty easy for Breninho just to pick up that second kill. But I'm looking at this score, man. I'm looking at 8-3 already. This is FURIA Academy's map pick, and it's just not going their way whatsoever. Quez will open things up in this round, but instantly it's going to be refragged. And I mean, that seems to be the theme of the whole game so far. Yes, FURIA Academy, they might get an opening pick, but there seems to always be a second person there from metagaming, willing and ready to get a trade.
Guts has been checked in this position before, but this time he's got reinforcements from Dash. You can see that information is lacking because Dash doesn't actually know if they've crossed over, and with this information being collected, now he might have to divert his efforts or move his attention towards the bookshelf boost. Breninho finally trying to chime into the duel. Dash continues to deliver, and because there's so much of a distraction, Cuts can very quickly sweep them under the rug.
The joy on the faces there of the metagaming players. I mean, they're happy with the way that they've been playing so far. What a result it'd be for them. I mean, if they actually take down a team like FURIA Academy, if they manage to book themselves in the playoffs, that would be a fantastic story, especially because, you know, I thought they were a little bit hard done by yesterday. They lost out on a decider to Sharks. I thought they played quite well to even get it there. You know, a lot of teams had them written off. Me and Ted had them written off against Sharks, and then they really caught them by surprise completely, especially on that, you know, on that third map, because it went to Vertigo. It was a 16-12 in the end. It was actually very, very close indeed, and we're seeing signs of that Vertigo. We are seeing now just signs of why metagaming are a pretty solid lineup here. PR is going to find one as now metagaming, they're going to converge onto this ramp and they just mow them down. Everybody goes into the blender. PR last alive, 9 HP, slowly walking into T-spawn with his knife. There isn't really much he can hope for here. It's definitely going to be another metagaming round. It's just about how many lives he can take with him and how much damage he can do to that CT economy. And the answer to that question is absolutely none. 10-3 double figures for a metagame, and it's been a fantastic first half from the CT side.
When do FURIA actually start to fight back? And one of the narratives around this entire group has been that most of these teams are super good on their CT sides, but showing very little to be desired on the T side. And I think it's going to be very similar here, where FURIA Academy potentially show a resurgence when they head on over to the CT side, but it's also that they're now leaving themselves at the mercy of a pistol round. Early smoke on ramp, buying them a lot of time. Breninho boosted up very close. HBS has been tucked into bed. And ramp control seems to be the name of the game for FURIA Academy as they slowly direct their resources up this. Flashbang at the ready. ZMB will allow his teammates to peek. Up to scaffolding they go, and Cowas should greet an offer very soon. Okay, Dash doesn't even get a chance to pull the trigger, and Cowas is reigning supreme on the A site.
Oh, Breninho though, nice shot down to ZMB. He's going to jump up, even finds the double. Cow has just been ripped off it. He won't get another chance to find any more headshots decently. And Perrier, they're going to have to try and recover that bomb. Look at where that is dropped. That is such an awkward position for it to be in decently. He's going to actually be kissing Kutzmaretz in the smoke there. Did they just walk by each other? I think so. And Kutzmaretz hasn't noticed. Oh, decent, he's found one. Surely he turns around and gets the refrag. Yes, he does. It's FURIA alone now in a 1v2, and he's going to be taken down. That could have got really awkward really quickly, but luckily Kutzmaretz is going to be able to restore a little bit of order. 11-3, possibly even a 12-3 half. And I mean, you spoke about how good, or rather how much, FURIA kind of rely on their CT side. Man, they're going to have to rely on their CT side of Vertigo an awful lot in this second half if they want to stand a chance on their map pick.
So much to do here, and metagaming just continue to rip FURIA to shreds. I think so many of these factors are now coming to play. Metagaming being on CT, metagaming just having a lot of momentum on FURIA's on map pick, the fatigue settling in. All of these things are culminating into leading to a very difficult game for the side of FURIA. Okay, decenty. Held out a candle for him for half a second before Allison put him in the grave, but it is going to be 12-3. Metagaming looking super solid right now.
Yeah, and I mean, like, what do you even say here? If you're FURIA Academy, how are you even feeling? You've picked this map. You definitely didn't expect your T side to go that badly, right? I mean, 3 rounds just isn't good enough in any game whatsoever. You're really, like, usually we say, okay, pistols, they're not really that important. This pistol means the whole entire game. If FURIA Academy, if they lose this, conversion round's gone. That's the game over. They need this pistol round to go, and they're in an awful situation. They're going to get aggressive towards A. They're going to look for some kind of info. They're not going to see an awful lot. It'll be interesting to see if they continue to push or if they actually just stop and they're going to continue to walk behind metagaming. And that's kind of something that they have going for them, especially if metagaming keep taking their time, because FURIA Academy, they're going to be right behind them.
It really just comes down to the pistol, honestly. As you mentioned there, Jack. ZMB now waiting for them to move right in because he knows that he's got to rely on the reinforcement from the back line. HBS, the flank is successful. There are 3 more players at the ready. Is this too much pressure from FURIA Academy? And in the meantime, the bomb has already made its way all the way to A. It's a game of cat and mouse, and Tom's taking a pretty big bite out of the defense of Jerry. ZMB shot on the head, quickly recovered by Bruninho. And that means that now, even with such a good setup, FURIA Academy find themselves on the outside looking in. Still a chance is available to claw an eyeball out or 2, and FURIA does just that. Demonos quickly brings it back to the advantage for Meta, and any advantages that FURIA can get does not seem to be very long-lasting. Demonos, last skill connected, and that's going to be it. 10-round deficit.
Yeah, I mean, they were nicely set up for that. They were right on their heels. And then all of a sudden, it was just metagaming ran into CT. ZMB, he just didn't do enough to stop them there. It was almost like he was kind of confused that they had got by him. I'm not too sure what kind of went on there. He was sat in heaven, and he was just kind of looking, waiting for his teammates. Yes, I understand that he probably doesn't want to stay and take that fight because, 4v1 or 3v1, whatever it was, it's probably one that you're going to lose. But is your life not kind of worth risking that you can, at least slow them down a little bit instead of, giving up the A site completely for free? FURIA Academy, the numbers were just too thin and they just couldn't get it done. Now they go for the investment, and this is last chance, really. Last chance saloon for FURIA. But they started off well. Decently finds the first, but he's going to be refragged instantly, and Kutzmaretz gets a little upgrade.
FURIA could have made it a bit more expensive, but that is a dream that will quickly turn into a nightmare as he falls. ZMP is standing on a pinky right now with how little HP he's got remaining. For the most part, it's just once again metagaming making it look pretty solid. And I think 15 rounds are definitely in the cards for them before FURIA can fight back. I'm a bit in disbelief because throughout Group D, we've never seen a game this one-sided. And I think I might have to bite my tongue because we just saw DETONA almost get one-sided, but then come back on Nuke.
I mean, Yeah, okay. We've seen games that have gone really, really close, but we're looking at the score, right? It's 14-3. Look at what is on the other side for Fury Academy. If Fury Academy
Yeah, the
managed to
money
make
is
this
just
one
nothing.
close, yeah, I mean, if like that'd be ridiculous. I'd eat my own shirt on stream. Like it's not gonna happen. 14-3. Maybe if it was a little bit closer, maybe 14-7, and they actually had some kind of money behind them, but there's nothing. There is nothing, and it looks like they're defeated already. You can see it kind of in the way that they're playing this. Yes, what do you even go? What do you even go for here? Do you just go for the save? Do you go for the investment? Like, what, you're 14-3 down? That's 11 rounds, man. That's so much. Just go for the force. Try and hope that you win it, because you're not going to win, 12 rounds in a row. You may as well just start here and try and at least get it a little bit closer. Dash with a double decently will take him down, but elsewhere, Bernino's found one. Fury Academy, they're already down to 2. Metagame, and they're already on the site. They already have a plan. This should be 15, no questions asked.
Yeah, nothing you can do if you're Furia. I think at this point, they've already chucked their shoes out of the window. They've got to compete in another race at this point. Wait for the next map. But what's really worrying me here is that the second map is Metagaming's map pick, if I'm not wrong. Just gonna have to double check, because it's been a long day and memory eludes me. Yes, it is Metagaming's map pick, which means that Fury is going to be in for a treat.
Yeah, Fury get the choice of sides, though, I think. I believe they'll get to start on the CT side of Nuke, unless they try something absolutely audacious. But yeah, you'd hope that they'll actually get a chance, because this game, they haven't got a chance to really start on their CT side, and this was what you were talking about. They rely so much on it, but if you don't get a chance to start on your CT side, what are you really meant to do? You need to kind of set yourself up nicely to have a good half, but you're going to have one buy round and the game is pretty much over, as we see now. Nobody's actually gone down here, and there has been a good chunk of damage done to Metagame, and so Fury Academy, they at least have that going for them. But it's all about if they can find these opening kills and really where Metagame and decide they want to attack, because for the most part they're pretty split into a little bit of a default.
Cows and ZMB, at least they're trying to keep it close, but with a 12-round deficit, anything they do right now is going to be a Pyrrhic victory. Don't see it materializing into an actual win. Oh, Allison's being a bit careless, which allows HBS to reign supreme. Cuts. Kill from him on the other side of the map as well. There's going to have to be a lot of individual prowess here. They've at least brought it down to a 2 versus 2, so still relatively doable. Decent T has the audio cue, and Cuts has absolutely no idea. Yep, shot on the back, shot to the earlobe. And it's just going to be down to Bernino to save an AWP.
Yeah, I mean, it's a round for Fury Academy. It's a good place to start, but it's still a long way back before we start saying that they actually have a chance in this game. Allison, yeah, maybe getting a little bit careless. It's a nice little, it's a nice position from HPS to be playing. That they already have control. It's a difficult one to kind of clear out as well, especially with an op. So I think he was always going to be guaranteed one kill there. We'll see a really good buy once again here on the metagaming side, and they might try and switch up the tempo just a little bit, because they were playing just a little bit passive in that round. ZMB going to be trying to peek down. He's going to burn a little bit. Cutsmaret's trying to take advantage, and he will do so. It finds ZMB. It's going to be instantly refragged by Kowes, who is just going to retreat now back to the site. HBS needs to win that fight, and Demonus will take him down. He's going to be able to back away now with the man advantage in metagaming's favor, and we need to see some kind of aggression here from Fury Academy, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Kowes going to walk forward to maybe try and catch metagaming on the retreat, but they're already gone so far back. Oh, nice shots there, but refragged again.
I like how there's a bit of silence as Furia just looks around his environment, trying to see if he's even got a shot back into it. But you know what? He can still keep Furia in contention. There's not a lot of HP on Demonos and Allison. And he swings right out, but he doesn't know there's a player right behind him. Nate is out. No, Allison's not going to allow him to transgress, even with only a few points of health. It's all going to be over very soon. That was a game that did not last long at all. It's a super one-sided affair. Metagaming just make it look so goddamn easy.
Coach is pretty happy, and that's the main thing, isn't it? I mean, the coach metagaming looking delighted, you know, handshakes all around, and I mean, they're going to be over the moon. Over the moon that you 16-4 FURIA Academy on their mapping as well. You don't really break a sweat whatsoever. You're going to be perfect. And FURIA Academy, the warning signs are there. They need to start well on Nuke, or they're going to be in a whole lot of trouble. I mean, they're going to be out. They're going to be out of the whole event. Spot of playoffs is on the line. They really need to book up their ideas, because you know, I always hate saying it, but I just wasn't impressed whatsoever by anything that I seen from FURIA Academy there.
Yeah, I do think the Academy roster of Furia found themselves on the outside looking in most of the time. They obviously relied on their CT side so much that even when they got the chance to play on it, they were already too far behind, and that's something that has been plaguing their T side forever. But metagaming, they've proven to us that okay, they might have not proven to us just yet, but at least they're showing us signs that maybe when they played up against DETONA, that was more of a shaky performance rather than the package we should normally expect. But now we've gotten to that point where Furia, even through the fatigue, even through all the madness that they have to go up against, they've got to go for a comeback. They've got to go for the reverse sweep, get 2 maps in a row, which is going to be an incredibly hard affair with all the fatigue and with all the momentum that metagaming has built up. But stay tuned, keep a tab open, because we're going to be right back with map number 2.
Se perfilando, va dibujando, es el humo del tabaco, es el humo del tabaco, tabaco para limpiar, tabaco para organizar, tabaco para purgar, tabaco para sanar, es el abuelo tabaco, es el humo del tabaco. Se perfilando, va dibujando, es el humo del tabaco,
queremos presentar una de sus favoritas, LATAM Groove Machine, de los lejanos orientes, presentando la vibración tropical colombiana. Hoy le queremos dar para el perro, para la perra, para el abuelo, para la abuela, para toda la gente que quiere bailar.
¿Cuál es el punto? El asunto está corrupto. Vida dedicado al falso contaminado, encaminado a los campos minados. Seres que gobiernan y controlan nuestra tierra hipnotizado con su juego mental, limitando nuestro potencial como ser humano, no dejando que lleguemos. No quieren que seamos, quieren mantenernos controlados. Babilón, ¿qué pasó? Los que tienen el poder tienen el futuro en su mano. El mundo que está cambiando, ¿acaso el humano será capaz de cambiar el microchip que le han implantado? Baila muchachita, baila muchachito, baila abuelo, baila abuelita, cambia tu ritmo, maravilla. Con Malavi tropical, como le gusta. Argentina, boliviana, colombiana, peruana, Argentina, boliviana, puertorriqueña, Costa Rica y de paso israelita.
mic, yo, rip up the bass. My DJ is live in the place. I'm on the mic with my lyrical flow. I like it when the bass line's low. Bassline's low.
Here we are once again in Blast Rising. This is the, well, it could be the final map. Not the final map just yet. It is the second map. I'm not going to be that pessimistic. But with the looks of things, with how solid meta looked up against FURIA Academy, it might as well be, Zerfer.
Yeah, I mean, you know, looking at that first map, man, I was not impressed whatsoever what FURIA Academy had to show. Maybe it was that little bit of fatigue that we were talking about kind of creeping in, but I mean, metagaming, they looked ready and they looked very prepared. They had a fantastic CT side, what was it, 12-3 half, and yeah, that's just, it doesn't matter who you are, you know, coming back from a 12-3 deficit is going to be very, very difficult to do, especially, you know, when you lose the pistol as well, so... Yeah, I mean, bigger and better things, hopefully, for FURIA Academy going on to Nuke, and they're going to need it, or else they're going to be out.
Yeah. I think the one thing, the one caveat that might actually save them is that they start off on the CT side, but even when they did that against DETONA, they had nothing to show for it once they hopped on over to the T side. In fact... that's where DETONA ended up coming back. Granted that FURIA Academy eventually saved themselves in Dust 2, but it ended up going to the third map. And metagaming, I feel like they're a cut above DETONA, and they might just give FURIA Academy a run for their money. With map 1 already being secured, map 2 is going to be super spicy. FURIA Academy starting off on the CT side, 4 sets of Kevlar. ZMB responsible for holding the molly. The T side, a very similar setup, but it's Cuts that has picked up a P250 and dropped over a smoke and a flashbang. And they're lining up outside A.
I think it might be ZMB that's going to be tested here towards ramp, deploys that molly, and it's actually going to be smoked. They're going to go straight to it. ZMB is going to go down. Desh will find that kill. Perrier tries to pick up the pieces, and he will do so. He'll pick off Breninho, and 3 players just going to jump right into control, but only 2 players will get through, and 2 players now waiting for Metagaming on the other side here at double, as Cuts is going to be making his way down the vent, and I mean, this is all on him. How many can he get from behind? He lines up 2, gets the first, nearly gets the second. That is filthy. Up the vent, up to A. So far, a fantastic pistol from Metagaming.
Bomb down. Peria, nice shot from him, but you hear one shot of the USB, you hear one shot of the P250, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. The numbers haven't been made better. In fact, the ratio's gotten worse, but now it's a 50-50. Peria looking for Allison as well. He's just stone cold as he's ripping one head after the other. It's a 4K for the man who leads things for FURIA Academy.
And I mean,
what a nutty way to do it, man.
1v4 clutch as well. I mean, well, he gets some insane shots here, man. Oh my. It looked like Metagaming actually had played that really well. You know, Cuts coming down the vent, you know, I was very, very impressed by that, but it was just not to be, apparently. Perrier is like, all right, come on, we need to start well. It's not going to start with us losing the pistol on nuke. This is a map that we need to get over the line. Let's start it on the right foot. That's what they've done. That bomb plant, though, I mean, opens up worlds of possibilities. Look at the buy that Metagaming have out here. They've got Desh on an 8K. Yes, the rest of them are on the lesser weaponry, but the amount of utility is just amazing.
Heading outside, moving over to Redcon. They've gotten past the first step. Gonna be a bit of a stalemate before we actually see the action ensue. In the meantime, however, you can look at ZMB starting to creep up, giving himself a little bit more space. MP9 doesn't quite work out as well as he was hoping it would, but at least it gets some chip damage in. Allison in hot pursuit looking for the earlier aggressor, but no, it doesn't work out in his favor. ZMB continues to chime in battle after battle, but eventually is put out by Breninho. And FURIA Academy, now they know they've got to aggress into A. In the meantime, Metagaming have already made their way all the way onto B. It's only a matter of getting past Decon and opening the double doors, but they've also got to watch out for Cowas, who's made his way down the vent. He's been spotted, but it doesn't matter. He gets 2 very quick kills. The bomb's also been dropped, and Peria continues to deliver.
How has Cowas got down the vent there and managed to find 2 kills? He's going to find his death in the vents as well, so Demonus will be able to pick up that AK, but I mean, just dropping down the vent there is just a crazy play in general from Cowas. He took a massive risk there because, I mean, Metagaming, they were all over double and single. They had complete control of everything, and he just catches a perfect timing. That is a fantastic way for FURIA Academy to pick up their second round, but, you know, I can't help but say, you know, they got a little bit fortunate in the circumstances.
Yeah, sure, you can put it that way, or you can say that Peria was an absolute beast when it came to the piss around, and that's what allowed them to convert.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. See, I'm more of a glass half empty, or you know, I'm a pessimist. Ted will always say that about me as well. It's just, you know, I always look for the negatives instead of looking for the positives. So,
wait, hold on. You're forgetting the part where I don't get paid to give you relationship counseling. No, I'm sorry. Continue.
Okay. Giving me counseling on something that doesn't exist. That's that'll be the day. That'll be the day. But right now, well, it's not a very
healthy. Your relationship with Ted.
Oh well, that's true. That needs. I mean, how long do you have with that one, man? Yeah, that needs a lot of work, I think.
Yeah, serious ironing out. Honestly, just end it at this point.
Yeah.
Most therapists would agree with me.
Oh, look at this. Decently mowing down as Metagaming. It will explode out towards this ramp. Desh actually finds a double. This is a very expensive round here for FURIA Academy, and it's not them out of the woods just yet. I mean, they have a 2 versus 2. The HP isn't looking favorable for Metagaming, but this AK on Dash and the M4 on Demonus, this could cause them a few problems. I mean, 2 bullets at the M4, 1 bullet at the AK. It could be a metagaming round, which would be a perfect result for them. But just few bullets on the other side, especially that MP9 is just so dangerous. Now, plant is probably the best case scenario for them if they can get it. Oh, but Dash, he's caught. Oh, never mind. He's caught Coez and he's actually killed his teammate. So it is a 1v1. HPS finds himself in. This could go all wrong. Metagame, and they had a perfect opportunity there. Now, Dash, has he heard him?
It's really a game of who finds the other first, but HBS has such a massive advantage with the weapon he's wielding. Barrel spotted, and HBS knows. Furia Academy run away with yet another round. It's kind of nice to see that diffusing bar chase the actual bomb bar. Like, you see how the red... Oh, that's satisfying. It's kind of like watching... Like, I'm not sure if you know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like watching... the little gray line on YouTube buffer ahead of like the how far the video has already played. It's kind of like watching the HUD show how far the bombs stick down versus how much of it has been diffused.
I remember I used to always have that problem. See, back in the day, when we had dial-up internet, man, it was always, you were so focused on that YouTube video, and it would never seem to load whatsoever. Because in rural Ireland, I mean, I don't know, like, internet just it wasn't a thing. It wasn't a thing where I was living. Then all of a sudden, I struggled growing up. Literally, I think it was like 0.7 meg down or something. Then 2 weeks 2 weeks before.
Damn, I really need to pull out the invoices for the counseling bill.
Yeah, oh man, 100%. But man, 2 weeks before I move out, I get fiber. Like, I'm not even messing. Struggled for the first 18 years, and then all of a sudden, as soon as I leave home, yeah, you can have the best internet in the world. It's not fun whatsoever. Same could be said for metagaming here, though. I mean, look, they're not having a great time. Again, they lose an opening pick. And Furia Academy, this is their CT side. They're showing their prowess right now. There's a two-man advantage. Decently is going to pick that up. 55 seconds metagaming, they're going to be continuously smoked out or wherever they go, but they have taken a nice bit of map control out towards the ramp. But I think this round might be just a little bit too far gone.
I'm not sure why metagaming are suddenly struggling all of a sudden on Nuke. I mean, that is their own map pick, but it all really circles back to the idea that most of these teams have only really been performing on their CT side. Furia giving themselves a bit of a buffer to work off of. That's the first kill, though, and it's still very reasonable for them to still get the bomb down as long as the players can chime in early enough. But I think that is suddenly a cat that is out of the bag. Up they go. No chance of redemption here. AWP from ZMB. It just continues to deliver. It's the gift that keeps on giving, with the exception of the previous map.
Yeah, I mean, so far not been a good day for metagaming on Nuke, but they still have the opportunity, of course, to bring it back. Desh at least has that AWP, and we have seen him hit a few nice shots with it in the past, but it's going to be the majority of him doing the heavy lifting. Actually, the buy isn't terrible. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. The buy isn't terrible in terms of guns, but the utility is lacking just a little bit. They can't throw too many fakes in. But look at this aggression here. ZMB going to walk forward. Bernino, is he going to be cleared out? Allison might just walk right through his crosshair. Not going to clear it out. Bernino only gets one. Allison with the refrag. It's going to be a fair fight going forward. A 3 versus 3 metagame, and they can get down towards B if they want. Furia Academy already have decently rotating down, so he's going to try and put up a fight towards control if he can. But Allison, he will take his life very quickly. Advantage to metagaming.
Might just be one of the first advantages they've gotten, because so far they've been getting thwarted with the exception of the pistol round. Even that was clutched out by Furia. Meta, I want to see how they play around this. They've got an AK, and they've got an AK in the hands of every single member. They've got a couple of flashbangs, smoke as well, and 50 seconds to boot. Seems like their eyes are locked onto the A site. And now they want to aggress. One through hut, one through door already lined up. In the meantime, FURIA are circling the perimeter, making sure that nobody's going to exit the building, basically, to avoid any chance at a flank. But HBS, he's going to be waiting for them on the B site now. With the audio cue being given up, he knows there's going to be an A play, but oh no, Cowas has done too much. Allison is very low on HP. And with it being a 2 versus 2, it's got to be something that FURIA go for. Allison trying to find the head angle. Knows where he is. Cowas quick to take one away, but Demonos responds in kind. And as Cowas drops, Demonos will deliver yet another one. Metagaming with the first round.
A bit of a celebration, the fingers in the air. You love to see it. So, you know, it's at least they get the first round now rather than later. You know, if you're looking at them maybe 7-0 down, it could be a little bit of a disaster. They're going to go for a little bit of a attack timeout as well. So maybe understanding that the money isn't going to be in a great situation. This is their chance if they win this round, if they get this call right. FURIA Academy, they'll have not really a lot to move forward with, and they'll be able to maybe possibly tie this one up or at least get very, very close to it. And, you know, now the thing is how they do approach that. I mean, it's still kind of a weird round there because they lose 2 in the initial fight and they get two refrags kind of instantly. It's a little bit messy, especially towards ramp there, the 1-for-1 trades. And I'm not too sure actually where the other kill went down. I think it was through door or hut, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, something maybe that metagaming need to consider is maybe just slowing it down. I would like to see them do just something a little bit more proactive towards outside. Maybe try and get them secret just a little bit, because they did have success when they went down there. I believe what 2-3 rounds ago. It was just the triple boost actually. Now, always such a waste. I feel when they go for it and they just don't see anybody. Would love to see a kill.
Brunenio being caught by ZMB. I'm not even sure why he goes for a peek like that. Seems to me that he assumes that the flashbang makes him invincible. Good old peekaboo strategy. If you can't see me, I can't see you. Or however the saying goes. I mean, 50 seconds on the clock. Yeah, it's just going to be metagaming, trying to recollect the pieces once more. And I'm not really a big fan of their slow style of gameplay because it really means that they can never deploy one of their biggest assets right now, which is firepower. You talked about how Desh is just a madman, Demonos can do so much, but they can't really do that if they're not huddling all their numbers together. Look at that, HBS even gets to do so much damage because they don't peek out at the same time, and it's decent. He's given a free avenue into getting his team a 5th round in that instance.
Well, like they go for that triple boost, it doesn't work out. Okay, yeah, but you need to, if that triple boost doesn't work out, you need to go back and kind of throw some outside smokes and throw a little bit of a fake in there. I think FURIA Academy just had like a lot of information and a know-how of what's going on. He's seen, okay, one player tries to make his way into garage. It was just not to be. I think it was Decently that was kind of tucked nicely in that position. He's nearly played there the majority of the rounds. Now, I would just like to see them focus a little bit more on outside. Actually, down the vent, Kutzmaretz is going to find a kill. Does ZMB drop down? You're a lunatic. You're an absolute lunatic chasing him. But he won't be able to find the kill. Metagame, we're going to go for a little bit of a ramp pop. Pierre is already down. Demonus will fall. Needed to find that kill. Kutzmaretz goes looking for him. He's low HP. Needs to wait for support to arrive. As PR finds 1, finds 2, gets a 3rd as well. Beautifully shut down from him. Kutzmaretz, he tried his best down the vent to kind of get metagaming going in that round, but it just was not to be, as Perrier will shut it down one more time.
It continues to be a super one-sided game for FURIA, and it's honestly very disappointing. It seems to me that we're just watching the series of games where the CT side just beats down on the Ts, and then we wait for the side switch until the teams do the same. There's just not very many instances where the T side is actually showing a lot of potential. Cuts, gets caught out in the open. There wasn't even a flashbang to allow him to get past ZMB, so once again, very sloppy. And here they come. One flashbang, one solitary flash to allow them to move in. HBS, though, he drops the ball. Oh, he doesn't. He manages to get the kill even though he's flashed out, but in the meantime, Demonos carves out another opportunity to the B site. Down the ramp they go. It's on the responsibility, on the shoulders of FURIA Academy to now recover Demonos. Your audio cue's been given up. And ZMB gets taken out eventually. Now HBS, knowing they're getting the bomb down, tries to interrupt, but he can't.
Oh, Dash seen him as well here. Double swing on the command. How many can Dash find? It's only one. Fernando there with a refrag. And, oh, well, there's a little bit of BM, a little bit of body spam as well. You do love to see that. Metagaming. They will pick up that second round. And, yeah, you know, just kind of coming back to what you were saying about... it seems that it's just a CT side versus a CT side. We're just kind of waiting for the swap. That's kind of interesting as well because, you know, I would kind of associate this Brazilian region with, you know, how good their T sides are. You know, I'm just even thinking just about FURIA in that instance. Like, FURIA's T sides were what won them so many games. You know, it's kind of just a little bit strange that there seems to be, I don't know, like a little bit of a lack of innovation, maybe. Oh, ZMB, lovely aggression there. Nearly actually gets the double. He will find a second, however. The easily taken down Demonos. Dash tries to go for a refrag. Will do so. He will recover and up. Cuts is nowhere near him for the moment, but I don't believe Perrier is going to be aware. So this should be a free kill for him. And playing for maybe just a little bit more. Does he go for the knife? Please go for the knife. Oh, no.
Oh, he actually gets destroyed for trying anything of that sort. Instead, you can see the meta are starting to crumble quite a bit. It's Dash now being left all alone, AWP in hand, and he quickly realizes that the economic impact of having a sniper on your back is a lot better than whatever loss bonus can be mustered up. Everybody else should get, I do believe they should get $2,900 here, so they will be good for a couple of buys, perhaps a Galil and some armor, maybe even a few nades in there. So it is a good decision from Dash to still save it out, but this is so convincing from FURIA Academy. And this really makes me circle all the way back to what you said in the pregame. Perhaps we see a scenario where both of these teams, they exchange map picks. And that's what's happening so far. Metagaming, they won out FURIA's map pick. The circle back around, it's FURIA doing just the same to Meta. Seems like they've traded shoes as well. Now you're not seeing any of those lights out performances that you were expecting from Meta. You're not seeing Dash be an absolute monster, although he is still leading the charge in terms of kills. You're not seeing Bernino run around smurfing as he did on Vertigo. No, not at all. By the way, can I mention that top left camera, the room is actually super cool? Like, what's going on? There's just so much.
There's so many different things. I only got a split second to look at it, but there, like, I'd seen about 4 or 5 things. I'm still a little bit baffled by, you know, that from Cuts there. Surely you just go for the kill. Like, there's no way that you're going to get 2 from that position. Like, you're, what's you, 6-2 down at that time? Just go for the kill, man. You might actually win the round because I don't know why you're risking going for a knife. It's just a little bit silly, especially, you know, in a game of this stake. Like, there's a playoff position up for grabs, like, and you could actually shut it down in 2 maps if you manage to close this one out. Need as many rounds on this T side as possible. Now they've started off well with Allison finding that opening kill here now from heaven, and he won't get much more done. Baited perfectly into the AK. Allison will find a second, but this double aggression from Secret. Oh, it's ZMB to find the first. Allison down. They need to try and pick up that AK. Actually, there's 3 players in Secret, and they're just going to explode and try and run at the T's.
Dash nice shot from him, but he eventually gets picked up by ZMB, who circles around with an MP9. Is Brenino and Demonos now being given an assignment? They've got to make these pistols work, and they're up against an AWP and an AK, so it's quite a bit of a task to be handing them. But ZMB, that's a position being spotted, which means that now the pistols can actually still work. The bomb is planted all the way on the B site. It's something that the CTs end up wasting a fair bit of time on, because now they've also allowed Bernino and Demonos to get into better positions. Bit of a crossfire setup going on. Not exactly, but it is going to make things harder for ZMB and HPS. Breninho playing it close to the door. He wants the opportunity of circling around if his teammate gets pincered in. The bomb is out in the open, which means they don't exactly have a good idea of where these players can come from. Breninho, you're missing a lot of important shots, buddy, which means that the AK can chime in. And Demonos, looking around, finally finds him. But HPS, does he have the time? Not quite.
Oh man, that was, I don't know, man. That the deagle shots there from Demonos, that I thought that was it, done and dusted. Just when he loses that fight, just as so many shots were missed there, I was just like, okay, surely it's gonna be a Furia Academy round. And I mean, I'm a big fan of this. You know, the pistols were kind of going around. Allison does a really good job here to find 2 kills with that AK. He was one of the only players on the rifles. Desh got a little bit unlucky there, gets overwhelmed. But HPS, when he finds that kill, excuse me, it was Breninho that missed all the deagle shots. Demonos got it into the 1v1. But, you know, missing all those deagle shots, I was sure that was going to be a Furia Academy round. But somehow, metagame, and they make it work. And look at this. Look at the boy on the other side of Furia Academy now.
That's always going to be the problem with the CT side. Yes, you get to snowball a lot of rounds together if you get a good groove going, but at the same time, Meta, just because they're able to chain a couple of rounds together, they quickly threaten the economic stability of Furia. Down to Desert Eagles, they've only got a shotgun in the mix as well, maybe a 5.7 at best. But with 50 seconds remaining, the Deagles grow more powerful because playing close range angles becomes much easier when the pressure of time starts looming around the vicinity of metagaming. I think they're starting to make a play now, however. Cuts, creating distractions outside while the meat and potatoes of the action heads towards ramp. Decenty, he's taken his shots and he's missed all of them. Now it's time for them to get to the bomb plant. But can they do it in time, and will there be reinforcements waiting for them? Because HBS, he himself, is already readying up for some kind of push, but they've rotated over and they've enabled the shotgun so much. It means that now the bomb has been intercepted and there's only 15 seconds remaining. Down goes the bomb. HBS, he could have peeked out to interrupt it, but no cigar. It's HPS and FURIA now being brought down to a 2 versus 2. Very good positions from them because they both can chime in from the same angles, but they've switched spots, one through the door, and HPS looking around hut, looking to find someone over the smoke. There it is. First shot's connected, but how quickly can Breninho recover it? The Eagles can definitely overpower, and they do, even with pistols. FURIA, they pick up the ball, and they score a very nice goal.
I mean, that one was such a nice play there from HPS, just to not actually peek out initially. So many people would have just ran to try and deny the bomb plant. I mean, again, metagaming, they're kind of just playing against themselves here, really. They run out of time. They allow that shotgun, as you said, to have so much impact. HPS fighting that first shot onto the vent player, the CT vent player, that was a ridiculous shot in itself. But, you know, just completely unaware, because usually you'd see somebody from playing in that position, once you hear the bomb being tapped, you know, oh yeah, let's swing and try and take him down, but catches him completely by surprise. No, absolutely not. I mean, that I just hate seeing that. A little bit of miscommunication, two teammates walking into each other, a failed smoke. Oh, I've been there.
Things do start to get a bit messy, but for the most part, as soon as the air clears up, it's once again Furia Academy on top. And that's a bit disappointing to see, you know? But when Meta finally had their hands on the steering wheel, when they finally start to drive Furia Academy onto the pavement, they immediately let go. That was their prime opportunity. Had they just gone down ramp, had they actually stuck to a plan and not allowed the timer to tick all the way down when they know they're up against pistols, they would have been able to get something done, but no. They've allowed Furia Academy to get to the point where double digits is nearly guaranteed. They will be at the mercy of the pistol round, but what I'm really interested in seeing, Jack, is whether or not metagaming are once again going to let the curse of Group D hold true. Is it always going to be a CT-sided affair? Do they also bounce back when they head on over to the CT side? We're about to find out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question. That's the big question. I mean, how many rounds? How many rounds do you think is good enough here for metagaming on this T side? You know, 5, 6. I mean, 6. What 6 is the best case scenario? 5. Will that be enough? Maybe, considering we know how good they are on the CT side. Looking at this, now they've an alright buy. It's not fantastic. They don't have to compete with any ops on the CT side, so that's always a bonus. Are they gonna go for the triple boost again? It looks like it. Now, it's without an op this time. There is a player in heaven. Oh, we might get lucky here for us. We might get very lucky as the nades go over. No, they're actually not going to stay on it, so yeah. I mean, that AK on that boost, I believe you are inaccurate, right? So that would be, yeah, that would be interesting to say the least. You never know. Stranger things have happened in CS, I suppose.
ZMB, yeah, he's just burning up. Not a chance for him to connect anything. And FURIA takes a lot of damage in the process of returning to the bottom site. In they go. Desh first to receive bullets to the head. It's Cowas lining up one after the other while Decenty sets himself up for the observational cross. Not a chance they can get anything done. He's just... They're just walking into it one by one. Cowas is having a field day.
It's a different FURIA Academy that we're seeing right now. I mean, they're full of confidence right now. And metagaming, they look flat, don't they? They just look so flat wherever they go. They just can't get onto this site whatsoever. Cows, yeah, just mowing them down, dancing around the side pillar. It's very difficult to overcome, but again, metagaming, they need to book up their ideas. They need to try something just a little bit different because, you know, the majority of the things that they've been throwing at FURIA Academy, they just haven't been working. Looks like they are going to change it up just a small little bit. Oh, cuts. Nearly finds that kill, but it's a lovely shot from Decenty, to be fair. 7 HP, he just about survives and gives the advantage now to the CT side. Will he be refragged? There is a potential refrag to come in here, and there it is from Desh. He will get it. Oh, a 4v4 moving forward in metagaming. They're going to make their way down secret with the bomb. And for the most part for FURIA Academy, they don't have a very fast rotate as their ramp player has moved towards Hell.
Meta, they've traded away one player for the prospect of heading into B relatively unscathed. Minute on the clock as they start making a move in HBS. I think he's caught wind of this. He knows where they're headed. The bomb's been planted now. But ZMB, he's just done so much damage before they can even say anything about it. Brenninho, his position's known. And Desh, as he moves down the vent, he's suddenly tasked with the duty of making sure his teammates can pull through. Okay, that's just a sloppy spray down. Collects an AK. Flashbang out. Only he can get ZMB early on. Okay, now he's got a chance. Does he know that ZMB is that low? Flashbang avoided by ZMB. Desh just needs to line up one shot, but the bomb's being defused. How soon does he peek out? He does just in time. One more second and the outcome would have been different, but metagaming, they come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, that it goes from such a messy spray as well, like that Galil spray, into actually probably a person being pretty calm and composed in that situation. ZMB was so low from the initial fight. I didn't need another replay of that. Thanks, production, for that one. But nice shot in the second. Nice little recovery. He nearly left it a second too late, didn't he? He was nearly just a little bit too late with that swing. And now opening things up. The double up here for the CT side. The first time that we have seen this, and it's going to be cuts. The first casualty as Decenty with that AUG tries to have a little bit more impact for his sides. NMV already down secret. He's going to drop Allison, and it looks like an 11-4 could be on the cards unless metagaming can bring it back. Demonus, he's not going to be allowed to cross back. He's going to be walked down by that AWP. He's going to be taken down, and that's going to be the bomb dropped. FURIA Academy, they want this final round, and they might just get it.
4 rounds is just too deadly. It means that they're consistently worried about the potential, or at least they're threatened by the potential of losing out the pistol. Okay, Bernino. Ah, that's a bit unfortunate. I would have really liked to see a second kill come through, which would have allowed them to at least have a chance at a 2v3, but now it's just a matter of delaying the inevitable. With Desh's position now being spotted, it's just a matter of time before he inevitably gets chucked into the graveyard. Yeah, FURIA ends it with style. And it's FURIA Academy leading 11-4. Meta now. Just one slip up on the pistol round, and everything will change. But before I hand you over the mic, Zerfer, it's really worrying that even on the T side, Meta have such a massive kill disparity. Their leading fragger, Desh, is on 15 kills, and everybody else, they're on 7.
Yeah, man, that's a big problem. That is a massive problem. And I don't know. It's just, I wonder, is it just maybe a few of the players being uncomfortable on that T side? You know, maybe it's just they need to get over to try and just play a little bit better. But not even a little bit better, man. It's just they need to find a little bit of form. I suppose a little bit better is an awful way of putting it, but
yeah, it's like the good old advice of just kill, but I think Death wants to follow that advice because he finds himself completely blinded.
Oh my.
And yeah, Meta Gaming, they don't even have a chance here. They've just lost all of their members in one fell swoop, and they would need a miracle. Nothing short of what FURIA brought to the table in the pistol round of his own. This is as good as done here, Zerfer. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we just head over to the next map.
Yeah, we just go to Mirage.
Really, just 2 one-sided games?
Man, it's just been dominant. And, you know, it's shocking as well, because we were saying, like, we were so critical of FURIA Academy going into this match, saying that, you know, oh, well, they're going to have to show us something different because they didn't look great whatsoever on Vertigo. And now we go over to Nuke, and they've literally just traded shoes, traded places. So, yeah, I don't know what's kind of happened to Meta Gaming, because they were hitting their shots. It wasn't as if they were a team that were lacking confidence. They were full of it, with the swings, with the peaks, with the way that they were playing. They were hitting the shots, and this looks like we have, you know, bar Desh, we have 4 new players in the server compared to the Meta Gaming that we've seen on the first map, and they're going to need to rekindle a little bit of that form of that first map if they want to save it here on Nuke. I love that little USP stack towards heaven there. It's a nice little gimmicky play that catches some people off sometimes, you know.
I mean, at best you're hoping to get 1 or 2 kills anyway.
Yeah,
it's just an alternative to the good old meat grinder.
I mean, you never know. I have seen actually rounds won from it, so you know, if you're a little bit sloppy, which, you know, the FURIA Academy's T sides have been in the past, it's not completely out of the question.
Mm-hmm. Metagaming, at least they have gotten onto those M4s early. Only 2 rounds until they... Oh, how have you gotten this far into the madness? Already has full control of outside, and now he gets a chance to aggress heaven as well. Demonis here just missing way too many shots for it to be comfortable, but Desh uses a bit of a one-way to make things work, and all of a sudden, Metagaming, they're right back in it. A chance at redemption. The clouds part, the sun rays start to peep through, and maybe they've got a chance, right? Because we've seen DETONA do just the same. They had such a nice comeback up against FURIA on their own CT side. Will FURIA let it drop once more?
That's the question, man. That is the question. Will they let the ball slip a little bit, or are we just going to see, you know, a little bit of a fake comeback from metagame and they get maybe 5-6 rounds? They might even get into double figures. They might tie it up. They might make it close, and then FURIA Academy just close it out because they're so far behind, right? I mean, 8 rounds in the difference at the moment. FURIA Academy, they only need 3, and they need 3 to force a decider. If they don't get those 3 rounds, they will be, of course, eliminated. But look at that from ZMB. Beautiful double entry there as he finds 2 quick headshots. Allison gets dinked up and taken down by Cowes. And, you know, it was a great round for metagame. And now FURIA Academy is saying, all right, you know, hold my beer. Let's see what we can do, Cowes. Hold on a second. That was a little bit strange. Cowes had absolutely no idea that Dash was up there towards Mustang. But nevertheless, it doesn't really work out in the end. But look at this, man. ZMB. Oh, that second shot onto Dash. Man, that is dirty.
I'm not even sure what you're supposed to do if you're meta. Any chances at redemption you had, they're gone. Only leaving 2 rounds in the tank. It means that the margin of error has to be so little. You've got no insurance left over. Just a couple of mistakes would lead you down to a pitfall of losses. Jack, this has to be map number 3, right? I wouldn't expect meta to turn things around this late into the game.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. It has to be. I'd be shocked if we see metagame and bring it back. I'd be shocked to see CNOT, do you know what I mean? I think this one is done and dusted, and especially with that kill there onto Bernino, starting things off. FURIA Academy, they want to get this one over and done with quickly, and you can see by them that they mean business. HPS, the next man to get a kill. Demonos quick on the flank. Takes down ZMB, actually finds a double, but in the meantime, he's lost 2 teammates, and it's Cuts alone. Now, in a 1 versus 3, he has a little bit of a gap in the smoke. He's going to be spotted out, and Perrier, he's done so much damage to him. Should be able to take him down, and will be able to. 15-5, no money on the side of metagame, and I think we can chalk this one already for us.
Yeah, 10-round deficit, I'm not a believer. Bit too much even for the powerhouse that previously shut down FURIA with no remorse. FURIA simply replicated what happened on map number 1, and it's honestly... It would be comedic if it wasn't tragic what's going on with meta right now. They've shown no signs of promise whatsoever on the T side. Their own map pick has been abysmal, and, well, I think that shotgun might be the only icing on the cake.
But Dash, I don't know if he has something to say about it. He is unbelievable on a scout. Some of the shots that I've seen him hit over the past day or 2 have been absolutely ridiculous, and well, himself and his team, they're gonna have to be pretty ridiculous to bring this one back. Maybe they might get 1 or 2 more rounds. Dash is going to be taken down. Demonus controls his spray enough to get 1, but Cowes quick with a refrag as we move into it. 2 versus 2. Allison does have an AK, and he's got himself into a really good position. Now, they have to come back and get the bomb here. Now, is Decenty going to spot out the barrel? Yeah, that's it. We can pretty much chalk it there. He doesn't know he's been spotted. Decent. He should find his free kill. And Cuts is alone. 1v2. 6 kills to his name. He might get a 7th, but maybe not. Yes, the vent being held, I'm not too sure. Decent. He's going to throw a smoke. Cuts actually will find that kill. Only the upper left now to find. A little bit of hide and seek. Oh, the flash is going to be really good. He's going to get onto the site, but he's going to be taken down. 16-5. 2 dominant showings from 2 different sides of the coin so far in this series.
You can see it on their cameras. They are feeling so relieved right now. After that first showing, you can see smiles on their faces. And metagaming, they're left scratching their heads. They're like, what the hell just happened after our first showing?
That's it, man. I don't know. I really don't know. I was watching the game, you know, and I still don't know. You know, it can be difficult for you to be in the server sometimes and see kind of what went wrong. But I think it was just the same old story, really, of, you know, these sides not having a spectacular T side. You know, the game was kind of over in the first half once again. And, you know, I don't know what that says for the third and final map. It's Mirage. It's going to be something a little bit different because, you know, they're not kind of very CT sided or T sided, so to speak. Mirage is a little bit more favorable in kind of that sense of the word. But man, I have absolutely no idea for what this decider is going to bring for us.
Yeah, I am really happy though that Mirage is Mirage being the most buggy map there is. We're suddenly going to avoid seeing that CT and T side bias, at least as much as the game reasonably allows. I think Mirage is probably the most even map right now, so I'm really happy to see it. Map number 3, I think both of the teams, their mettle is finally going to be tested. They're not going to be able to take advantage of either of the side, and even if they are weak on one of the sides, it's not going to entirely overshadow all the rest of their gameplay. So we do head to map number 3. Very strong showing on both of the first 2 maps. They exchange map picks, they get each other's map picks, but there is a lot more action to be coming up. There is map number 3, so stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break. Welcome back, everybody. Now is guaranteed to be the final map of the game, and man, it's been such a weird series of occurrences, right? Because you saw how FURIA Academy were getting completely stomped by meta on the first map, and then we were ready to be super pessimistic, right? We were like, all right, yeah, this is probably over. It's donezo. This is probably going to be ending in 2 maps. But right after that, FURIA, they turn right back around and they take a big bite out of this defenses of meta. When they themselves are on the CT side, they completely dominated meta in every fashion, and now after a one-sided affair on Nuke, we get to see map number 3, which should hopefully be a lot more evenly distributed, which is Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope that it'd be a little bit more evenly distributed, not just, you know, I think just for our point of view, yeah, gonna be a little bit selfish about it, but you know, we should be a little bit greedy. We want to see a little bit more of a fair fight here. I think it would be a little bit unfortunate to see one of these teams go out and get absolutely dominated on the final map as well. But you know, it's so difficult to kind of tell which way it's going to go whatsoever. Start off in the pistol, Cowes is going to open things up. He's going to find that first kill onto Dash, and FURIA Academy starting on that CT side. It still is that big question of, is it just going to be the CT side that runs away with it?
Bit of a slower pace. 2-1-2 setup from the FURIA squad, and they're just waiting for Metagaming to make a move, and where the bomb is situated, it's very likely to simply be a B push, but they also could show it off and then eventually head on to a different bomb site, and they're not committing. They've shown the bomb, and it's making its way back. Not to commit to anything just yet. Heading up connector with one player already down. How quickly can they recover the numbers? Nope, Demonos is caught lacking because he is still turning around. He doesn't even check jungle immediately. He's fallen to just that. 2 angles for ZMB to work against, and the dualies start to go wild. It's just too easy for him. 2 kills for the man, and that means that Brunenio's left all alone in a 1 versus 2, and he doesn't even know where this final member is. Right next to him. Oh, the knife, and that means that the bomb goes down. That is such a big difference to the economy.
Oh my lord, what have I just seen? Oh man, I just can't wait to see a replay of that, man. Like, just a big swing and a miss. First of all, that pistol from Metagame, not a fan of it whatsoever. I mean, who was it? Yeah, oh man, what was that? What was that? How do you miss a knife from that rate? Like, you literally, he has no idea you're there. He's not even turning around whatsoever. It's just a swing and a miss. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. Actually, we're not going to see the reinvestment here, or rather the investment here from Metagame, and FURIA is just going to mold him down on mid cuts. He's going to be making his way out of Palace, and he's going to be taken down. So Metagame, they're just playing for this next round. They're going to go for that nade stack. Doesn't work out. Now they've got the AKs in this one, which actually is a little bit surprising. I thought they might bring out the Galils maybe to try and cause a little bit of an upset, but they've got a really strong buy in this round. It'll be interesting to see how they really approach Mirage on this D side. If they're going to focus a lot on mid. I haven't had the opportunity to watch them yet on this map, but they start things off in the first buyer, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Oh, look at how aggressively they're playing it. They've already sent up Brunenio and Allison to connector, and they managed to get a player off of that, but HBS, he's not being punished just yet. 2 CTs eventually fall, and that means the Decent and Peria, they're the only 2 members standing. Meta, so far, they have looked like the stronger team overall in the group, but FURIA Academy, after their second map performance and how they started things off, I wouldn't be surprised if they snag this victory. Bomb yet to go down, and although Dash almost looks like he's dead already, no, he's clinging on to dear life with 1 point of health. Bomb goes down on A, cuts, postured up very close, turns around, and he gets caught in the back, is not anticipating a second player to be there. Nade to follow suit. Dash has been taken care of, and now he's got fewer angles to worry about. How quickly does Peria realize that his opposition is in CT? Smoke out. Forces the hand, and that means that he knows exactly where Demonos is.
Really well played there in the clutch. Yes, he gets a little bit fortunate that Dash is low HP, but he still uses his nades really nicely. I mean, just to clear out all those angles and just dropping that smoke and not actually committing to the defuse, forcing him out into the open. It was just really beautiful from there. I mean, cuts when he finds this kill. A little bit unfortunate. Just not expecting that second player. But a 1 versus 3 in the books there. FURIA, what a way to really get on the board there with your first 3 kills. Giving FURIA Academy the round. Meta, they have enough to go for a little bit of a reinvestment. Utility going to be lacking somewhat. Again, they're going to get aggressive towards middle. Bernino, is he going to be fortunate in the way of finding kills? No, he is not. In fact, it is Dash, the first player removed, is decently. Now just smokes off towards the B apartment, so he won't be flanked just yet. But for the moment, he's strapped and he needs some help. He needs some support. There it is. Coez with one, decently with one more. He will eventually get spammed down, but they know exactly where Cuts is. FURIA Academy in complete control of the round, but they have taken a lot of damage.
Yeah, everybody's tagged up, and that actually allows an opportunity for a round to be secured potentially. ZMB knows where he is, and it is a pretty simple round. And I'm at a loss for words. How are we seeing the 60 side dominance on Mirage as well? I mean, sure, I get it. The CT still have a pretty big advantage here, but I didn't expect it to be like this.
I thought it was really nicely done from Decently there towards Underpass, though. I thought he played that really well, just waiting for his moment to strike perfectly and then just staying alive. I think Meta should have been maybe focused a little bit more on trying to get rid of him. He was always in a dangerous position. Metagaming now. A little bit of an execute over towards A. HPS on default. Needs some help to arrive. He will find the first kill before he's at least taken out. M4 acquired for the T side. And they will get towards triple. At least a lot of damage done there. They will try and take control of CT. ZMB needs his teammate to get there as well. Can only find one Demoness with a refrag. There is another AK. And are they going to swing and go for it? That's the big question. FURIA holding. Oh, can't control his spray. Metagaming, they've got themselves into a 2 versus 2.
Molotov trying to keep them at bay, but once again is the smoke that will create a curtain in between the players and the bomb. Allison exhausting all of his bullets, which means that Cows can quickly recover. It's yet again a defuse, which means that FURIA get ahead with 5 rounds. Not a single point being put on the T side.
I mean, that's a good result, though, for Metagaming. I'd be happy with that round. I mean, with the limited investment that they get it down into a 1 versus 1 in the end. So much damage. All the CTs have to rebuy once again. Could have been a lot worse. They could have got absolutely mowed down as soon as they tried to make their way onto the A site. So there are some positives to take from that negative, but, you know, we can't, you know, keep taking positives out of the negatives if they don't, you know, book up their ideas. Metagaming, they need a... They need a round to go. They need to get on the board shortly. Coe's going to flash through the smoke, and he's going to find a first kill. Allison has refragged one of his teammates elsewhere, but there's decently peeking from short. And again, they're just locking down middle. Metagaming can't seem to win an exchange on that part of the map.
Once again locked out of it, but okay. Dashy's gotten the conversation started, and just as I say that, Decenty, he gets a word in as well. Demonos, quick to chime in with his own argument. And Perry is taking a lot of damage as well. All down. This one FURIA member, 1 point of health. Could this be that golden point of health that keeps him alive, keeps him kicking for a 6th round? Nope. It's Metagaming with the 1st round. And one thing I want to point out here, Jack, is that the rounds have been close enough for FURIA to not be able to build up too much of a bank, which means that it is immediately going to allow Metagaming to start to chime back in.
Yeah, I mean, this one, it's still very, very close to it, like towards the later stages of it. You know, they get it down into what, a 2v1. I'm looking at the money. We're actually going to go into a little bit of a technical pause, so we have a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather. But, you know, FURIA Academy, I mean, look at the faces on them. They're happy, they're laughing. They realize that they're playing decent, even though their money, it mightn't be in a great situation. They're still going to be happy with the 5 rounds they picked up. They've been the dominant force. They have won the exchanges out towards mid. That part of the map has been completely under their control. Yes, meta, they get some refrags, but you can't always, kind of count on that. They need to win an opening fight. And I think they need to get Dash out on the op. I think they need to get him, towards mid to actually try and cause a few problems, try and make it a little bit uncomfortable, because FURIA Academy, they've been so proactive to this part of the map. And again, they are going to have, I believe it is, Decenty in towards Connector. He's just going to be looking for maybe an open and pick a scout there as well. So the threats are there on the side of FURIA and metagame, and they need to neutralize some of them.
Yeah, the money might not be amazing, but it's still good enough to convert a round if they play their cards correctly. Early smoke out from Allison to negate any vision on mid window. They're slowly creeping up now. Connector control seems to be the name of the game, as everybody also slowly starts to aggress as well. A pincer setup from B should be the case. B split at the ready. There is one gaping hole in this offense, though, and that's that they can easily get intercepted from Connector.
Oh, but look, Perrier finds that kill. Oh, needs to get his gun out. Quick switch in the nade, and Bernino's going to take him down. Bernino's going to find a double set of B, forced out of position, lands the dink, but it's not enough, I'm afraid. And Decenty does have that up, but it's a weapon that he has to think about bringing into the next round. You can't really afford to give that one away. HPS, oh. Here's a nice headshot to find. Even though they get it into a 2 versus 3, I still don't think that they will be considering going for it too much. And HPS now with that M4 deploys a smoke. Oh, might bait Demonus in. Oh, he doesn't see him. That's a little bit awkward.
Okay, so Meta's approach now has allowed them to have a significant impact on the T side, and that's something I'm really happy to see. It was what was lacking from the first and second maps, and one of the biggest elements of Counter-Strike, of course, being that terrorist side gameplay. It was entirely lacking from the server. Now that we get to see it kicking, it should be a very different environment for us.
I mean, it should be, but we're still kind of seeing, signs of life from that CT side again. Like, they've caused them a few issues. They only lose 2 kills before it gets into the post-plant situation, but that was a little bit of a weird buy. Yes, there's going to be an eco in this one. Metagaming should be able to close this one out. Oh, the things are being landed. The USPs? Oh, surely not. Dash. Oh, he's caught no man's land. Needs to hit the shot. Has to back away. Will get away to safety. AK picked up, and there, that shot might fill him full of confidence, and yes, it will. Cuts looking for that last player. He will find him. Shaky there towards mid from Metagame, and the USPs nearly causing them all sorts of issues, but luckily they're able to steady the ship, and they're able to sail towards their destination.
Early nade does do a fair bit of damage, but look at how FURIA Academy want to play this. They go for early aggression around middle, and they have 3 players committed to it. HPS, Decenty, and I believe they also had Cowas in the mix. Early smoke from Metagaming isn't even going to matter, because look at how proactively they're playing this. Both of their players postured aggressively. Decenty will be the first point of contact. It's supposed to keep them busy while the meat and potatoes of the action comes through from HPS, but no, instead, it's Cowas at the end of the day that swings out wide and gives them a chance. But FURIA Academy now relying on just ZMB to pull the strings back.
Gonna make his way up short now. Cuts hasn't seen him just yet, doesn't have an idea. Bernino's going to be heard. So Zedenby's playing this very, very nicely. He's going to get... Oh, no, he didn't check to his left. He's going to find the first player. No idea where Cuts is. If he just checked his angles, he'd spot him. Doesn't matter. Still manages to win the fight. Even though Zedenby did not play that one too well whatsoever, he's able to recover it. And he's going to get a 6th round there for FURIA Academy. The 1v3 clutch in there. At a game, and they have enough money to go for that reinvestment. But man, that was just all sorts of awkward there towards the end. I mean, that could have went definitely awry. If Zedenby just actually checked towards E-Box, he would have maybe just spotted him out, would have maybe seen him. It could have been a different story. Could have played the double kill a little bit more smoother. But I mean, if you get the job done, you get the job done.
Nenio might just be caught out by a player. No. Heading up ladder instead, so saves his life for a little bit longer. Bernino catches CMB in connector, which means that now they've got all the opportunities in the world. They can either head up short, they can huddle around connector for as long as they like. It's really... The ball is really in FURIA's court to make a move here. And metagaming, they can very comfortably just thread themselves through one of these open avenues. Heading up short, maybe go for a B split. Even if they go for a simple A execute, they would only have to deal with 2 players. But HBS is the biggest problem here because he's playing up close with an MP9 and he's got a big opportunity. Lining kills up, avoids a flashbang. AK bit sloppy, but Bernino gets away with his life with 1 point of felt. Demano straight out of Palace. 2-1-4 as Decent and Imperio try to do damage. All the way from short. Nothing's going to connect in connector. Nice dash. Once again, making it look a bit decisive for meta. So now it's actually a relatively close game here, Jack. It's not just a case of the CT side continuing to dominate over and over. No. Being a pretty even match of Counter-Strike, and I would hope that it continues to be the same way when it ends up switching over as well. We still haven't seen how meta is going to perform on the CT side, and that's a big question mark.
They're doing a good job here on the T side though, and that's the side that usually they have the problems on. But right now, take that weapon away as well. That's a really good result. Metagame, and they have a chance to get back on level terms. You know, look, well, I say back on level terms. This should be a pretty straightforward round. In the next buy round that FURIA Academy should have will be the test, as we will probably see an eco out from the CTs. But you know, we did see the USBs cause them an issue or two. I don't think they're going to be caught out by that mid stack once again. Are they going to go for the exact same thing? They are going to go for the exact same thing. Flash over con, but oh, that's a good reaction there. The double nade down, and Allison with 1 as well. Allison with 3, Bernino with the next, and that's just being adaptive meta. Just realizing, you know what, they might go for this again. Let's just chuck our nades and be safe.
Yeah, for Perry to do anything with his Deagle, it would just be being optimistic, and unfortunately, the glass is empty this time around. Meta, only 1 round away from getting the equalizer, and money's not amazing on FURIA Academy either, so in very close contention throughout. Danae's definitely softened up all of those targets for Allison. Kept them within a couple shot territory. All 5 M4s being brought out from FURIA Academy. By the way, Jack, I'm not sure if you heard that. It seems like it is 6 a.m. here, which means my duck has finally woken up. Did you hear the quacks in the background?
I did a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, he gets hungry in the morning, so...
Don't we all? Don't we all?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean... There's only a little bit more time in this game to go, so your ducks won't go too hungry, I hope.
Mm-hmm.
Or too long.
That's fine. My mom takes care of it anyway, so...
Kao is really taking care of business here, as he's got 4 kills in this round. Looking for maybe the ace. Nino trying to cause some problems, but Decently will take him down. Furia Academy, they're going to pick up a 7th round. And now we will see just maybe Furia Academy getting the win on this CT side. Kawes was really everywhere in that round. Finding the first towards mid, then changed up his position, even swapping over to the op as well. He can do everything, this guy. Left his team in a really, really good spot to pick up that round, and they did so. Very, very smooth sailing right now at a game, and though they look to go for a little bit of a contact here out Palace and maybe a little bit of a split, so Decently, he's going to need to be ready. ZMB might want to get into a better position just in case. He's going to stay up aggressive with that AWP on the stairs, of course, the smoke allowing him to do so. Here comes the execute, and now here comes the explode out middle. Decently, that's beautiful. Lovely headshot to start things off. ZMB with the next. And oh, he turns his attention now to Palace. HPS maybe here to step. He's going to be spotted on the ladder. Demonos can't take him down. Oh, and will he find the kill? No, it doesn't matter if he's blind. He will still find it. ZMB, and all of a sudden, Allison's alone. 1v4, and that's just completely shut down. It was a nice idea on paper, but Furia Academy, they just had a really strong setup to deal with that.
Allison, yeah, I think he already realizes that he's got nothing to do here. With only 25 seconds, probably saving this weapon is going to be ideal. Getting away with an AK is more money in the back pocket, as opposed to running out and dying. With his position being known as well fully. They want to zero in on him, and the problem is, they're probably not going to let him save here, Jack.
Probably not. Oh, he might actually. Oh, he gets away. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that, to be honest. I mean, look at the money here. Let's have a look at the buy. All right, before I make any decisions whatsoever. But I mean, I don't think their money was in a fantastic situation, because we've been round trading for a while, and Allison, yes, he stays alive. If you take away the AK from him, yes, that's probably a good result, but they would have had a buy regardless. Like, Quez has no utility. Pierre only has a smoke. I mean, it won't matter. Actually, they pass each other. Quez just going to sit in this short smoke, and they have no idea he could be the thorn in their side here as metagame, and they're just kind of stalled here towards mid. Quez is going to walk out. He's looking for a little bit more. Spots out the first. He heard the second. He's going to look for him as well. There's a double. Demonos has found one in the meantime. Renanio has got up the connector, but the advantage is with Furia Academy. And oh, Kutsmaretzi's taking a lot of damage there. Quez. Oh, Renanio, you need to let that one go. You need to find that kill. He's not able to do so. Demonos now finds himself in quite an unwinnable scenario, and it's again Quez with the multi-kill potential. This guy's 19-8 right now. He is dominating. He's having fun out there.
I think there's a bit of frustration on both of these camps right now. Not that Furia particularly need to be too worried, but it's also that metagaming have also carved out enough rounds for themselves where coming back on the CT side isn't really going to be too much of an issue. A pistol round could potentially just lead to an equalizer, and then it's really anybody's game. So this is about as close as a match as we could possibly expect, and it really fits the brand of Group D so far. With all the games coming down to that 16-14 mark, it would make a lot of sense that it comes down to the last wire in the final map of the group. Demonos heads right onto the B site, waiting for the bomb to join them now. Perrier has been given a freebie, not sure exactly why Allison would even go for that peek. And there's just loose peeks all across the map. Metagaming, they're feeling a bit sloppy. They've peeked out in apartments. Sorry, they've peeked out on the B site. One freebie on short. That eventually.
Team house. 1v2. Can't get it done. FURIA takes them down. 10-5. Oh, it's a difficult scoreline to look at if you're metagaming, to be honest. But FURIA Academy, I think they've played well. I think they really have, and you know, you're talking about those little peaks as well coming into it. To be honest, you know, the peaks that we are seeing from them, maybe it's a little bit of nerves. You know, it's a decider game. Your life in the tournament, you know, is on the line. If you lose it, you're going to be out. This is pretty much for a playoff spot. You need to win it. And maybe that's just a little bit of nerves kind of setting in a lot of these players, of course, especially on the metagaming side. Maybe they haven't played in an event, you know, of this stature. They haven't been in this situation before. They don't really have a lot of experience. So that could be just a little bit of food for thought. And, well, it could be food for cuts, as we are going to see FURIA Academy explode out onto this B site looking for the opening picks, as HPS is running around looking through that smoke, trying to find him. Eventually he's found by Kawes and FURIA Academy. They have this B site. It's notoriously difficult to retake at times, especially with the advanced positions that the Academy players have.
Yeah, they're already far into these up close and personal positions. DETONA's going down as well, entirely abandons any short control they had. And now, metagaming quickly realized that maybe saving armor would be the ideal course of action, and even that is something that might be disallowed. Kawes in hot pursuit of these players, even brings out the flashbang, makes it a super messy fight. Allison to go down very low in terms of HP, and he's been caught through the smoke as well in the head. Dash far away from the action. He wants nothing to do with it. And FURIA Academy, they've lined up in 11th on the board.
Yeah, 11. They take the pistol, the second pistol of Mirage, and well, yeah.
If you
okay. Did you see
that was a that was a pretty nasty shot. But if you look at FURIA's perspective, now this is where they get into their comfort zone. They're playing against a weak meta. They're playing against potentially this poorly put together buy. And as soon as they get past this particular gun round, that's where they can really start to relax. 12 rounds in the bag, no money on the CT side as well. Those are the ideal win conditions for FURIA. And that's what they need if they want to deny any potential of a comeback. I want to look at the positions here, though. 2 players in Palace, 2 tucked into ramp. 1 will be joining them very shortly, and it should be a pretty standard take. Flash out, first man to commence. Kawes is the first one to catch 2 players out of Palace, 1 in Firebox, and he continues to deliver. That is 4 kills for him, and it looks like he's smurfing as he dishes out the damage all across the A site.
Man, Kawes just said, enough is enough. I'm getting this one over and done with. I'm sick of playing this game. Get us into the playoffs and get us there now. Look at the reactions there, the snappy aim from him. And that's another 4K. I believe that's his 3rd 4K that we've seen on Mirage so far. I mean, 26 and 10. Nearly has a 30 bomb already in, what, 17 rounds? 18 rounds? Man, he is on form right now, and it's really been his individual brilliance that has made FURIA Academy kind of prosper. He's going to be tested here. Oh, wild spray for the second one, and he will not get rewarded for that. Allison takes him down. However, his teammates have taken up a lot of space. They've taken that A site. However, Kutzmaretz does have a FAMAS now to work with, and Allison with that AK, but there's Kawes. HBS will find that kill. And now Kutzmaretz is going to be alone. A 1v3, not to be, as FURIA Academy get on to 13.
And nothing in the way of insurance policies available now. It's only 3 rounds in between the 2 squads. Not in between the 2 squads, sorry. It's FURIA Academy being 3 rounds away from the big finish. 1 map on either of the squad. But metagaming right now, this is where it all counts. It doesn't matter that they got the first map in such convincing fashion if FURIA can turn it around immediately. And where I started to talk about how it would hopefully be less convincing on Mirage, that's not the case at all. We're once again seeing a very similar narrative, but maybe things can turn around now. FURIA gets the first kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but make that 2 for the side of the T's. Cowes is a completely different beast on the T side now. He's sitting on 29 kills, far apart from anybody on the server. And he's potentially one of the only reasons why FURIA can even have such a dominant lead.
Make it look easy though, man. He's just running into bomb sites and just finding headshots left, right, and the center. I mean, doesn't matter who peeks him. He's like, oh, you want to fight? You want to fight? Yeah, hold on, give me a second. Bang, bang, you're both dead. We have the site, we have the round. And I mean, yeah, okay, FURIA gets a kill in there as well, but it's again Cowes that does the majority of the damage. Metagame, and they have to go away and save. They invested a lot in that round. They had a double up setup. Doesn't work out whatsoever. 14-5. Money is in a very tight situation for the CTs. The T's, not so much. They have everything they could dream of or they could hope for in this round. But Smarets, you think it starts off all right. He finds one, and he is looking crisp, Cowes. He is just not missing whatsoever. And what can you even do when somebody is just feeling it on the other side like that?
Yeah, it's just such an uphill battle, and it's not even really uphill. It's just a wall they're staring at. They would have to climb vertically. HBS, you can already see the confidence on FURIA Academy. They're running out like it is nobody's business, playing deathmatch. Demonis and Cuts, knowing how locked out they are of it, they still want to go for it. I mean, they've got to stop it at 14. They've got to they've got to stop any opportunity that FURIA Academy have carved out. But Demono's falling and Cuts being so low on HP, you already know how the story ends. Too many points of contact, and well, he can't catch both. 10-round deficit, and well, Jack, this might just be over.
Looking likely. 10 rounds in a row, 10 chances at mapping series point here for FURIA Academy if they can get it over the line. And what a comeback story after getting absolutely rallied on the first map. That's the only way I can really describe it. They got absolutely dusted on Vertigo, and then to come back, show that kind of mental resilience. 16-5 on Nuke. Now you could 16-5 them again on Mirage. Like, that is just absolutely ridiculous. And something that you did speak about is the confidence that's kind of flowing in FURIA Academy right now. That's kind of brought to them by Cowes. When you have somebody on your team just running and gunning and just farming kills, you know, you'll try and follow suit. You're like, oh, okay, well, if Cowes is doing it, why can't I just run and do it? And everybody just bombarding the bomb site, just taking aim duels, just take the fights, shoot them, and win the fights, as Pierre is going to do in this round. Desh is going to fall, so already starting off really bad. And there's a second. Demonus is going to be down. Allison takes a little bit of damage as Metagame, they're down to 3, and this could be the end of their Blast Rise in Latin America. FURIA Academy, they want the playoffs, and they want them now.
Into shore they go. Last two members standing, Allison and Bruninho. They've got all the responsibility on their shoulders. Op recovered by Allison, and they might still have an in into this because Perry is quite low. It's a 2 versus 3, but Perry, being as low as he is within one-shot territory. Flashbang to let them move in. But that might have just telegraphed their positions. They don't even have 2 areas to move in from because there's a smoke covering most of the door. That's Decenty catching one more, and yep, it is all over. Bruninho having to deal with 3 different players. He catches 2, still has a chance on the third, but no. Any victory, any chances at a victory have quickly been thwarted. It's a 16-5 for the FURIA Academy squad, and you can already see how they're feeling about this. They just made it look way too easy on Mirage, Jack.
Way too easy, man. And on Nuke as well. I don't know. This is a different FURIA Academy that we've seen on the first map, because, you know, we were saying, all right, well, metagaming, even we were saying during the break, well, I was certainly saying anyway, it's like metagaming, they should 2-0 this the way that they were playing on that first map. All of a sudden, FURIA Academy, they just step up, they start playing. They were just the dominant force. What can you do? What can you do against that when, you know, somebody is just having that much impact on the side of FURIA Academy? I mean, man, that was... It was strange to see them just actually bounce back and play that well on the last 2 maps. And metagaming, they looked lost for the most part.
Yeah, I talked about it with Ted for a second, and he said that Fury Academy, they don't really have the they don't really feel the responsibility of performing to the brand name of Furia just yet, and they shouldn't feel that pressure because they really haven't had as much time, as much practice as the main roster. But right now, I think for sure they are making that brand name proud. They have crawled out of the elimination bracket. They have beaten Meta in the decider, and all of the competition that was destined, or at least people would hypothesize would end up beating them out, considering how low their ranking is and how they haven't really performed in the past. They've defeated all of them. Now it's time for them to bring it back into playoffs. And this is where we potentially get to see a very different Fury Academy. Sure, they fell to Sharks, but even that game, it ended up being quite close. It was 16-12 and 16-11 when they went up against the big boys of Sharks. And both of the games they've played out now, they've won them out in, I would say, a pretty convincing fashion, considering how they ended up beating Meta just now. That third map, it was nobody's business. I think everything ended up being botched on map number 1. But other than that, it has been a really smooth sailing affair for Fury Academy.
Yeah, I think so. And, you know, they're going to need to bring that kind of form with them, to be honest, because I believe they played 9Z in the first round of playoffs. And, I mean, you covered it as well. I think you covered the Group A, and so did me and Ted as well.
Yeah.
Man, 9Z look good. They look really good. Like, they dominated. We seen them in the winners game. I can't remember who they took down. Believe it was Keed, that they absolutely dismantled. I mean, they were definitely one of the favorites going into this event. And Fury Academy, they've got a really tough task ahead of them. But I mean, if they play like they did on those last 2 maps, anything's possible.
Yeah, absolutely. But that is going to be the end of Group D, and it is going to be the last matchup for today. So, well, hope you guys enjoyed the show, because honestly, those were some really spicy matchups. Honestly, this entire Group D, it's been a roller coaster of emotions for me. These have been incredibly close games. The games that Pavlos and I casted yesterday, they all went the distance. They all went to 3 maps. Even today, when we ended up casting, even today when I had casted the game with Ted, I believe the scorelines just they would always just be shy of 16-14. I think we saw a couple 16-13s in there, but overall, it's been a really, really close affair, but it is time that we bid you a farewell. It's going to be Zerfer and Wall Deity signing out. We hope to catch you in the next one.